Hey everyone, welcome back. So in this particular video, we are going to build this client onboarding automation AI application using Next.js, Golang, Postgres, and for automation, we are going to use N8N. Now this is a very unique project and I can guarantee you are going to find very few videos on this particular tech on YouTube. So let's see the entire workflow in details. And the most interesting part of this project will be you can not only run this workflow directly from your Next.js UI, but you can also run the same workflow directly from N8N editor itself. And for this one, we're going to use N8N Cloud. So let's see how this works. So first of all, I'm just going to execute this workflow. So this is going to open a form and you can see that we are going to actually ask some of the details. Okay. So first we'll start with client name, client email, service package, project goal, timeline and assets provided. So let's fill all these details. Okay. So I'm just going to give my name here. So let's give sangam123@gmail.com. I'm just going to select the package as website or landing page, and let's give this one as we need to redesign our website to bring more traffic and improve our SEO. Okay, so copy this. You are going to use the same goal later. Let's give this one as 10 weeks and I'm just going to give this one as ready. Once we are going to submit, now what will happen if I'm going to close this, and we'll see that it's going to run this particular workflow. And here you can see that this is going to call the form onboarding. It's going to call our model. We're going to create our structured output, and at the end it's going to prepare the final result. Okay, so this is one of the workflow that we can directly run from our editor itself. Now let's see how our application flow will look like, where we are going to trigger a webhook, but we are going to follow the same process, and at the end we are going to get the result back to our Next.js UI. Okay, so first I'm going to log out and you can see that this will be our landing page, and for this one we are going to use Google Auth. Okay, so first I'm just going to do login and let's select this particular account, and we are not using any third-party packages for auth. Okay, so I'm just going to do open workspace. Let's do new onboarding request. So let's give my name here and I'm just going to give email. Let's select the same. I'm just going to do this one as 5 weeks and I'm going to do this one as ready, and let's use the same message. Once I'm going to do submit, and what will happen, it's going to check with N8N and we can see the same process in our execution tab. You can see that this is running on the real time. Okay, once this is successful and you can see that this is succeeded, now what will happen, right, it's going to actually execute the second workflow, which is our webhook workflow. Okay, so it's going to trigger the workflow, normalize our webhook submission, it's going to check our onboarding, call our model, create the structured output, prepare the webhook result, and then it's going to respond back to our webhook. This one we are going to render here. You can see that this is the request that we have created just now. This is ready and you can see the details here. And you can see that it's going to create an AI summary. Okay, that Sangam Mukherjee has requested this page, right, for a project goal to redesign their website, improve traffic, blah blah. Okay, and then it's going to create a recommended next action, that you have to approve the submission, you have to commence the onboarding process. In the missing items, you are going to get no missing items found. Now what you can do, right, we are going to have a separate admin workflow, and here you can see that now you're going to get all the latest details here. So now let's see, if I want to approve this, I can see the details and then I'll be able to approve this one. So this will be approved. Okay, and you can see the updated data here. Now let's say I wanted to create one more request here, but I wanted to give some missing info to see whether this flow is working or not. So let's see how this will looks like. So I'm just going to create here, let's give my name Sangam Mukherjee and I'll give email. Let's do this one as automation, and then I'll do 2 weeks and I'll do not ready, and I'll do we need to automate our app, but we are not sure what actually needs to be done. Okay, so let's do submit request, and again if you go here, right, it's going to do what, it's going to trigger another workflow here. Okay, and you can see that this is now succeeded, and what will happen, right, it's going to again trigger the same one. You also will be able to see the result directly from here also. So we are going to have a complete dedicated section how you can create all of this in the N8N editor itself, and you can see that now you are getting a missing info. So if you go here, you can see that this is now giving that okay, some missing items are there, clarification on automation needs and preparation of required assets. Okay, and this will be a recommended next action. And now if you go here, you can see the latest one, this is missing info, and you can also reject this one. So this will be the entire thing that we are going to implement. As I already mentioned, for backend we are going to use Golang, for DB we are going to use Docker with Postgres, and for automation we are going to use N8N. So I've added a link in the description for N8N. Click on that link and you are going to get 14 days trial to use the N8N cloud. And we are also going to understand each and every workflow block, that how you are going to create all of this, how this entire process will looks like in details. So with that, let's get started. And one more thing that I have added the source code in the description, that is completely free. You can also download the same from my website. So now let's get started and good luck. Alright, so now let's get started. So first of all, we are going to have two very important sections, and you can't skip any of these sections. I've clearly mentioned here, and if you are skipping, then to be honest, there is no point of watching this video and doing this particular project. So first we are going to discuss the project architecture in details, and second we are going to implement our actual workflow inside N8N cloud from scratch, because until unless we are going to create the workflow, we can't start our backend and UI logic. Okay, so inside this workflow we are going to have two main workflow. One, you will be able to directly run from N8N, and second, we are also going to have a webhook flow that we have seen in the intro, that you can run from the Next.js UI also. So first let's discuss the project architecture in details. Okay, so how the flow will look like in a simple way. So first, what will happen, right? So let's discuss the N8N flow first. So inside N8N, what we're going to have, we are going to have a form trigger. Okay, so we are going to have a form trigger where we are going to have all our form fields, and you will be able to directly run it from your N8N cloud. This form trigger is going to call a basic LLM chain. Okay, so let me just select this. So this is going to call a basic LLM chain, and then what will happen, right? So we are going to create our final result. So you're going to create our form result here. Okay, so the flow will look like this. So this is connected and this is connected. Now, although this might look very simple, but it actually not, because we are going to have in between some multiple steps involved. For example, this basic LLM chain that we are going to have, it's going to talk to our OpenAI model, or whatever model that you are using. It's completely flexible, and then we are going to actually use a structured output block, which is going to structure our output, and you're going to see that in the workflow that whenever you are going to create. Okay, now how the actual webhook flow will look like. So for webhook, what we are going to do, right? So first of all, we are going to have a webhook trigger. Okay, so this will be the first step. So we're going to have a webhook trigger. This webhook trigger, we are going to have one more block which is going to normalize this webhook trigger flow. So we're going to have a normalize webhook submission, something like this. Okay, then what are you going to do, right? First, once this is done, we are not going to directly call out OpenAI model. First, we need to see that whether this webhook onboarding is ready or not. So we are going to have a check webhook onboarding readiness block or step. So here we are going to have a check webhook onboarding readiness check. Okay, and then we are going to do what? We are going to prepare our actual webhook result. So we are going to prepare our webhook result, and at the end, what we are going to do, we are going to respond back to our webhook. So this will be respond back to our webhook, and this result at the end, we are going to do what? We are going to render in our UI. Okay, so this is how the actual flow will look like. So we are going to render the result in UI. So if I'll be little more correct, so here we are going to trigger the webhook from our UI. So to trigger the webhook from UI first, which is going to trigger the webhook inside our N8N cloud. Okay, so this will be inside N8N cloud. So this will be the actual flow. So there are two workflow that you need to understand, and each and every step is very important, because until unless you're going to understand this particular flow, it will be very difficult for you when you're going to actually implement our code. Okay, so now let's go through one by one. Okay, so first let me just give the arrow, and then at the end we are going to render this one in our UI. So we are going to have two workflow inside our N8N cloud. One will directly, you will be able to run it from N8N cloud itself. We're going to have a form trigger. We're going to have a LLM chain, which is going to talk to our OpenAI model, which is going to create a structured output, and then it's going to give you the final result back. And how the webhook flow will look like. So you're going to trigger the webhook from the UI first. It's going to trigger the webhook inside your N8N workflow. We are going to normalize that submission. You're going to see how you're going to do that. We're going to see whether the webhook onboarding is actually ready or not. We're going to prepare the result. We are going to respond back to our webhook, and then we are going to render this result in our Next.js UI. So this will be the overall process. Okay, so this is all about the project architecture overview. So now what will be the next flow? For next flow, we are going to actually create our workflow inside N8N cloud. It's very important step. Please do not skip. So for this one, I've added a link in the description, so please click on that link, and you are also going to get a 14-day free trial. So you will be able to create workflows, you'll be able to also execute and do a lot of testing. So now in the next step, what will be our first thing that we are going to do? So first we are going to create the workflow. We are going to create both the workflows. So both the workflows means one will be our workflow that we are going to run directly from N8N cloud, and one will be our webhook workflow that we are going to do later once we'll complete this workflow and we'll start implementing our Go backend. So now let's implement this workflow in the next section. Alright, so now in this section we are going to implement our workflow from scratch, and this will be one of the most important part of this particular video. Okay, so as I already mentioned, please click the link in the description, and then once you'll just register, you will be in this cloud instance, and here we are going to create our first workflow. As I already mentioned, we are going to have the two workflows. One's where we are going to directly run from our N8N cloud, and second one will be our webhook flow. So first let's click on this create workflow, and here what we need to do, right? So first let's start with this flow. Okay, so we are going to have a form trigger, we are going to have a LLM chain which is going to call our OpenAI model, we are going to create our structured output, and then we are going to have our form result back. Okay, so first let's do one thing. Let's click on this add first step, and here what you have to search, you have to search for form trigger. Okay, and then this is what you are going to get. So this will be N8N form. Okay, so what this is going to do, right? So it's going to create a web form, and what we can do, we can actually pass the responses of that particular form to the workflow. We have to give our input, that what are the inputs. For example, let's say it can be a text, it can be a description, it can be a text area, it can be drop down, whatever form elements you want. You can create the form based on that, and then once the form is created, we are going to execute that form, and then we are going to pass that form response to our next step. So this is how the process looks like. So click on this N8N form, and here you can see that what you are getting, that we are going to get on new N8N form event. So first let's click here, and this is what you are going to get. Okay, so first one thing that is very important, you can see that we are going to have two URLs. One is the test URL and one will be the prod URL or production URL. So first let's do one thing. I already created all the details here, so that we are going to basically use. Okay, so first let's start with the form title. So here what we are going to do, right? And before that also let's give this one name as maybe we are going to do this one as, let's change this one to receive. Let's do client onboarding form. Okay, so this will be the name. Now first thing what we need to do, so let's see what are the form fields we are going to have here. Okay, so mainly we are going to have the client name, we are also going to have the client email, we are also going to have the service package, so that let's say whenever any users comes here, or let's say you want to trigger this from your UI also, so they will be able to select the drop down options. For example, let's say what kind of services that we are providing, whether it is a website redesign, whether it is app development, something like that. Then we are also going to have a project goal, so you need to mention that what actually you are going to build or you want us to build, and based on that we are going to do our model call or the AI model call, and then it's going to create some summary, and that summary we are going to, at the end, it's going to render in the UI, something like that. Also we are going to have a timeline, so we need to mention that okay, by what time you want to complete this particular project. And then we are also going to have one more option, which will be asset provided, that whether the assets are provided or not, or whether they will be able to provide the assets or not. If they can't provide the assets, so that means there can be some kind of missing information, so that your AI model is going to generate the summary based on that. Okay, so let's start one by one. So first, what you're going to do, right, let's give the form title. So I'm just going to give this one as client onboarding readiness check. So I'm just going to give it here. Let's give a form description. So this will be submit your onboarding details. This workflow checks whether the project is ready to begin or if more information is needed first. So I'm just going to copy this and let's paste it here. So now what we need to do, right, we need to add each and every form element one by one. So here you have to do click add form element. So first let's give a label. So for this one I'm just going to give this one as client name. So this will be a text input, so don't change this one. Now what we're going to do, right, we are going to use a custom field name. Now this is very helpful, because let's say you want to do something else using this field name. Now this is a unique field name that you can use, okay, throughout this particular workflow. So here for this one I'm going to use this client name. So just use this client name. What else we can add? Let's add a form placeholder. I'm just going to add John Doe. Also these will be required fields. I'm just going to give this one as true. Okay, so this field is mandatory. So now let's move to the next one. Next will be, so we also need client email. So I'm just going to do this one as client email. This will be now changed to email. Now add attributes. Let's add a custom field name. So for this one I'm just going to add client email. Let's give a placeholder. So I'm just going to do John Doe @gmail.com. Let's add the record property, and for this one I'm also going to make this one as true. Let's add another form element. So for this one I'm just going to do this one as service package. Okay, so this will now change to a drop down. Okay, so we need to change to a drop down, and we need to add all the options. So these options we are going to render. Now remember one thing, this flow we are going to run from our N8N cloud only. Now the UI flow or the webhook flow, whenever we are going to implement, we are going to have the exact same form fields that we can trigger from the UI also. So this is doing two things at once. So here what we can do, right, let's give this one as let's add the custom field name. I'm just going to give this one as service package, and in the form fields I'm going to add the first one will be website or landing page redesign, something like that. Let's add the second one, which will be automation or operations. Now these all are flexible. You can see, right, if you want you can add as many options as you want. Next will be software or app development. So add one more, and then I'm just going to add one more, which will be other. So here I'm just going to add here other. What else? So for this one, this field also will be required. So I'm just going to make this one as true. Now next one, what else we need? So we also need a project goal. So I'm just going to do project goal. Let's change this one to text area. So I'm just going to do this one as text area. Add attributes, add a custom field name. So change this one to project goal. What else? Also maybe let's give a placeholder. So for this one, what else we can add? So let's say I'm just going to add it here, that we need a landing page redesign to improve bookings, and then you can give some timeline, something like that. So this will be my placeholder, and also this will be another required field. So I'm just going to make this one as true. Next, what else? So we also need to give a timeline. So I'm just going to do desired timeline. So this one will be, so text input, let's skip it. Add attributes, I'm going to add the custom field name, which will be desired timeline, and here also let's make this one as true. Okay, and also let's give a placeholder. So for example, let's say I'll do example 4 weeks or 2 weeks, something like that, comma next month, or let's give this one as flexible. Okay, and what else we need? So we need one more, which will be assets provided or not. So I'm just going to do assets provided. This will be radio button. Okay, so I'm just going to change this one to radio buttons. And add attributes, let's add the custom field name. So I'm just going to do assets provided. And here what else we need to add? Okay, we need to add the radio button form field. So I'm just going to do this one as, let's do one as ready. What else we can add? So let's add one more, partially ready maybe. partially spelling is wrong, so partially ready, and one maybe I'm just going to do this one as not ready, because these things are very important, and based on all these selection your AI model is going to understand. Okay, so I'm just going to do this one as not ready. Also let's make this one as required field. Okay, so now here you can see that one option is that when you are going to respond this one, so this will be when the form is submitted. So this will be the first step that we need, very important, because this is where you are going to first give all the information and then we are going to proceed to the next step. So now let's close this, and you can see that this is now ready. So now if you want, you can, if you try to execute this, right, you can see that this form will be created. You can see, right? So this is what you're going to get. So for now we're not going to do anything. So first, what will be our next step? So next step, what we need to do, right, so here we also need to have one more field which is going to, so let's take a basic LLM chain. So I'm just going to do plus, and let's search a basic LLM chain, right? So this is what we need. Now what actually this is going to do, now remember this step is actually very important, because this is where you are going to give your prompt that what actually you want to do here. Okay, and this is where we are also going to connect this particular step to our AI model, and based on that AI model, whatever it's going to do, it's going to create some answer. We are going to create a structured output, and that output we are going to either render in this cloud, in the cloud workflow. In our webhook workflow, we are going to render the same result in our Next.js UI. Now you're getting what actually we are doing here. So first of all, what you're going to do, right, let's change this one to, I'm just going to give this one name is check, maybe let's do check form onboarding readiness. Okay, and this one I'm just going to do define below. Now this is a very important step, and also let's make this one enable required specific output format. So now I already created. Now see what actually you're doing here. Now this part, if you can understand, you'll be able to understand the whole project. Okay, because this is where we are going to have some of the properties that you need to understand. So first of all, you can see that what you are doing, that you are an onboarding assistant for agencies, freelancing, studios, service businesses. Your job is to review your client onboarding submission and decide whether the onboarding is ready, begin, or more information is needed, right? Use only the submitted form data. Do not invent any facts, meetings, or whatever. These all are the rules. The client name should be present, and now you will understand that why actually we used all of this custom field name. So now I'm telling that client name is present, client email also is present, service package is selected, project goal is clear enough to understand what is the task, desired timeline is provided and understandable, and asset provided is ready, or submission clearly gives enough information to begin if the assets are ready or partially ready, or it is not. Now very important, these missing info, these things we are going to use later, so please notice this thing very carefully. We are simply telling that mark readiness status as missing info if the project goal is vague, too short, or not able to understand properly. If the, let's say they are giving the requirement that we need to do something, but what actually we need to do you don't understand, so in that case we need to mark that as missing info. Desired timeline is missing, unclear, or unrealistic. Okay, asset provided is not ready, so that is the reason in the previous step we have given a drop down option, it is not ready. Asset provided is partially ready, and the selected package likely needs more material before work can begin. Now all these things whatever you mentioned right here, these we are going to pass to our AI model. Now AI model will be able to understand that, okay, now if we have enough information or if something is missing, and these will be your submitted data. So this JSON.client name from where you are going to get from your previous step, and that we are going to see once you are going to execute that. So now all of this, right, all of this I'm going to add in the project source code, so you'll be able to download from my website for free. So first let's copy this. Okay, copy the entire thing, and then we are going to paste it here. So this will be our prompt, and this is actually what we need here. We don't have to do anything in this particular step. Okay, so now let's close this. Now what will be your next flow? Now I can see that we need to add a model, and also we need to output parser. Now what actually these things do, Now this model is going to actually talk to your OpenAI model, right? Because we're going to use OpenAI. Now, as I already mentioned, this is completely flexible, 100% flexible. You can use any model you want. You can use any free model also. If you don't have OpenAI API key, you can use Gemini also. Any model you can use here. So I just wanted to make this one very clear. Okay. So first of all, let's do one thing. Maybe let's create our, let's add a model only. Okay. So here I'm just going to do click. Let's search for OpenAI, and you can see that we have OpenAI chat model. Also free credits are available for this one. Okay, you also will be able to get the free credits. Click here. For this one, I already have my own credentials that I've added, right? You can also use N8N connect also. So for that, you don't have to add any API key here. So for this one, what I'm going to do, right? Let's do this one. Let's keep OpenAI chat model only. And here I'm just going to change this one to 4o mini. Okay, so I'm just going to use 4o mini for this one. So search 4o mini, this one, because that will take more tokens. And for this one, let's uncheck this one. Okay, so this is what we need to do in this particular step. So close this, and now let's bring this one below, because we also need to add the webhook flow also. So now in this output parser, what we need to do, we need to add a structured output parser. Now this is, now if you have any idea on the AI concepts and everything, this is one of the important steps. Structured output is nothing but it's going to tell that, okay, this, it's going to simply tell your model that, okay, this is the format that we need. So if you have worked with LangChain or LangGraph, you'll see that normally we use Zod. Now Zod actually used for what? For structured output creation. It's actually one of the most important concept that you need to understand. Okay, so for this one, what we need to do, right, let's click here and let's search for structured output parser. You can see that you are already getting. So click here, and for this one, keep it like this, and then I'm just going to change this one to define using JSON schema. Okay, so we need to have in this particular format, we are going to have the type, properties, and whatever we wanted to give. So let me just take, I already have created this. So you can see that what are the things you're going to have. We have a readiness status, missing items, AI summary, recommended next action, and these all the required properties. Now these things are very important. Okay, in the readiness status, either it will be ready or missing info. Now you might be thinking from where we are getting all of this. That is the reason I clearly mentioned here that you notice one thing, that mark readiness status as ready or missing info. So that is what we are using here. So readiness status will be either ready or missing info. Then we have missing items, that if something is missing, then if nothing is missing, then it's going to create a AI summary. Now AI summary, it's going to create whether it's some missing item is there or not, but it's always going to create the AI summary and also recommended next options. Okay, so let's copy this, and then we are going to paste it here. Okay, that's it. We don't have to do anything here. So this will be our next step. Okay, let's bring it here, and then next what we need to do, right? So what will be our last step? Last step will be, for this particular one, so we need to prepare our form result. Okay, so let's click here. We need to do form result. Now let's give this one, I think, let me prepare form result. I think it will be edit fields, if I'm not wrong. Edit fields and set, this one. So this is what we need to use. So let's click here. Now here what we need to do, right, we need to simply map all the output so that we will be able to render the final result or final output here. But how we are going to do that? Now first of all, let's do one thing, right? Let's close here. So now first I'm going to execute this workflow. Okay, so I'm just going to do execute workflow. Let's give my name here. I'll do sangam@gmail.com. Let's do here website or landing page, and I'm just going to tell that, okay, we need to redesign a landing page to drive more traffic and SEO on our company website. So let's copy this because we need this multiple times. I'm just going to keep it here for testing. Let's give this one as 4-5 weeks, and I'm just going to do assets are ready. Let's do submit. Form is submitted. Let's see here. Let's see what is happening. Okay, fantastic. So this is now submitted. So now if I go here, right, you'll see what is happening here. You'll see that you're going to have what? You're going to have the output readiness status is ready, missing items we don't have anything. Now here you will be also able to see the, not here, we need to execute this. You can see the Sangam Mukherjee has requested landing page redesign, service that to drive more traffic and everything, like blah blah whatever, recommended next action, approve the submission and start onboarding. Fantastic. And here you are going to get all the details. So your client name, client email, service package, project goal, blah blah, right? So now what we need to do, right, we need to manually add all of this here. Now how we are going to manually see, this part is important. So this is the receive client onboarding form, this is our form step, and this is the actual output. So what we need to do, right, we need to give a manual mapping here, and then we need to add field here. So what are you going to do, right? I'm going to add field. Now first of all, let's give a name here. What I will do, so let's, okay, I think I've already added this one. Okay, this is what we need. So copy this. So first we have a client name, so I'm going to give client name, and value what I need to give, I need to receive client onboarding form dot item dot json dot client name. Okay, so this is what we need, this client name. So I'm just going to copy this, oh sorry, copy this, and then I'm just going to paste it here. Okay, now you can see that this is what we are getting. Now add field, and we need to do for all this client email, paste it here. Okay, then add here. Next we have service package. So service package, I'm not going to like fast forward and everything. I just wanted to write each and everything here so that you will understand. So next we have project goal, and then this will be a project goal. Next we have desired timeline, and then next we have assets provided or not, or asset they can provide or not asset provided, but whether they will be able to provide or not. Then also need to add our output. So output you are going to get from here. So output dot readiness status, output dot missing items, output dot AI summary, output dot recommended next section. So this is what we are going to, not section, action. So here we are going to readiness status, which will be this, then add here. So I'm just going to do missing items. Next we have the actual AI summary, which is very, very important. And then at the end we are going to have what? The recommended next action. Alright, and I think with this is done. Okay, this part what we need. Now let's close this. So now let's do one thing, let's execute this, and you can see that this is now executed. Let's open this, and now you can see that you are going to get the result here. So this will be our output. You can see schema, table, JSON and everything. And if you want, you can again run this workflow, and once you're going to execute, you're going to get the result on this execution tab. Okay, so you're going to get the result here. Now let's see if this is working or not. Okay, I'm going to execute again. So let's give again my name. So I'll do sangam@gmail.com. So I will do website redesign. I need to do redesign, but I am still not sure on requirement. 10 weeks, and I'm just going to do not ready. Okay, submit. See what is happening here. Fantastic. So it's done. So let's open this, and you can see that what you're getting. All right, so missing items, clear project requirement is missing, asset readiness is missing, not ready, right? So readiness info is not ready. Now you can see it's missing info, recommended next section, collect the missing information first. So that means this flow is working absolutely fine. Now this is completely flexible. You can add a number of nodes as possible here. You can do plus, you can add Gmail, you can add Notion, whatever you like, but this is the overall flow how it will work. So this is the only one workflow. So next part, in the next section, what you're going to do, we need to add our actual webhook workflow also, and then only we'll start implementing our backend code, and you'll see that it will become more and more interesting. So let's move on to the next. So now let's start creating the webhook flow or workflow. Now first of all, let's do one thing. Let's first start with creating one node, and then I'm just going to search webhook. This is what we need. So first let's change this one to app webhook trigger, and you'll see that these will become really interesting. Okay, and also this will be more interesting when we'll start implementing our Go backend, and you'll see that how this thing or how this is going to run very smooth. So first what we need to do, right, again this is very important, and this I'm going to discuss later, that why actually you need these URLs. For now what we need to do, we need to change this one to a post. Please remember all these things, okay, that what actually you are doing here, because this is what we are actually going to use in our Golang backend. Path, I'm just going to change this one path to, let me just check. So let's change this one to client onboarding readiness. Sorry, this will be post, so this will be client onboarding readiness. And here what we need to do, right, respond not immediately, we need to give this one as using respond to webhook node. Okay, so this will be the change that we need, and for this one we don't need any other change. Okay, all right. So now next thing what we are going to have, right, so first of all we also need to normalize our webhook submission. So for normalize webhook submission, let's do one thing. Maybe let's take a edit field here. So I'm just going to do edit fields or set, and for this one first of all let's change this one name to normalize. Let's do here normalize webhook submission. Now why actually we need this? Now remember, in the actual N8N workflow that we have done, that we can run from N8N cloud only, there we are using what, we are using a form, right? But in this webhook flow we don't have any form. Why? Because this form we are going to have in our Next.js UI. So in the Next.js UI also we are going to have our input form, so where user will be able to add client name, client email. I think you have already seen in the intro, correct? So you're going to have client name, client email, service packages, all the same form fields. So that is the reason once we're going to call the webhook, we need to actually see that whether the UI sending correct information or not. So that is the reason we need this particular section. Okay, so now first let's do one thing. Again we are going to give this in a manual mapping, and here what we are going to do, right, I'm just going to do add fields, and let's start here. So I'm just going to add the client name. So this will be our JSON body dot client name. Let's add one more. So this will be client email. Okay, let's add here service package. Then we are going to have project goal. Let's add one more. So we'll do desired timeline. And then we're going to have the assets provided or not, correct? Or assets they can provide or not. So these all the things we are going to have here. We don't need anything else. Okay, so in this particular section, so just checking all the data. Okay, and then based on that, these data now we are going to use in our next node. So what will be our next node? So in the next node, now again we are going to have our this basic LLM chain, because again LLM actually need, because LLM at the end is going to talk to your model and it's going to create the structured output, correct? So here I'm just going to do plus, and here let's do this one as basic LLM chain, right? So I'm just going to add basic LLM chain, and for this one what we need to do, right, maybe let's change this one to check, no sorry, let's do check webhook onboarding readiness. Again the same thing, onboarding readiness. Okay, so here I'm just going to give this one as defined below, and we're going to use the same prompt that I've used in the previous section, because at the end we are using the same data only, that missing information, the AI summary and all these things. So I'm just going to copy here again, sorry. So let's copy this, and then we're going to just paste it here. That's it. We don't need anything else in this particular section. only thing what we need to do, require specific output format. Okay, close this. So now what you're going to do, right, we need to connect to our model. Now for model we don't have to do anything because we can just directly connect to this model, and then for output parser we can connect to the same output parser. You're getting right what we are doing here. So now what will be our next step? Now we need to do what? We need to prepare our webhook result. And first, once we prepare the result, then what we need to do? We need to send back that result back to our UI. So two things we need to do. First, we need to do prepare webhook result, and second will be our respond to webhook. Okay, so let's start with prepare webhook result. So for this one, we'll take the edit field and set, and then I'm just change this one to prepare webhook result. So for this one I'm also going to keep the same. So this will be manual mapping, and here in this add field what we need to do, right, let me explain. So here we have this normalized webhook submission. You remember when we have done this particular part, so this here, right, so what we have done, we have done receive client onboarding form dot item dot json dot client name. Similarly for that also, and also let's change this one to what I'll do, right, maybe let's change this one name to prepare form result. So I'm just going to do prepare form result. Okay, this one. So let's go here. So I'll do prepare webhook result. So open this. So for this one, first of all, we need to again map each and every form field manually. So first what I'll do, right, let's do add field, and let's go here. I think I've added already. Okay, this one. So you need the client name. So let's do client name, and what will be the value? So value will be again normalized webhook submission dot item dot json dot client name. And once you're going to implement our UI, right, then only we can test it properly. So for now let's add it. So I'm just going to add it here. Let's add the second one, client email. So we have so many. Next we have service package, then we have project goal, next desired timeline, okay, next assets provided, next readiness status, missing items, next AI summary, and then we are going to have the, I think, recommended next action. All right, so these many things we need. So this will prepare the webhook result, and the next one is very simple. What we need to do, right, we need to return back the result back to our UI. So that means what we need to do, we need to respond to this webhook. So here click here and I'll do respond to webhook, and for this one what we need to do, right, respond with JSON, because we need to return a JSON, and for this one we just have to return the JSON. So this, the previous step, whatever we are using all this output, right, sorry, all this manual mapping that we have done, we just have to return the JSON from the previous step. So that you're going to see later. So for now what you can do, right, in this response body, just add the JSON, that's it, no other changes is needed. So this will be our overall workflow. Okay, so first of all we are doing the webhook trigger. We are just normalizing the submission because we are checking that whether the UI is sending correct form fields or not. Doing the basic LLM change, which is going to call the chat model. It's going to do the structured output, we'll prepare the result and send back to the UI. So now with this we have completed this particular flow. So now it's time to start implementing our Golang backend. So first we are going to set up our project. We're also going to set up our front end, And then first we need to implement our Google login, and remember we are not using any third-party packages. I'm going to show you that how you are going to implement Google login in Golang, and then we're going to implement our submission form page, and from that form page we are going to trigger this webhook. It will be very interesting. So now let's get started, and good luck. Alright everyone, so now we have already completed our both the workflows, right? So but before we are going to start implementing our code, which is what we are going to do, so first we need to publish this workflow. So what I will do, right, let's click on this publish and let's publish this. Okay, and you can see that this is now published. Okay, so now let me explain what will be your next step. Okay, so that is the reason I just opened one link. So first I'm going to I already created one empty folder that I'm going to open in the VS Code, because we need to now start implementing our actual code. So there are a lot of things we need to do. We need to set up our backend, frontend, Golang setup, installing all the packages, implementing auth. So there are so many things. So first, if you're a complete beginner in the Golang, what I will suggest, right, if you can go to this particular video that I already created and just go through some of the very basics. If you already know the basics, I'm going to explain anyways each and everything line by line, so that you'll be able to understand. But it's highly recommended to know the basics, because I'm not going to cover each and everything. Some very basic thing, for example, let's how you can write variables, how you can handle errors. So those things are not possible for me to cover in this particular video, because it will be a long video. So this is what I'm going to discuss. So with that, now I'm going to just open the VS Code, and we're going to start our journey of writing this entire thing from scratch. So let's do this one in the next part. So first let's create one folder here, and I'm just going to give this one as backend. And here let's do one thing. I'm also going to create one more project folder which will be for our UI site. So I'm just going to do npx create next app @latest, and I'm just going to do this one as frontend. Okay, and here you can see that we are having, so I'm just going to do customize. Okay, so here I'm just going to do yes lint, let's do none, React compiler no, Tailwind CSS yes, source directory let's do yes, app router yes, and customize the import aliases no, and also would you like to include the agent.md file to guide, so let's do it no. Okay, so you are going to write all the code. So now this is going to create one more front end folder. So now what you're going to do, right, I already have a Golang installed in this particular machine. Okay, so first let's go to our backend directory. So I'll go to backend, let's clear this. So first thing what you're going to do, we need to initialize our Go project. So to do this, what we need to do, right, so you need to do go init. So to go mod init and the name. So here what I'm just going to do, I'll do go mod init, and let's give this one as backend. For now let's keep this one simple. So it's going to create a new go.mod file. Okay, so you can see that this is the module and this is the version. Very simple. So now what are you going to do, right, where is that terminal? Let's go to terminal. Okay, so now first of all you need to understand that what are the packages we are going to install. Okay, first of all, and what are the env variables we need. Now I'm going to see, you watch this particular video, and I'm pretty much sure that most of you are very much interested in Golang, right, and complete this video, and then you can comment it down that how much concepts you are going to understand and how clearly I'm going to explain in this entire video. Okay, so you're going to learn a lot of things, but you should have some patience and also try to do while watching this particular video. So first of all, let's go here, right, and also we are going to use Docker Compose. Okay, so we are going to use Docker, and we need to create a Docker Compose file, because for Postgres we will be using Docker. So what you're going to do, right, here let's create. So how we are going to do that, so we need to create a Docker Compose file at the root. So I'm just going to do docker compose.yml. Okay, and then I already created this. Let me just copy this, and I'm just going to paste it here. So what we have the image, container name, you can give any container you want, it doesn't matter. So you have the Postgres user, password, and the DB. This is the DB, this is the port I'm using, and I have some volume. Okay, now here I wanted to mention you can change this container name, and also you can change the volume. All right, so for now this is fine. Second thing what you're going to do, right, I'm just going to create a .env file, which is very important, because first you need to understand that what are the env variables we need here. So I already created all of these. So let me just copy these and then I'm just going to paste it here. Okay, now although you can see this Google client secret, so just don't use mine, okay, because this is for my YouTube video recording, so this is not my actual that I use for other apps. So I just wanted to mention. So first of all, you will see that I have the app env, which is development port. I'm using this one. Front-end URL means our UI will be running on localhost 3000. This is our backend, localhost 8080. This is my DB URL. Now here you can see one thing is very important, so that is the reason I clearly mentioned here that replace with name. So what is this replace with name? This will be your DB name. So here let's see what you're using. We're using N8N SAS. So I'm just going to copy this and then I'm just going to paste it here. Okay, and this is also the port that you have mentioned here. So then we have the JWT secret. You can give any secret you want. Here I've given a JWT experts in hours and JWT cookie name, anything you can give here. So maybe let's say N8N underscore SAS underscore cookie, something like this. Okay, that's it. Or maybe you can give this one as token. Now this will be your Google client ID. Now from where you are going to get this, so let me just show you. So here you have to go to, so let me just go back. So you have to search Google Cloud Console and then you will go here. Now you should have multiple projects. In case you have, you can use from one of the existing project. In case you don't have, you have to create a new project. Okay, so you have to create a new project here. So for now I'm just going to use this my Node.js auth, which I use for all my YouTube videos. Okay, so here what you have to do, you have to go to API services and then you have to go to credentials, and then what you have to do, right, you'll see that one this icon will come, and that is if you have multiple secrets. Okay, so that is the reason I mentioned that please do not share these things with anyone. This is for the video that I'm using. Still I'm going to change this one once I'll record this video. These things are very important. So once you'll go to this web client, so we'll be getting two things. One will be your client ID, and this client ID you can see I'm using here, and this will be your client secret. Okay, so you have to create a secret here. So you can see that you have this, I have these two secret, and you can see you can only create two secrets, and you have to disable the existing one, and then you can create one in case you are using an existing project. So I just wanted to mention all of this. That's it. And this is also very important, and that is the Google redirect URI, because we are not using any third-party package, right, like Clark or something else. We'll be using custom Google auth package. So that is the reason we need to add this Google redirect URL, and these you need to add it here. So you can see that this is my authorized JavaScript origins, right? This is the UI URL, and this will be my redirect URIs, which I'm using my backend URL /auth/google/callback, and then you just have to do save. That's it. Okay, so this is what you need to do. And then I'm using some extra information. This is cookie domain, and for now I'm just going to give this one empty. This will be cookie SQL, which will be false for now, and cookie same side, which is lax. So these all the envs you need. What I'm going to do when I'm going to upload this particular video, this particular source code from my you can download from my website. What you can do, right, I will be adding a en.env.local file, and from there you will be able to copy this. All right, so this is the first initial step you need to do. So till this part we have actually not set up, just created our backend folder env go mod to initialize our go project and the front end project here. So what will be our next step? The next step, you need to understand that what are the things or what are the packages that we need to install. Okay, so now let's go here. I already have everything ready. So first, now let's say if you're a Node.js developer and you are learning Golang, there can be two things, right? You are a Node.js developer, you're learning Golang, so things can be little different. Okay, but it's not that much difficult. Okay, once you do 2-3 Golang projects, you'll see that it will be easy for you to understand. But if you're a Node.js developer and directly coming here, the syntax might be little different, how we are going to import things, all those things. But if you're already Golang developer, this will be simply like, it won't be that much difficult. So what I mean by this is that if you are a Node.js developer, try to compare both the things, and you'll see that it will be easy for you to understand. For example, in our Node.js project we also have .env, right, and you will do .env.config, something like this. Similarly in Golang also we need something to manage our env variables, right? So we need to have our env package. So that is the reason we usually use this very famous package, which is zoho/go.env. and to install this package, what we need to do, go get and the package name. So here I'm just going to copy this, and then what you're going to do, right, we have to go to backend directory, and then we just have to add all of this one by one. Okay, so this is already done. Second, what we need next we are going to use Fiverr. Now this, if you ask me what actually is this, now this is something like you can compare this on with your Express. So in Node.js we have Express, right? You can see that Express inspired web framework written in Go. This is very, very popular, and these you can definitely use in your production level applications also. Okay, now you can use something like Gin, or maybe you can't use any third-party packages and you can directly use HTTP and Go HTTP and all these things. But for this particular project I've decided to use Fiverr because it's very, very popular. Okay, so this is what we need to implement our REST APIs. So I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to use the version 3. And then I'm just going to add it here. So this is the second thing that we need to do. All right, next, in the meantime, let's go to the next. So we need to also have JWT. So copy this, and then you just install. Now in case you don't you are confused that how I'm going to get this, or maybe what I'm going to do, right, maybe in the readme file I'm going to add all of this, or what you can do, directly search in this AI mode, go install JWT, and this is where you can make use of this AI mode. This is what I also usually do. In case I'm not able to understand something, I'll just come here, paste it, and try to understand. So this is done. I think JWT is done. Next, what we need, right, we also need to install the for our Postgres we need to use this. Okay, so here I'm just going to copy this, and then I'm just going to also install this one, and at the end we need to install our auth packages. So this will be our Google Auth. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this. So we have auth2 and the auth2/Google. This is for Google specific auth2 support. Okay, and then copy the last one, which will be Google. Alright, so I think this is done. So now you can see that if you go to Go mod, you'll see all of this will be installed here. So now what we need to do, we need to actually follow a proper folder structure. Okay, now these things I actually explained in that video that I already mentioned, right, that is the video I created for Golang full course. Now you need to know all of this. I can't explain each and everything in this one video. So now in the next part, what we are going to do, right, we'll be creating our proper folder structure, that what folder structure we are going to use for this particular project. And then from that place we need to do a couple of things. So first thing what we're going to do, we need to do our DB connection, we need to create our migrations, migration logic, and then we are going to migrate all our schemas. We need to create our models, repositories, services, a lot of things are there. So let's do all of this slowly one by one from the next part. Okay, so now let's create our folder structure. Okay, so inside this we are going to create all our internal packages. I'm going to create an internal folder, and also we'll be having our main command folder. Okay, now inside this internal, for now you're not going to do anything here. So first we need to handle all our env variables. Okay, so inside this, first we are going to create a config, and inside this we are going to create a config.go. All these things I've actually explained in my full course video. So you can see that it's already created a package config. Fantastic. So now first of all, what we need to do here, so first we need to create a struct. So I'm just going to do type, so let's give this one as config, and this will be, let's give this one a caps, and I'm just going to do this one as a struct. And inside this, what you need to do, right, you need to get all your env variables that you are using here. So first of all, let's start with app env. So app env will be a string. Next we have port, frontend URL, and app base URL. So you're going to do port, so port will be string. Next we have frontend URL, so this will be string. Then we have what, app base URL, so I'm just going to do app base URL, which also will be string. Next we have DB URL, so I'm just going to do database URL, which also will be string. Then we have the JWT secret, right, JWT secret, JWT expires in hours, so I'm just going to do here JWT, let's do secret, which will be string. Then we have JWT expires in hours, so this will be int. Next we have auth cookie name, so I'm just going to do auth cookie name, so this also will be string. Next we have Google client ID, Google client secret, and Google redirect URI. So let's do one by one. So we'll do Google client ID, which will be string, Google client secret, which also will be string, and I'm also going to do Google redirect URL, so this will be also string. Then we have the cookie domain, cookie secure, and the cookie same site. So I'm just going to do here cookie domain, this will be string. Then we have the cookie secure, which will be boolean, and then we are going to have the cookie same site or not, so I'll do same site, which will be string. So these all the properties that we have. Okay, for now we are using. In case later we are going to add, so we need to add and incorporate all of this here. So now what we are going to do, right? So first of all, I'm just going to create a function. Let's create a load function here, and I'm just going to take my config, and if there are any errors, we need to take an error. So first of all, what I'm going to do, right? So we need to load all these variables, so that will be the first thing. So I'm just going to take, so we need to get our go.env, this is the package, and I'll see that this will be automatically imported here. This package you have already added. So now this is going to give you a load method. Okay, so now what you need to do, right? So I'm just going to take a config, and then this will be equal to, so I have my config struct, and this is going to now give me all these properties that I have. So now what I need to do, right? I need to get these env variables from my env file. So how I'm going to do that? And to do this one, we need to use the OS package. Now these things I'm not going to again, I'm repeating this thing multiple times. You need to, for two options, either you watch the video that I've already uploaded, or else if you don't watch the video, whatever terms that I'm mentioning here, right, just copy that term and then search in Google or in the documentation. I will not suggest, because it will be little tricky, because to navigate you need to know a lot of things, right? How you're going to understand things from the official documentation I'm actually talking about. So this is where you can make use of ChatGPT or other AI tools. It's very helpful. So now what we are going to do, right, we need to make use of our OS package, which is going to get all the CNV variables, or this is going to read the CNV variables. So for this one, what we are going to do, right, so let's create a function, and I'm just going to do this one as get env. Okay, and what you can do, right, so first of all, I'm just going to give a key, and also let's take a fallback property. I'm just going to take this one as this will be, I'm just going to take this one as string, and here what I'm going to do, right, maybe let's return the string property, because we are going to return that. So I'm just going to do this one as string. So inside these, what we need to do, right, so first of all, I need to get the value, and this value will be, so I need to get the OS package. Okay, I think, I don't know why this, maybe because of this. So I need to get the OS, and then this is going to give me get env. So I have the get env. Okay, and then I'm just going to pass the key here, so this key. So this is going to give me that value. Okay, this get env, right? Get env retrieves the value of the env variable named by the particular key, right? It returns the value which will be empty if the variable is not present. So that means what we need to check, so I need to check if the value is equal to empty. So in that case, I'm just going to return. Yeah, see, these things I always do mistake. We need to keep double, because I'm habituated in these Node.js projects. So here I need to return the fallback. Okay, that's it. So now also in other case, we need to return the value. That's it. So now what we need to do, right, so here we need to call this helper method. So I'm just going to do here, let's say app env, and now I can simply call this get env. And then what you have to pass? You have to pass the key. So key will be your this app env key that you have. And then let's say you want to pass a fallback. So fallback, maybe I want to pass the, in case we are not passing anything. So this will be development. I hope this is clear, right? So the same thing now we need to do for all others. So first I need to do for port. So this will be now get env. So here I'm going to pass, this will be port, or else this will be 8080, something like this. Okay. Alright, so now next what we need to do, right, we need to add for all of this. Now adding all of this manually, it will take some time. So what we're going to do, right, before we'll do that, let me just create two more helper function and you'll understand that what actually we're doing here. So first I'm just going to create a function. Let's give this one as get env as int, and here I'm just going to do a key, so this will be a string, and also I'm just going to do a fallback, and let's take the fallback as int because we need this one as int, and we are going to return type will be also int. So here I'm just going to do value, so value will be again os dot get env, and here we're going to pass the key. Now I'm simply going to do if the value is equal to empty, so in that case we are going to return fallback, or else what we need to do, right, we need to now convert this one because we are going to return type of int. So I'm just going to do this one as parsed comma error, and this will be string convert dot twice. So this is one method. You can see that this is equivalent to parseInt converted to type int, and here you have to pass this value. That's it. Now this is actually important, so here you just give a small check that if this error is not equal nil, so in that case you're going to return what, the fallback value, or else you're going to return the parsed value. Okay, so this will be the parsed value, that is. So this is one, and the exact same we need to do for boolean also. So I'm just going to copy this, paste it here, and this will be now get env as bool. So here this will be key, which will be string, fallback will be bool, and return type will be what, bool. We're going to get error, which is fine. So first of all this will remain same. The only difference will be instead of this you're going to use a parse bool. Okay, that's it, and then rest it will remain same. So now what you're going to do, right, so here just like app env and port we need to do for all of this. Okay, so I'm just going to copy paste from where I've already added, and then I'm going to explain, and you will understand that what actually you're doing here, and this is going to save at least 10 minutes. Okay, so let me just pause, and then I'm going to just copy paste that particular part. Alright, so you can see that what we have done, exact same thing. So we're just using this helper function to get the values and then passing a fallback. Okay, and for JWT experts in hours we are using get env as int because this we need to work with int type, and for this cookie secure we need to use get env as bool. And one more thing I actually have checked, which I fixed it, and that is previously this database URL spelling was data like this. Okay, so I just changed this one to database URL. So now this is done. So now what we need to do, right, you are still going to get error because we need to return this. Before that we need to give couple of check here. So first of all I'm just going to do here, right, if this config dot database URL, if this is equal to empty, so in that case I'm just going to return, so I'm going to return the config empty, and here I'm just going to do fmt, and let's use error f, and I'm just going to do database URL is required, so I'll do db URL is required. Okay, and the same thing I'm just going to do for JWT secret also. So I'm just going to do this one as JWT secret, and then I'm just going to do this one as JWT secret is required. Copy this, and the same thing you do for the Google client ID also. So do Google client ID, and you're just going to do Google client ID is required, and maybe let's do for Google secret and the redirect URL. So I'm just going to do Google secret, I'll do Google's client secret is required. Copy one more time, which will be Google redirect URI. So I'll do Google redirect URI, and I'll do Google redirect URI is required. Okay, and now at the end what you need to do, if everything goes correct, so you're going to return the config, which will be this, and you need to return what, you need to return the error, which will be nil. That's it, and you can see that the error is gone and this file is now completed. Okay, so what this package is going to do, this config package is going to load your env variables, it's going to read your env variables, and it's going to return back, which we are going to use later. Now remember one thing, we are not going to run this project now, we still need to do lot of processes. Okay, so please do one thing, just note it properly and try to understand that what actually you're doing in each and every file. So this is our first package, which is our config package, which config package actually is going to work with our env variables. So what will be our next step? Next step will be, now we are going to create our database package. So inside this I'm just going to do here database. Now here we need to create a couple of files and folders. Okay, so first of all I'm just going to do a db.go file, which is going to do our db connection, and the second file will be our migration file, which is going to do the migration. So I'm just going to do migrator.go. okay, also we need to create one more folder here, which will be our db migrations. So I'll do migrations, and here let's create our first SQL file, which will be up for our users. So I'm just going to give sequentially 001 underscore, and I'll do create underscore users dot SQL. So these four files we are going to work in the next part. Okay, so this will be our db connection, this is db migrator logic, and this is where we are going to write our SQL properties, right? So that what are the things one particular model will have. Why I'm telling this one as model or schema, whatever you can say. In case you're a Node.js developer, let's say you worked with MongoDB, it will be easy for you to relate. This is how I also have learned when I learned Golang for the first time. Okay, so you need to understand, just compare all both the things. It's completely different, I know, but you can 100% relate between both. For example, when you're going to create repository here, similarly in Node.js we create controllers. When we are going to create services here, we also create services in Express project. When we are going to create our routes, we also create Express routes, and at the end we are going to combine everything in our main root file, which also in our Node.js project we create our server.ts file, something like that, right? So this is how we need to understand. So now let's start working on this part in the next section. All right, so now let's start creating the db connection first. Okay, so first of all what we're going to do, right, so let's create a function, and I'm just going to give this one as new pool. So what we need, so first we need the context. So this one we need the context dot context. Also we need the database URL, right? So I'm just going to take database URL, and this will be string. Now here what we need to return, right, so this is going to return our pgx pool. Now this is the package that we have installed, so we need to import the pgx pool, and then what you're going to do, this is going to give me a pool which is a struct, and in case there is any error we need to return that error. Okay, now see, from the beginning of this coding that whatever we are doing, I'm going to explain all of this. For example, this is a struct, this is error. Once we'll do certain things, right, I'm not going to go into much details. Why? Because I already mentioned this is going to take a lot of time. In case you don't have any idea, then I think this will not be a good video for you. So in that case, what you need to do, right, you need to first watch some of the beginner level of Golang video, then you can come back here. It's very, very important. Okay, or else if you don't have any idea, it will be very difficult for you to understand, because there are a lot of complicated things that we're going to do in the coming sections. So first of all, let's take a pool. Also we'll take error, and here first of all we need, so we'll take pg pool, pgx pool, and this is going to give me a new method. Okay, now first of all what we need to pass, we need to pass the current context. So I'm going to pass the context, and also I'm going to pass my database URL. Now I'm simply going to check if this error is not equals nil. So in that case I'm simply going to return nil, that means error is present, comma, let's do fmt.error f, and maybe let's do a create pgx pool maybe, and then what we're going to do here, so let's take and then render the error here. Okay, then what we are going to do, simply also let's take a ping here. So we want to check the ping also, so I'm just going to do error, and I'm just going to take the pool dot, and this is going to give me a ping. You have to pass the context, and now I'm simply going to check the same thing, that if the error is not equal to nil, so in that case I'm simply going to do pool dot close, and then I'm simply going to do the same. After this I'm going to return nil, and then we are simply going to copy this, and I'm simply going to do here ping db or ping database, whatever you're going to do. If this is not the case, at the end, if there is no error, we are going to return the pool, and we need to return the error, which will be nil. So this is our first file that we have done. Okay, we are getting this error. Okay, we need to install this, right? So it's missing the go.sample, got it. So let's copy this, we need to install this exact version, and let's go to our backend and let's add it here. All right, so now the error is gone and this is done. I hope that this is clear, right? Whatever you have done simply. So creating, so this new is going to do what? It's going to create a new pool. So where we are going to pass our context, which is very important because this is a global context you can consider. This context is going to help us to work with different kind of timeouts, closing some connections, all these things. Okay, and this is our connection stream. So I think this is done. Now next thing what we need to do, very important, we need to create a migrator logic. So this will be our migrator file. So now let's close everything else, and before that let's go to our migrations. Let's create our first here that what are the properties and everything we are going to have. So first I'm just going to create extension. So I'm just going to create extension if not exist, and what we need, PG crypto. And what actually this PG crypto is, this PG crypto extension is going to help us to create a unique UUID, okay, which we are going to create using this get random UUID method. So here what I'm going to do, simply I'm just going to do here create table. Let's do if not exist, and I'm just going to give this one as users table name, and we need to take certain properties. So first of all let's start with taking the ID. So this will be UUID, and here I'm just going to take this one as primary key. So I'm just going to do primary key. Let's take a default value, and this default value we have to pass a generate. So do gen random underscore UUID. Okay, so this is going to create. Now if you want to check this, you can just copy this and then just search here in Postgres or something like this. So this is a built-in function, right? So here you can see that we are using this PG crypto. This is the package, that extension that we are using. Okay, so this is the first thing what we need. Next we need our email for that user, which I'm just going to take a varchar, and let's take this one as unique because every email has to be unique, and this also very important, will be not null. Then I'm just going to take a name which also will be varchar. Let's take other URL. This will be also varchar, and now I'm just going to take a role which is also varchar. These will be not null, and we need to take a default value. Now default, what are you going to do? So default will be user, correct? So every audience, whenever they are going to come and they're going to sign in using Google, we are going to store the role as a user. And then I'm just going to do this one as check, and let's do a role in. So I'm just going to do here, let's take two. So I'm just going to take here, one will be user, give comma, and one will be admin. Okay, so this is done, give comma, and then I'm just going to take created at, and this will be timestamp not null, and let's take a default, and default will be now. So we are going to take the current time. Okay, so these all the things or columns that we need, okay, for this particular users collections that we are going to have. So I think this is done. Now migrator file has to be very important, okay, and you need to understand that what logic we need to do here. And before that also we need to do one more thing. So this is our internal package, so we need to create our main migrate folder here. So what you will do, right, inside this command folder, I'm just going to name this one as command folder or main folder, whatever you are going to name. So let's create a migrate folder here, and then inside this I'm going to do main.go file. So this is the first thing. The second thing, I need to have our main API file, which is actually equivalent to your Node.js server.ts file or index.ts file. So this is the same file that where we are going to run our application. So this is our entry file, you can consider like this. So inside this I'm going to take API, and then this will be main.go file. Okay, so I think this is done. Now this migrate file, what this file is going to do, right, so this is going to actually use this migrator.go file, that logic that we are going to write. I hope you're getting. But how we are going to do that? So first of all let's do reverse way. Okay, so it will be easy. So here first of all in this main.go file, so first of all I'm just going to change this one to package main. Okay, so this will be my package main. Now let's create a function main, and then inside this, first what you need to do here, so let's see if you can understand all of these things, very important. So first we need to load our config, right? So config means our env variables, right, because we need our database URL. So to do this, first of all I'm just going to take a config, let's take an error, and this will be, so we have our config, right? And this config we need to import from our backend internal config. So this is the file that we have created. Okay, so this will be config, and see, this config is going to give you the load method. Then you're going to simply check if the error is not equals nil, and then I'm just going to do here log. Let's do a fatal if, and I'm just going to do here load config. Okay, and then just log this here. So I'm just going to do here error. Then I'm simply going to take our global context. So I'm just going to do context, and this will be our context dot background. Okay, this context dot background is going to create an empty context, non-nil empty context. I already mentioned all of this in my Go video. So this is the first thing that we need. Now what we need to do, right? We need to create a Postgres connection pool using the DB URL. But how we are going to get the DB URL? So this config is going to give you the DB URL. So you're going to take the DB comma error. So here I'm just going to do database. Okay, and this database, okay, we need to import. Oh, I think we have already created, right? Let me just check. So we have database.new. This is what we need. Sorry, this is what we need. So I'm going to take the database and then new pool, and this is going to take the context. So it's going to pass the root context, which is this one, and then I'm just going to do config dot database URL. See, everything is linked. So now again, just give one more check. So I'll copy this, paste it here, and I'm just going to do here connect DB, something like this. I'll do connect database. And then what you need to do, right? We are going to use the defer, and then we are going to close this. I'm just going to do defer, and I'm just going to do db dot close. Okay, so what this is going to do, so here we are simply telling that run all pending database migration here. Okay, no, sorry, not this one, what I'm talking about. Defer is going to close the database pool when the main function finishes. This is the main function, so defer is going to close the database pool. My bad. So I'm just going to write it here. So defer is going to close the database pool when main finishes. Main means the main function finishes. Main function finishes. Okay, and now what you're going to do, right? Also one more thing, very, very important. Defer means this is going to run at the end of this function. Okay, so I'm just going to write it here, that defer means, see, every time I'll think I'll get this point after some time, and then whenever I'll remember, then I'm going to explain. Okay, so defer is going to this runs at the end of the function. Okay, so this is completed. So now after this we need to run the migration. Okay, but how we are going to run the migration? We need to create a helper function here, which now you need to understand that how we are going to create each and everything. Okay, and this is very, very important. So first of all, let's create a package database and then create a function. Okay, so I'm just going to do a function, and here now what I'm going to do, let's give this one as run migrations. First of all, this need the context. So this will be what? Your context dot context, and also I need the DB. So this will be we need to take, so I'm going to take the pgx pool dot pull, and then let's take error. And here now you need to now understand each and everything that we are doing here. Okay, step by step. So first of all, what we need to do, we need to create a table to track that which migration has always been, which migration already been executed. Okay, so we need to create a table. Why? Because this is going to prevent us the same migration file from running again and again. Very, very, very important. So I'm going to repeat once again. So first step will be, we need to create a table which is going to track that which migration already been done or already been executed, which is going to prevent us so that the same migration file we are not running again and again. Okay, so now one more very, very important thing that we need to do, and that is, so I'm just going to take here. Okay, so I'm just going to do var, and let's do this one as migration. So let's do migration files. I'm going to explain what we are doing here, and I'm just going to do here embed.fs. Now what actually we are doing here, and before that we also need to take here, I'm just going to do here go embed, and let's take this one as migrations, and then this is the file that we are using, so this will be .sql. So now what actually you're doing here, this is very important. So whenever build time will happen, so at the build time, what Go is going to do, Go will take all the SQL files inside the migrations folder, okay, and this is going to store inside this migration files variable. I hope this is clear. Very important. This, if you don't write this file and if you don't write this comment also, it's not going to work. I'm going to repeat once again, these both things are important. So build time, what is going to happen, so Go is going to take all your SQL files and this is going to put inside, Go is going to take all your SQL files inside the migrations folder. So this migrations folder, you have all the migration files. Let's say you have 20 migrations files, and those migrations files it's going to store where? Inside this migrations file variable. Okay, so this is mandatory that we need to do here, important. So now first of all, I already mentioned that we need to create one table. So here I'm just going to take a if, and let's take a error. So what I'll do, right, so I'm going to do db, and db is going to give me this execute, and here you're going to pass the context, and now see what we're going to do here. Okay, so first of all, let's give enter, and let's write here that create table if not exist. We need to check the spelling because I'll do these kind of mistakes always. I'm just going to do here schema underscore migrations, and inside this I'm just going to take a version, and let's take here varchar, which will be my primary key, give comma, and I'm just also going to take applied underscore at, this will be timestamp, and I'm just going to do not null, and I'm also going to take a default, which will be the current time. Okay, so this is what we are going to do, and let's remove this space. So now after this, I'm just going to do if the error is not equal to nil, so in that case I'm going to return, so I'll do fmt dot let's do error f, and I'm simply going to do create schema migration, and here I'm simply going to pass the error. Okay, so this is the first step that we need to do. So now what we need to do, we need to read all the files from the embedded migration folder. So how we are going to do that? So for this one, let's give this one as entries or whatever you want to give, comma error, and this will be, so you need to take fs, and this fs is going to take give this read directory, and this will be my migrations file. So this is the file, this part I already explained. So this will be my migrations files, and what we need to give, we need to give the migrations folder name. So I'm just going to give this one as migrations. Sorry, we need to take in this, so this will be migrations. Okay, and then again give the check that if the error is not equal to nil, so in that case I'm going to return, so I'll do fmt dot error f, and I'm going to do read migrations directory. Okay, and here you're going to pass the error. So this is the second step. Alright, so now after this, let's take a variable. So I'm just going to take this one as file names, and this will be string. So after this, what we're going to do, right, we're going to take a for loop, and here I'm just going to take this one, maybe let's take entry, and this will be range, and I'm just going to range through these entries, this one. So first of all, what we need to check that we are only going to see the SQL files, and if the current item is a folder, we need to skip it, because if this is a folder, we are not going to do anything. If it's an actual SQL file, then only we need to do something. So how you're going to check that? So you're going to do this, if this entry is a directory, so you'll see that you're going to get this directory. So how you're going to skip? So it's a normal concept, so you're going to do continue. Okay, so it's going to skip. If this is not the case, then we need the SQL files. So I'm just going to do if strings, and then you're going to do has suffix, and here you're going to do this entry.name, and then you're simply going to check that if this is a SQL file. Okay, so in that case, you're going to take the file names variable, and you're going to append. So you need to append the file names, and here I'm just going to give the entry.name. Okay, that's it. So this is the first thing we need to do. Now let's do one thing. We also need to sort it, because we have 001, 002 like that. So I'm simply going to take sort, and you're simply going to do strings, and you're going to pass the file name. So it's going to sort the files alphabetically. Okay, so if this is 001, then 002 and 003. See, one thing I wanted to mention, For some of you might be thinking that this is I'm doing little first, and the reason is very simple, because I can't explain each and everything. For example, what strings dot has suffix is doing, right? So what I try to explain here, that you also need to spend some time from your side also, and the things that you're not able to understand and try to see. Please do not go to every time ChatGPT and these AI tools if you're learning, right? For example, I know these things, I have some, at least I've done freelancing project and all those things, so I will be able to understand even if I do these things from ChatGPT or some other AI tool. I'm just giving an example. If you're a college student, you need to learn from AI tools, but you also don't have to learn from AI tools at the same time. Now this is confusing. So what I mean by this, you have to make use of AI tools to learn things faster, but that doesn't mean that you learn everything and you'll be dependent too much on the AI tools. That will be very bad for you, okay? And I'm being very, very honest. So what you should do, right, take AI tools, search on various blogs. If you can learn from official documentation, that is best, but it will be a little tricky. So I'm just giving, so watch the video. If you're not able to understand, do research, come back and do once again, then only you can learn, or else you'll be dependent on AI and AI is going to take your job. As simple as that, okay? So now, so after this, what we need to do, right, we now need to look through again all the migration file in the sorted order, because now we have already filtered, we only have the SQL files here. So again, we're going to take a for, and let's take this one as file name maybe, and I'm just going to do this one as range. So we have our file names, and here we can simply do map. So I'm just going to check that if this migration is already applied or not. So I'm just going to do applied. No, I'm just going to do already applied. So already applied, and this will be a bool. So now how we are going to check that? Now remember, we already created one table for that, schema migrations table, right? So we need to check this table to see that this file is already exist or not. As simple as that. So after this, I'm simply going to do if error equal to, so you have the db dot, so you have to do query row, so you have to pass what, so you have to first pass the context, and here you are going to now do the query, right? So I'm going to take a template literals, and inside this, what we are going to do, simply I'm going to do select exist, and inside this I'm just going to do select one, and then from where, from the this schema migration table that we have created, this one. So copy this, paste it here, where you're going to do what, you're going to check the version will be equal to $1. So if there is a match, so that means what, this is already applied, right? So we need to check this is very, very important, so that we'll not do multiple times. So after this, what we're going to do, we're going to pass the file name here, and then I'm going to do a scan, right? So see what is happening. Scan works the same as rows. If no rows were found, it's return error no rows. If multiple rows are returned, it ignores all but the first, okay? So now I'm simply going to pass already applied, and then what I'm going to do, if the error is not nil, so in that case I'm just going to return fmt.errorf, and I'll do check migration. So let's render both, right? So let's render the file name and also the error. So here I'm also going to render the error. So I'm just going to do here file name, and also let's render the error, both the things, okay? So this is done. So now what we are going to do, so first okay, this is done. After this, okay, so now we are going to understand that if this is applied or not. So if already applied, we're not going to do anything. So again we are going to do continue. So now after this, what we need to do, now we need to read our SQL content from our embedded migration file. So here I'm just going to do, let's do SQL bytes comma error, and here I'm simply going to do migrations files dot read file, and we need to go to migrations, right? So this will be migrations slash, and here I'm just going to add the file name. So now after this, I'm simply going to do, if the error is not equal to nil, so in that case I'm simply going to do return fmt.errorf. So I'll do read migration, okay, and here I'm simply going to do file name and the error. So this is done. So now what we are going to do simply, so now we need to start, okay, these, Okay, I think this is correct. So now after this we need to start our database transactions. Okay, so what this database transaction is going to do, so this is going to first run your migration SQL, and then it's going to record that migration in this schema migration table that we have created. Why? So that once that migration is completed, next time it's not going to do that. So this is already applied will become true, and it's going to skip that particular migrations file. I hope this is clear. So now after this what we'll do, right? So let's take transaction, maybe let's take tx. So error, and this will be equal to, so you have the db dot begin, and here I'm just going to do context. So let's give check here. So I'll do if not equal to nil. So here I'm just going to do return fmt.errorf. So I'll do begin transaction, and then what we'll do, so after this we need to execute our actual SQL. So to do this, let's take a if error, and here I'm just going to do transaction. I think we have execute. Okay, this is what we need, and this is going to take the context, and also it's going to take our SQL. So to do this, first we need to take a string, and you have to pass the SQL bytes. Okay, so let's give check once again if this error is nil. So in that case, if there is error, so what we are going to do, you're going to roll back this transaction. How you can roll back? Simply you'll do tx, and you're going to get this rollback, and you're going to pass the context. Okay, that's it. And then also you're going to return fmt.errorf, and you're going to do execute migration, and let's render both, right? So I'm just going to render the file name and the error. So I think this is done. And then what you're going to do, right, once the successful migration is done, we need to record this in our migration file, so that in a schema migration table we are not going to run it once again. So to do this, we're going to again take if. So I'll do error, so I'll do transaction.execute, I'll do context, and now here let's do insert into. So we have to take the schema migrations that we have created, and here I'm just going to pass the version, and the values we have to pass. So this will be 1, right? And then after this, what you have to pass? You have to pass the file name. This file name is nothing but, see, remember we are mapping, right? We are doing a range here. So this file name we passed, and then again give one small check. So I'll do if error is not equal to nil. So what we can do, right, simply again let's do the rollback only. So I'm just going to copy this, and let's paste it here, and instead of this I'm just going to do record migration, because now we are doing the record, not execute. And I think save this. I think till this part this is done. What else we need to do? I think successful execution. Okay, we need to commit it now. So I'm just going to take one more if, so this will be error. So here we are going to do tx.commit, pass the context, and check once again if the error is not nil, and I'm just going to return. So do fmt.errorf. So copy this, paste it here. So here I'm just going to do commit migration. Okay, and I think this is done, and at the end, if all migrations are successful, we are going to return nil. Now this is a huge complicated thing we have done, I know, but what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to explain you what we have done one more time. Let's start one by one. So first, what actually we are doing, this is simple to understand, that build time Go is going to do what? It's going to take all your SQL files inside this migrations folder, right, this migrations folder, and it's going to store them in this particular variable. Okay, this is very important. Now see why actually we need this, right? So this means what will happen, our app can actually run migrations. We don't need any separate, or without needing separate SQL files, okay, next to your compiled binary. So what actually you're doing here is simply telling that you go to this SQL files, we go to this migrations folder, take all the SQL files, and you're going to store these inside this variable. Then we have a run migration. So first step is very important. We need to track, right? We can have multiple migrations so that we don't run same migrations again and again. So that is the reason we have taken a we are doing a db.execute, right? And this is going to we are running a query here that if create table if not exist, this is the table that we are tracking. We have a version, varchar, primary key, and just have a timestamp. Okay, now what we are doing next, so we're taking entries. These entries is going to do what? It's going to read directly from this migrations file that we have created, this one variable, from this folder. If the error is present, so you render that error or log this error, whatever. So now once this is done, we are taking a variable. So first we need to do what? We need to skip any kind of folder. We just have to check the files, and if the file has a .sql extension, then only we are going to append this in this variable. Okay, so here we're simply checking if this has a suffix SQL, you append this, we are going to sort it, and now we need to do a lot of things here, right? So this is where you're doing map and everything. So first what you're doing here, so you're doing a range, taking a variable that if this is already applied or not. So how we are going to check it? So check it, we need to do select exist, select one from this particular table where version is, there is a match in version, right? So we have the file name we are passing, right? Because this is the file name. Then we are going to simply check that, okay, if this is already applied, you are not going to do anything, and then we are going to read our actual SQL content. So this is going to read our actual SQL content, right? So we are doing migrations file dot read file migration / file name. So we have the migrations folder, inside that we have a file name. Okay, if this is not nil, you are going to do whatever you want to do. Then we are starting our transaction. What actually transaction is going to do? Very important, two things: run the migration file, actual run. Second, it's going to record the migration in your schema migration table that you have created, this table. Okay, so we are doing this. So we'll do db.begin transaction, and now we are going to execute. To execute, what you're going to do, transaction.execute, pass that SQL bytes, right? If there is anything wrong, you're going to roll back. If this is correct, so that means execution is completed. Now what we need to do, so that means this particular file migration is now done, correct? So that means now we need to record that inside our table, so that next time you'll understand that, okay, this file is now executed. This is what we are doing here. So inserting that file name, that, okay, this is now completed. If there is error, again do the rollback, and this is done. And at the end, what we need to do, we need to commit it. What commit is going to do? Commit is going to permanently saves both your schema change and the migration record. This is very important. We are passing the context, and everything is done. We are going to return nil. So this is what we need to do. This is a long process, right? But if you just go through each and every step one by one, it's not that much difficult. So with this, now this is done. So what we need to do, next part, we are going to run this migrate file. We're going to start our Docker, right? So we already created a Docker compose, and we need to see if the migration is successful or not. If there is any error, so we need to see this. So first let's save this. So let's see or test this one in the next part. Once the migration is successful, then only what we can do, we can start working on our auth backend. All right, so now this not this one, the migrator logic is done. So now what we need to do, we need to go to our migrate this main.go file, and here now we need to call that, right? We haven't called this. This is which one? Okay, let's save this for now. So we'll go here and see that we are using defer in this part. So now what we need to do, we need to actually call this run migration function. So what we can do, simply I'm just going to take here if error, and here I'm simply going to do database dot run migrations, pass the context, and also you need to pass the db. Okay, and then I'm simply going to do if error is not equal to nil, so I'll do log dot fatal. So let's do here run migrations, and then I'm just going to render the this error. And now let's do one thing, log dot println, and I'm just going to do migrations successfully completed. Now why this is needed, so you can see the flow, right? You're loading the env variables, do the connection here, create the pool, and then run the migration. This migration is going to call this, and this is going to do all the things that we have discussed. So now let's run this and see if there is any error or anything. So I'm going to do go run, do / command, and then we have /migrate, right? So command /migrate. Okay, also before this we also need to, let's go to root, and I'm just going to do docker compose up -d. Okay, so I think we haven't done this, so we need to also do this, and then we are going to do the migration. So let's wait for some time. Okay, so I think this is done. So now let's go to backend. So here what do we need to run? We need to go to this migrate folder and we need to run this, right? So we'll do go run. So we'll go to command/migrate, right? So this is the file that we need to run. Enter. Okay, migration successfully. Panic. Okay, what we have done there? Okay, this will be println. So save this. So let's clear once again and let's run it. Alright, so migration is successfully completed. Fantastic. So that means this part is done. Now one thing I wanted to mention once again, in case you're not able to understand all of this, right, please go through this file. There are a lot of things that we have covered here. Try to spend some time and see. I think it's not that much difficult. Like for me, I think I can easily understand. Okay, that is fine. But for you, if you're a beginner, or let's say you have very less experience in Golang, so try to go through. But basic things you are doing, right? You're doing some db execute, creating just taking variable, doing a for loop, read the files, starting the transaction, executing the transaction, committing the transaction. So this is what we are doing here. And also very important, we are simply checking that how many migrations are already done, so the next time we are not doing the same migration again and again. Okay, so I think with this, one of the most important part we have completed as part of this. So now what will be our next step? As I already mentioned, the next step, we need to do a lot of things. Okay, so first we'll start with the very basic and important thing, and that is creating our model. So here what I'm going to do, right, so inside internals, let's create models, and here I'm just going to give this on our first model. Maybe let's do user.go. okay, so here close this. So first I need here type, so I'm just going to do user, so I'll do struct, and inside this first I need the id will be string, and also let's do a mapping of JSON, so I'm just going to do JSON, so this will be id. Next we have email, this also will be string, and here I'm also going to do this one as email. Okay, next we need name, so this will be name. Next we have author URL, correct? So all these things we have already taken in our columns in our migrations. So we'll do author URL, and this will be author underscore URL. Then I'm also going to take a role, so this will be role, and at the end I'm going to take a created at, or let's take this on capital, and then we are also going to take a created at, so this will be time, so let's import time, and we need time. And for JSON, let's take JSON, and I'm just going to do this one as created underscore at. So this will be our user struct that we need, model. This is the model that we are going to interact in our repository services wherever we need this. Compare this with your Mongoose model that you usually create, right? So this is the first step. So now second thing what we need to do, now we need to create our repository. So what this repository is going to do, repository is going to actually interact with your DB. Repository is the place where we are going to actually store our user information into our DB. Okay, once we'll create the repository, we need to create our services. Okay, so services is going to something like our business logic. Once we'll create our services, we need to create what? Our middleware. Then we are going to create our HTTP handlers. Okay, HTTP handler means, so what actually HTTP handlers? HTTP handler means whether this will be so HTTP handler, if I try to explain in simpler way, that we are going to divide into two files. So we are going to have a handler file, and then there will be a routes file. Handler file is going to actually call your service. Route file actually is going to tell whether this will be get request, post request, delete request, or update request. You're getting right? So what I try to explain here, that we need to create four files apart from middleware. Middleware only once for auth, For other we don't have to do it, but for others we need to create repository, we need to create services, we need to create handlers, and we need to create routes. So this is the structure that we are going to follow. Okay, so from the next part, the first step what we are going to do, we will be creating our repository. So repository, as I already mentioned, it's going to do what? It's going to execute your queries, SQL queries, right? And it's going to save your user information into your PostgreSDB. So let's see how you're going to do that in the next part. Alright, so now it's time to implement our the main auth logic, and this will be a long section. Okay, and there will be a lot of files we need to create. And also you need to understand that how each and every file is connected to each other, so you have to be very careful. And remember, we are not using any third-party packages for authentication. Okay, so this is going to be extremely important section for you, because I think a lot of you are actually interested in learning auth. So for example, for this one you are normally going to use our Google auth package, right? We are not using something like Clark or some other packages. So try to understand this particular process carefully. And also because we are going to have a lot of puzzles that we need to connect together, so there will be multiple files. From the first time, there is a possibility that you are not going to understand what is happening here. So give me some time, or take some time, watch the entire section, try to implement the code, and then you come back and you'll see that how you can connect all the files together. So first let me explain that how many files we need to have. Okay, so first of all, let's do one thing. Let's create here one more first file, which will be our repositories. Okay, so I'm just going to do repositories, RIES. Okay, what actually this file is going to do, or this folder repositories. So I'm just going to do like this, right? I'm going to compare this one to a MAN project. So in MAN project, normally what will happen, so you're going to have your controllers, you're going to have your services, where you're going to have your business logic, then you're going to have your handlers, route handlers, then you're going to have your main route file, and at the end you are going to use that main route file in your server.ts file, something like that, right? These repositories is going to do what? This is going to interact with your PostgreSDB. Simple. Then we are going to have a services folder also. So here let's create a services folder. This services folder is going to have all your auth related business logic, for example JWT token creation, all those things. Okay, then what we are going to have, right, we are also going to have a very important folder, which will be HTTP. Inside this HTTP we are going to have our HTTP handlers, we are going to have our middlewares, we are also going to have our routes. Okay, so let's create all these files so that you can understand. So I'm just going to do handlers, also need to create middleware, so I'm just going to do here middleware, and let's create here routes. Okay, so these three we are going to have here. So we have handlers, middlewares, and routes. So now next thing will be what? Now we are going to have our main root server not server, main app.go file, so that we are going to have in our internal folder. So what actually this is going to do, so this is where we are going to combine all the things together, and at the end we are going to call this server from our main API main.go file. Okay, so for now let's forget about all of this, because this can be little tricky, because you need to understand that how all these things are connecting with each other. First, let's do one thing. Let's start with creating the repository. So here I'm just going to do here user underscore, let's give this one as repository, right? So okay, dot go. So first of all, what we need to do, so this will be package repositories. I'll try to explain most of the things. In some places that can be little fast, because it's not possible to explain each and everything. You also need to do some of the research by yourself. So I'm just going to take a type. Let's take this one as user repository, and this will be a struct. And here what I'm going to do, right, first we need to interact with our DB. So we need something related to DB. So that means we need our Postgres connection pool that we are going to use, or that we are using in our application. So here what we need to do, so this will be our PGX pool that we are going to have, and this will be dot pool. Okay, so this will be the first. What this user repository is going to have, this is going to contains all your database queries related to user. Simple. So from using this struct, you will be able to queries whenever you want to do something, or you want to get some data, something like that, or you want to push some data to your DB. Then we are also going to have one more struct, which is going to insert or upsert our user information to our PostgreSDB. Why actually need it? So because once the Google login is successful, we need to add that particular user information in our PostgreSDB. Correct? So I'm just going to do, so let's do this one as upsert user input, and this will be a struct. And here what are the things we need? So I'm just going to take the email, which will be, sorry, this will be a string. Then we also need a name, which also will be a string. And then we are going to name, let's take up the URL, which also will be a string. So these three things we need. Okay, now what we need to do? Now we are going to create a user repository, which we are going to create from this user repository, okay, with the given database pool that we have created. So first let's create a function. You'll understand what you're doing. So I'm just going to do a new user repository, okay, and here this is going to take this db, which will be what, the same pgx.pool, and here this is going to, I'm just going to take our user repository that we have created. So simply what we are doing here, this new user repository is going to create a user repository with the given database pool. Okay, what this is going to return? This is going to return a pointer. Why? Because we need to, or basically our app can reuse the same repository instance whenever it's need to. Okay, so it's going to return a pointer. So how you can return a pointer? Now this is what I'm talking about, that you need to understand all those things. Consider that you don't know what is the concept of pointer. Now for me it's not a Golang beginners course, right? So I'll not be able to explain each and every line that what actually is pointer. That is the reason highly recommended that watch all these some videos. I already have one videos, or else if you don't know some term, what you need to do, right, you have to search that particular term in some AI tool or Google, and then you come back and do again. This is how you need to do it. So you're going to do what? We're going to return a pointer. So I'm just going to return the user repository, and here we need to simply pass our db. Okay, so this will be our db. That's it. So this will be the second thing. Now how many methods we are going to have? So let's do little first. So you're going to have one which is going to upsert our user information to our PostgreSDB, and the second one will be, we also need to find that user information by the ID. So let's start with the first one. So this will be function. I'm going to take this on our user repository. So let's give this one name as, maybe let's do upsert by email, and here we need our context. So context will be what? So we'll do context dot context. Also we need our input, right? Input is nothing but our user information. So this will be our this type, which is going to get our email name and other URL. And here what you're going to return, so I'm just going to get our models. So models, we have already created model, right? So model.user, correct, and there can be an error also. This model.user we have created, remember this one. So now what we need to do here first, so let's take a var. So I'm just going to do user. So this will be my model.user, and here I'm just going to take error. So first now I need to do the db query. Okay, so what we need to do here, we need to insert our user information to our db. If you're not sure, if you go to my channel, you'll see that I have a Postgres full course video uploaded on my channel, and there I've explained each and every raw db queries that how you can write. Okay, if you're not sure, you can watch that particular video also, and then you'll see that I have this particular video that I've uploaded. So if you want, you can watch this particular video also. So now what we can do, right, simply how we are going to query. So these, I already mentioned what this user repository is going to give. It's going to give you the access so that you can do any kind of db queries. So that means if I do r.db, and you'll see that if I do dot, and you'll see that you're going to get all of this. So here what you need, right, you need something called query row, and you have to pass the context first, and then you have to write your db query. So I'm just already have written this one. I'm not going to write, it's going to take some time. This is raw query. Copy this. You can also take it from your source code that I've added, or else I will highly suggest that you can write it by yourself. What simply we are doing, we are just inserting our user information into our user collection, email name of the URL and role. This is the value, or this change this one to user. So by default we need to push this one to user. Okay, on conflict email is simply nothing. If there is already one particular email that is already present in your db, and we are try to log in or register with the same email, then it's going to give you error. Okay, what actually excluded means the new values that we try to insert. Okay, returning is simply going to give you the final user row once the insert or update is done. This returning, that means you're simply telling that give me all this information back, as simple as that. So this is done. Now what you're going to do right here, I'm simply going to, after this, let's take strings. So I'm just going to do strings, and let's take a trim. I think it's trim space. Okay, this one. So trim space, and then you'll get the input. So you'll take the input dot first one will be input dot email, second one will be, so let's take strings dot trim space. So we'll do input dot, next we have name, and then we have the avatar URL. So copy this, paste it here, and this will be avatar URL. Okay, so these three things we are passing here. So now what you're going to do, right, I'm just going to do a scan, and here, so what scan is going to do, right, is scan is going to copies return database columns into your user struct field that we have created. We have a user struct field, right? So this scan is going to copy those data, that those information that is written by your database columns into your user struct field. So here I'm simply going to do this one as user.id, right? Then you have user.email, then you have user.name, then we have user.avatar URL, then we have user.role, and then we have user.created@. And if you notice, these things we have actually taken here, all these things. So I think this is done. So this is the first thing we need to do, comma. And now after this, first we need to give a check that I'm just going to do if error, sorry, not equal to nil. So here I'm just going to do return. So I'm just going to return nil. Why? So if error is nil, so we're going to return nil, and here we need to return an error. So I'm just going to do here, so let's do fmt dot error f, and I'm simply going to do upsert user by email failed, or whatever you want to give, something like this. If this is not the case, I'm simply going to return what? You have to return what? You have to return the created or the updated user. So how you are going to return? You are going to return the user, and what will be the error? Error will be nil. Okay, so this is what you need to do here. This is very simple to understand. Okay, when it will be simple, couple of things you need to know. First of all, you know the basic concept of Golang, that what is happening, why you taken the context. Okay, and some of the very important concept, like let's say what is the concept of pointer, how you can write a variable. Second thing, you should know the basic Postgres or SQL queries, how you can write, what is happening here. If you know these two things, these will be very simple. Okay, I will say that even learning Golang is simpler, way simpler than JavaScript. Or in JavaScript you have multiple things to learn, every day new frameworks and things are coming, but Golang is absolutely fantastic. But you have to understand some of the things you'll be able to do. For example, let's say when I learned all these things, right, first time I'll be like, okay, what is happening here, because I was coming from Node.js background. But the moment I do some projects, right, these will be extremely simple. Now I can do this on all these things blindly. Okay, so this is done. Next will be one more method you have to do, that will be find by ID, sorry, find by user ID or find by ID. So I'm just going to take a function. Again, we have to take R, so this will be our user repository. So I'm just going to do find by ID. This will be your context. Okay, so here what you need, see, just compare this one with a Node.js project. Simple. So when you do a Node.js project, why I'm telling Node.js project, because most of my channel viewers are actually from Node.js background. They have some idea that when you're doing find by ID in a Node API, what you'll get, you are going to get something called your something like this, right? You'll get a user ID. So that means you need to have a user ID as input. So similarly here also you're going to take a user ID as input. The only difference is the way of writing code will be different. Okay, so this is also going to return what? So I'm going to return my model.user, or else there will be error. Now here again, let's take where user will be model.user, we'll do error equal to, I'm just going to do here r.db.query row, and here we are going to pass our context, and then we also have to write our query. So I've already written this, so just copy this, paste it here. So simply we are telling that query one particular user by ID, right? From user, this is the table name where ID is equal to $1 is simply telling that which ID I'm actually giving now. So here now I'm going to give that. Okay, so this will be my ID, so this will be my trim space, and here I'm just going to tell that, okay, this user ID. So when this is going to query, simply going to check that where ID is equal to this user ID, give me that user information. And again after this, what you have to do, you have to give here so okay, something we are doing wrong, is it? No, it's fine. So I have to do scan here, and then I have to just use the same thing. So return me all of this. So copy this, paste it here, and I think this is done. And then again something like this, so I'm just going to copy this and then we'll just paste it here. So here I'm just going to do user find user by ID field. Okay, and I think this is done. So these two user repository methods you need. Okay, I hope that you'll understand this one, not that much difficult to understand. Now what will be our next step? Now okay, one thing I wanted to mention here, again, no one is going to explain or teach like this, especially on YouTube. I can guarantee in YouTube I have seen a lot of videos on Golang and everything, right? So what people usually do, I think that also makes sense, right? So they will copy paste most of the things and they will explain. But here I'm taking this one seriously because now things will be little complicated because we are going to do back and forth. But I will try not to do that. Why? Because we need to create services, we need to create handlers, and we need to do back and forth here. But instead of that, what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to explain in a different way. What I'm trying to explain is that each and everything that we are doing, right, for example, all those things will be connected to each other from next 1 hour. So after 1 hour, when we are going to join all the pieces together, that time you need to remember that what actually we have done in this particular file. You are getting what I'm talking about, right? So try to understand everything. Don't do it blindly like you watch the video, the video is on, whatever I'm typing you are typing. Don't do it like that. Okay, then what you have to do, you have to watch 10 Golang videos, still you will not be able to do project by yourself. I can guarantee. I've seen all these things, right, in my experience. If you do blindly, you will not be able to do it. If you do properly, you need only 2-3 projects, and then only you'll be able to create project by yourself. So now next thing what we're going to do, right? So first of all, you need to understand that in my auth handler that we are going to create, what actually we are going to do. So why actually we need our auth handler? Auth handler is going to do what? Auth handler is going to have our actual method that we are going to use. So what I mean by this, for example, let's say in our UI we are going to have a button login. So whenever we are going to click on login, it will go to the Google login page. So that particular method we are going to have in our auth handler, okay, or in our handler. What services file is going to have? Services file is going to have our actual business logic or helper function. For example, let's say once the login is successful, we need to create a JWT token. So that handler I'm going to create in this services file. You're getting the reason of doing that, so that we'll keep our structure clean and also it will be easy for you to understand. So first what we're going to do, right, let's do one thing, right? So maybe let's go to auth handler, although there will be some error for now because until unless we're going to create our services, we can't reuse everything here. So first let's create it. So I'm just going to do auth handler .go, and also let's create our auth service.go. So I'll do auth service.go. So let's start working on this in the next part. Okay, so these two things we are going to create, very important. Once we can create these two files properly, right, next part will be very simpler. So let's see how we are going to do that in the next part. All right, so now let's get started. And one more thing, I've just now seen that we have created this file inside this server folder. That is wrong. Sorry, let's delete this. We need to create this one inside services folder. Okay, so I'm just going to do auth underscore service.go, and we need to do now this one back and forth. Okay, so first of all, what we need in our auth handler is going to contain all your HTTP handler methods. I think I've already mentioned related to your authentication. So first I'm just going to take a type. So I'm just going to do auth handler, and this will be struct. So first of all, I need our configs, so envs. So here I'm just going to take our config.config. Next I need the auth service. Now this is, I'm going to have our placeholder. So this will be my auth service. Okay, now this auth service actually contains your authentication logic. For example, let's say we want to create our auth state, exchanging our Google code, JWT token creation, all these things. So now what we'll do, again I already mentioned it, we need to do back and forth. So first now let's go to our auth service. So here what I'm going to do, right, I'm just going to do type, and let's do this one as auth service. Okay, so I'll do auth service, and this also will be a struct. And here I'm just going to take, first of all, I need the config here also. So I'll do config.config, and also here what we also need a auth config. So this auth config actually is going to store your Google authentication, and here you already have the auth2 package that we have installed, and this is going to give you this config option. Okay, also we need our HTTP client here. So I'm just going to take this one as http.config. client. Okay, so these three things we need here. All right, now next thing what we need, first of all, because we are going to have a Google Auth login, right? So we need to have some kind of stuff when you are going to tell that, okay, these all the information that I'm going to represent when I'm going to do my Google Auth login. So represent in the sense, what are the properties that I'm going to have. So here I'm just going to do Google user info. I think I've already added that. Let me just copy. So this is going to save some time. So if you see, right, what are the things? So this will be my ID. So this is your Google user ID. This is your unique Google email address, right? Verified email. This is going to check or whether Google is going to say that whether you have verified your email or not. Very, very important. And this is the name and the picture. Okay. So this will be my Google user info stuck. Similarly, we are also going to have a auth claims. Why? Because when you are going to create our JWT token, if you have worked in Node.js middleware and authentication concepts, you know that we can actually store custom information inside JWT, and this is what we are going to do here also. Okay, so for this one, let's copy this and we'll paste it here. So what actually we are doing, so this is going to represent your custom data we are going to store inside our JWT. User ID, our application's user ID, email, our user email that is stored in the token, username that is stored in the token, and what this jwt.register claim is going to do, if I'm not wrong, this is going to include your standard JWT fields. For example, what actually standard JWT field normally has, your subject, expiry time, and all these things, right? And these we need to import. So I'm just going to do jwt import dot register claims. Okay, so these things you need. Next, now what you're going to do now, similarly, remember we have created our new repository service here, this one. Similarly, we need to create our new auth service, which is going to do what? Which is going to create and return a new auth service. Okay, so for this one, I'm simply going to do function and I'll do new auth service, and here let's take this on a config. So this config will be my config.config, and here this is going to return the auth service that we have. Now here what I'm going to return, I'm going to return the auth service, and inside this I'm going to return config, which will be the config. Then we are going to have our auth config, right? So if you notice, right, we have all these things, auth config, HTTP client. So in the auth configs, what you need to return, so auth config will be what? Your auth config, the default auth config, so which will be your auth config, and here you are going to return the client ID. So client ID will be what? Your config.google client ID. Remember, we have added in our env. Then we have our client secret, which will be config.google client secret. Then also we are going to have our redirect URL. So this redirect URL is going to your config.google redirect URL. Okay, and now I'm also going to have an endpoint. This endpoint will be my Google, this package that we have, okay, dot endpoint. Okay, this is important. Why actually needed? This is going to use your Google's actual auth endpoints. And very, very important, we also need to have a scope. So what this scope is, now this is a normal concept, I'm still explaining. Scope is going to ask Google for basic identity details. So normally in the scopes we are going to give, so this will be a string, and here I'm just going to simply tell this one as OpenID. So OpenID, comma profile, comma email, these three things. Okay, so this will be the auth config. Then what else we have? We also have the HTTP client. So now let's take the HTTP client. So this will be your http.client, and here we are going to, let's give a timeout, and I'm just going to maybe this one as 15-second timeout. So do 15 into time dot second. Okay, so this will be my new auth service. I hope this is clear, right? So now what we need to do, right? So first of all, let's go here, and this auth service now we are going to use here, okay, because this is going to have our actual authentication logic. So I'm just going to take this one as auth service, and this will be my services dot auth service. Okay, now remember, this is not yet completed, but this is how we need to do it, or else you're not going to understand. So this will be my auth service. Then you're also going to use our repository. Why? Repository contains your database queries, right? So maybe you need it, so that's why you are also going to take our user repository. So I'm just going to do user repo, and this will be my repositories dot user repository. So these three things we need. So now what we're going to do, again, we need to create a function, and I'm just going to do new auth handler, and this is going to take the config. So this will be the config, comma, we are going to take our auth service. So this one, now let's take this one caps. So do auth service. So auth service will be what? Your services dot auth service, and you're also going to take your user repo, and these will be your repositories dot user repository. Okay, what this is going to return? So this is going to represent or create, the better way to put will be, so this is going to create a new auth handler with required dependencies. So this will be what? Your auth handler, and then you're going to do what? You're going to return. So you'll do auth handler, and here you're going to return the config. So config will be config, then you're going to have your auth service, which is your auth service, and then you're going to have a user repo, which will be your user repo that you'll have. So save this, and this is done. Now you'll understand what you're going to do. Okay, so first of all, what we need to do, we need to start our Google authentication whenever we are going to click on any button. So that means we need to have one method which is going to trigger the user authentication, and those methods we are going to write here. So I'm just going to do function. Let's take this one as h, and this will be my auth handler, and here I'm just going to name this one. So this is any name you can give. Okay, so we'll do Google auth, and here now I'll need the context. So I need to use Fiverr, so I'll do Fiverr context, and then I'm just going to return an error in case there is any error. So I'm just going to do something state error equal to, so I'll do h dot auth service, and here we need to do what? Now we are going to have or create all our helper function, and that helper function we are going to use here. Okay, now see, if I do dot something, nothing is coming, right? Because we haven't created any helper function yet, and that we are going to create in our actual auth service file. You're getting what is happening here. So now what we're going to do, right? So let's go here, let's create one by one. So first I'm just going to create a function, and then I'm just going to do service. So I'm going to take this one as a s, and then I'm just going to do auth service, and let's do this one as generate state token. Okay, and here I'm just going to do string, comma, error. And now if you go here, I'm just giving you example. See, this is coming. So this is what we are using here. Okay, so now first let's create this. So we're going to create one by one, then we are going to use it here. Now again, if you want, you can create all of this here also, but it's always better to like create better way so that your folder structure is clean. You'll understand why. See, one thing I will tell you, one good suggestion that I've learned in my professional experience, that try to keep your business logic always in a separate file. Okay, this is a very good practice. Business logic, your DB queries, both a different thing in the sense from a logic point of view, right? So if you're keeping both in a separate file, it will be extremely difficult, it is extremely easy for you to understand. Also it will be extremely readable for other developers also. So that is the reason I always try to see. I'll tell you one thing, even in my company, right? Let's say I see, no one writes code by themselves right nowadays. What is happening, everyone uses AI and everything, but you need to understand that how we are going to tell AI that okay, this is what you're going to do. For example, if AI is not there, how I'm going to write that code? The same prompt or the same approach I'm going to tell AI also. You're getting right what I'm talking about. So this is what I'm going to use. This is how I'm going to create the files. So now here, first of all, I'm just going to take a buffer, and here we need to take a make property. So I'm just going to do a make, and now I'm just going to pass a byte. This all the things I've already explained. Okay, now I'm simply going to do here if, comma, if there is any error. So I'm just going to take a random dot. So let's do a read, and here I'm just going to pass the buffer. So what simply going to do, we are creating a buffer slice. Length is 32. Again, I'm explaining if you're, in case you're not able to understand. And this is, we are taking, why? Because we are taking a random bytes. That is much strong, because what we need a state token, correct? And now what we are going to do, right? Simply whatever token that, whatever buffer or byte slice that you have created here, that we are going to fill this particular buffer with a cryptography. So this is what we are using, cryptography random bytes or secure random bytes. So that is the reason we are taking this. And then I'm simply going to tell that okay, error not equal to nil, and let's return. So we need to return string, right? So this will be empty, and I'm simply going to do fmt dot error f, and I'll do generate state token See, for now, one thing, okay, another thing I wanted to make, so that you will not understand that I'm doing something wrong. Here the best way of writing will be like this. So you have to give here that, okay, what error you're getting, something like this. But because of time and everything, for now I'm just going to write it like this, that okay, string this failed. Okay, but for now I've already used that particular structure in other places. Try to use that by, or write that by yourself. And then what you're going to do, simply you're going to convert that bytes into a URL safe string. Okay, how you're going to do that? So you're going to do a return, we'll take a base 64. Okay, and then this is going to give a raw, I think it's called raw URL encoding. Okay, so this is what you need. And then you're going to do encode string, you have to pass the buffer, and or else your error will be null. Okay, so this is what you need. So now what this is going to do, this is going to convert your bytes into a string, URL safe string. Okay, so now let's save this. Again, you're going to have errors and everything for now. Okay, we are not using this, so later we'll see that. So first let's go back there again. So first what we need to do, we need to generate our state token. I hope this is clear. Now what we're going to do, we'll do if error is not equal to nil. So in that case we are going to return. So now just like you return in Express, right, you are going to return some JSON, right, back to your UI. So here you're going to do a c.status, this one. Okay, so this is actually your this Fiverr.context that you are using, right? Here what you're going to do, you're going to do Fiverr. This is going to give a status internal server error. Okay, means if you have error, right, so you have to return something you're getting, then you're going to do a .json, and then you're going to do a Fiverr.map. and now what you have to give, you have to give a message. This is how we can return. So here I'm just going to do a message. So message will be something like failed to generate or whatever, blah blah you want to give, generate the state token. That's it. Okay, so this is done. Now what you're going to do, we're going to do is h.auth service dot, again we need to create one more method. What method we need to create? Now the token that you're going to get, we are going to store that token in a HTTP only cookie. You're getting why? Because when you'll do the Google authentication, you have a Google callback. Your callback is going to compare this cookie with the state from your query params, and if there is a match, then only it's going to do what it's going to actually understand that okay, you are authenticated. So it's like a token creation, and first of all we need to create the cookie. Okay, so let's do one by one, or else this will be a little tricky. So now let's go here, and then I'm just going to create one more function here. So I'm just going to do function is, let's give this one as auth service, and I'm just going to do set auth state cookie maybe, and here we'll take our Fiverr.context, and I'm also going to get the value, should be string. Okay, so first of all you'll do c.cookie, you're going to have a cookie option here, and then first of all you have to pass the Fiverr.cookie, and now what you have to give, you have to give all the properties. Okay, so first of all you have to give a name. Now this is important, this name will be your cookie this will be your cookie state name. So for this one maybe let's do here, I'm just going to write const, let's do here maybe auth state, because we need to also use this one in other places. So let's take a variable, and then I'm going to do .name, and here I'm just going to give this one as Google auth state, something like this. Okay, so this is what we need to do. So now we are going to simply use this here, so I'll just use that one here. So I'll do auth cookie name, then we also give the value. So the value will be the value that we are going to get, this value. Then I'm just going to give a path. Okay, why slash we are giving means you're simply telling that the cookie that we are creating, that is available for the whole site or whole application simply. Then I'm just going to do HTTP only for true for now. Let's give secure, and this will be as.config.cookie secure, right? So this one, and here this cookie secure will be, if I go to env, you'll see that we have a cookie secure which is false for now. Okay, so this is the value. In case you're getting confused that from where it is coming, this is coming from your config, from where it is coming, because you have a config here, right? So this is where we're simply taking that value. Okay, so this is done. Also I think we need to take this one inside this, and then after this what else we need to take, we also take a same site. So this will be also h.config.cookie same site. Then we have the domain, So this will be as dot, I think we haven't given any domain, but for now it's fine, let's take it. So we'll do cookie domain. Also let's give a max age. So max age, how much you can give, maybe let's give 10 minutes is also enough. Maybe let's give 20 minutes for now, whatever you want to give, it's up to you. Okay, so I'm going to give 20 minutes. So this is going to set the cookie. Okay, so now again we need to go back. So now what you're going to do, simply first we need to set it. So I'm just going to do dot set cookie, and then what you do was two things: context, which will be your Fiverr context. Why? Because here you are using the Fiverr context, so you have to pass the context here, and then you also have to pass the value. So what will be your value is, value will be the token that just now we have created, the token we have just created using this method. Okay, so to take the token, so I'm just going to do comma, you have to pass the state here. Okay, so this is going to do what? This is going to set your cookie. Now we are going to simply do return c.redirect dot to, and now what you're going to do, right, so we'll do h.auth service, and here now we need to build our Google Auth URL. What this is going to do, this is going to build your Google Auth URL, and it's going to now redirect the user to the Google login page. Okay, so previously I was wrong while explaining that it's still not actually comparing the cookie. Okay, so this is simply creating the cookie, it's storing it, and then we are simply building the Google Auth URL, redirect the user to the Google login page. User will authenticate, then when they will come back to the Google callback page, there it's going to compare. Okay, so here we are simply going to do so c.redirect. Now if you want, you can change this one to c to something else also, context also, whatever. If you're getting confused, maybe also you can take like Fiverr context, right? So you can take like this also. So here, so I'm just going to take c only. So do c.redirect.to, so this is going to now redirect the user to the Google login page. So that means we are going to create one more method. So now we'll go here, and then let's simply create function. So I'll do s auth service, so I'll do build Google auth URL, and here I'm just going to do state. So I'll do string, and here let's return string, and simply I'm just going to do return. So we have s dot auth config dot, I think we have auth code URL, and then we are going to pass the state. What actually this auth code URL is going to do, now read it here. So auth code URL, return a URL to auth to provide a consent page that asks user permission for required scope explicitly. So this is simply why this is very important, because this is going to ask you, okay, whether you want to give that permission. You'll do okay, accept, and then it's going to go to the login page. Now one thing is very important. Okay, let me just write it here. So here I'm just going to write that this is going to create, or auth code URL is going to creates Google Auth consent URL. Okay, so this is going to create the state value here, this one, this is included. Why? I already mentioned that once the login is successful, it will do what? It will come back to a Google callback page. You can see that also when you're going to see an UI. So when it will come back to the callback page, we need to verify it. Okay, so it's very important. So that is the reason we are simply passing that state here. You can see that we can pass the state here. Okay, so I think this is done. Save this. Now this we need to use in here. So that means now when we are going to redirect, we'll simply build that URL, and you're going to pass the state. Okay, now see, so first one is done, this method is done. Now the most important one, which is what? The Google callback. So in the callback we are going to do the most of the things, right? What most of the things? Callback is the place where you are actually going to check that whether the user is actually authenticated or not, and based on the result you are going to redirect the user back to your applications. Or if the user is not authenticated, you can't redirect the user to the application, right? You need to redirect the user to the application login page. So let's see how you're going to do that in the next part. All right, so now let's create our Google Auth method. Okay, so I'm just going to do function. So let's take our auth handler, and let's do this one as Google. Let's do callback. Okay, so we need our Fiverr dot context, and then if there are any error. Okay, so first of all, what we need to do, we need to read the state that we have created, right? How we are going to read it? From the callback URL. Okay, so I'm just going to do state from query, and this will be equal to c.query, and you have to give the state because that is what we are going to use, right? So you need to read the state, and then what we'll do, right? So let's do this one as state from cookie. So we'll do state from cookie, and this will be equal to h.auth service, and let's create one more method maybe. So we'll do read, we'll go here and let's create one more function. I'll do s auth service, and I'm just going to do read auth state cookie. Okay, so this I'm just going to take our Fiverr context, and then here I'm just going to return string. So simply I'm just going to do return c.cookies, and then we are going to pass our auth cookie name because this is what we are using, and here default value I'll just do this one as empty. Save this. So we'll go here, and this is what we are going to now call here. So I'm just going to do dot read auth cookie. You have to pass the context, so you're going to pass the context. Okay, now let's do a validation. So I'll do if the state from query is equal to empty, or if state from cookie is equal to empty, right? Or now this is very important, so I'll do state from query is not equal to state from cookie. So in that case I'm simply going to do h.auth service, and then we're simply going to clear the cookie. Why? Because the auth attempt is invalid. Why? Because this is empty. If this is empty, or if this is not matching, so something is wrong, so we need to clear the cookie. So here we'll go here, let's do this one as function. I'm just going to again to take the auth service, and I'm just going to do clear auth state cookie. Okay, and for this one I'll take the Fiverr context. So first of all, let's do one thing. I'll do c.cookie. So here what I need to do, we'll take our Fiverr cookie, sorry, not Fiverr.cookie. Here we are going to pass the name. So name will be, oh sorry, this will be this. So name will be, so now I'm going to get the, so name will be auth state cookie name. Value we are going to make this one as empty because we are clearing it. Path we are going to keep this one as same. Then we are going to pass HTTP only true, and then let's copy all the SQL max site domain, and also we are going to change the max age. So I'll just copy these 4, paste it here, and for this one what I'll do, right, I'm just going to do time.unix, and I'll do 0,0. So simply what we are telling, right, so here actually this is going to expire the cookie in the past. Now this is a better approach. Okay, so you can just simply do that. Now here I'm just going to write it what this is going to do. That why you're getting error here, cannot use as a string value in this. Oh man, that is the reason this will be expires. So this is going to do what, expire the cookie in the past, something like this, right? So maybe this will be for your better browser compatibility, something like that, compatibility. Okay, so this is going to clear the cookie. So now we are going to simply call this when this is not matching, so you will clear this. So I'm just going to do clear auth cookie, and we need to pass the context, so I'm going to pass the context here, and then I'm simply going to do return c.status, and here let's do this one as Fiverr dot, now in this case I'm just going to do, sorry, this will be Fiverr dot, I'm just going to do status bad request. Okay, and here I'll do a JSON, so I'll do Fiverr dot map, and let's pass something like a message, and I'll do invalid auth cookie, something like that. No, not cookie, I think better will be if I put invalid dot state. So I think this is the first thing that we need to do. Now I'm just simply going to do h.auth service, and here what you're going to do, right, even if it is state is valid, so you're going to clear our auth this cookie temporary, right, because we do not need this once we'll do the validation. okay, this one. So here I'm just going to do clear auth state cookie, and then now what you're going to do, now we need to read our actual authorization code from our Google callback URL, okay. And one thing I just wanted to mention, that this code, whatever you are going to check, this is temporary, and these will be exchanged for a Google access token, okay. So here I'll take a code, this will be the actual code, and this I'm just going to do c.query, and I'm just going to pass the code here. Now I already mentioned that this is going to actual auth code, authorization code. In short, I'm writing auth code from Google's callback URL, okay. And this is a temp code, this code is temp code, and this will be exchanged for a Google access token, okay. So now if let's give one simple check, right, if the, let's remove this space here, so I'll do if the code is empty, so I'll do code is equal to empty. So in that case I'm just going to do return, copy this, paste it here. So for this one, this also will be bad request, but in this case I'm just going to do missing auth code, okay. So I think this is done. So now what will be the next step? Now what we're going to do, right, we're going to exchange our Google auth code for Google user information. So we need to get the user information, right? How we are going to get it? So first what I am going to do, I'm just going to do Google user, this is the actual Google user information error, and this will be h.auth service. Now we are going to create our actual method, which is going to do what, which is going to exchange our code to get our user information. So let's go here, and then I'm just going to do function. So let's take s auth service, and here I'm just going to do exchange code for Google user, and here we're going to get the context. So I'll do context dot context. I'm going to get the code, which will be string, and here what I'm going to return. Now I already created a Google auth user info, so this struct I need, so I'm just going to do Google auth user info, or else there will be error. So now how we are going to get it? So first let's take a token error, and this will be s dot auth config dot exchange. So there will be my function exchange. This is exchange is going to convert an authorization code into a token, okay. So now what you have to pass, you have to pass the context. So you're going to pass the context and you have to pass the code. If error is nil, it's not that much difficult to understand, so we're going to do return nil, and I'll do fmt dot error f. Fmt we need to import, right? No, it will give comma, sorry. So fmt dot error f, and I'm going to do exchange auth code field. As I already mentioned, don't write like this, write the way that I already mentioned, okay. But for now, to save time and to reduce the video time, so I'm just doing like this. So now what we need to do, now we need to actually create a GET request to our Google or user info endpoint. How we're going to do that? So this is what we need, right? So if you search this one, so go to here and then tell me what is this use for. Okay, let me. So this is the information to retrieve user basic information such as ID, email, name, like that, okay. So now this is what we need, correct? So what we're going to do, we're going to do request error, and this is where we need the HTTP. So what HTTP I'm talking about, this is our HTTP client, right? So how we are going to do that? So we can directly use our HTTP dot, and there will be new request with context. Pass the context, you have to pass the, what will be the method, you can see this method. So HTTP dot method get, so this will be get, and then you're going to pass this, okay. I hope this is clear. And then what else we have, a method of body, so this will be nil, we don't have to pass anything here. And now it's simply going to do if this error not equal to nil, so in that case I'm just going to return nil, and I'll simply do fmt.errorf fetching user info field, something like this. All right, and then what I'm going to do, simply I'll do request dot header dot set, and here I'm just going to do authorization, and what we have to pass a bearer token. Now what actually we are doing, right? So we are actually sending the Google access token into our authorization header. This is what we are simply doing here. In bearer token, will always have a space, so you have to give a space, you have to give a space, and then you have to look plus, and what you're going to do, right, simply okay, we have to do like this. So we'll do plus, and I'm going to take the token, and you can see that we are going to have the token.access token. So this is you need. So in the header, in the authorization, I'm just setting bearer.token, so it will be like this. So bearer, and then you'll do EGY like this. Okay, so this is where you're going to get the token. So this is done, and now what you're going to do, right, I'm just going to do response error, and I'll do s.http client that we have .get, and then you're going to pass this request. So this is going to actually execute this endpoint. Okay, so now what you're going to do, right, and this token, we have this token, this you're going to get from this exchange. Everything is linked. So now I think this is done. I'm doing some wrong here. This will be a do method, and then you have to pass the request here. Okay, and now what you're going to do, simply I'm just going to do if error is not equal to nil. So I'll again just return this, fetching Google user info field, and let's do creating user info field. So I think this is done, and then we should always do defer. So I'm just going to do defer response.body.close. Okay, so this is done. What this is going to do, this part actually one of the most misunderstood concept in Golang. So this is nothing, this is simply close response body after the reading is done. Okay, and this is going to prevent resource leaks. So we'll do prevents resource leaks. This I've actually explained properly in my video also, the Golang beginner video, although I haven't explained in much depth, but yeah, some of the basic things I've actually discussed. So you'll do if the response.status code that you have, if this is not equal to HTTP, right? So you have the HTTP. See, again I'll do this mistake. So this will be HTTP.status okay. Okay, so we'll do status okay. This is not the case. That means something is wrong. So here what we need to do, right, it should always return a 200 response. So you have to return nil, and you'll do fmt.errorf that Google user info returned failed. Again I'm mentioning that try to write the messages in the correct format, and then we are simply going to take where user info, and we have the Google user info, correct? So this is what we are using. What we need to do, let's see. Now if you know the concept, we have something called using JSON decoder. So what this decoder is going to do, decode Google's JSON response into this Go struct that we have created. Into this Go struct means in this format that we need. How we can do that? So we can simply have to do this one. So we'll do if error is, so let's take error, and I'm just going to do a JSON dot new decoder. Okay, you have to pass the body, so we'll do response.body dot decode. What you have to pass, that okay, in which one you want to use here. Simply I'm just trying to explain in a simple way. So you're simply telling that okay, decode in this particular format. If error is not equal to nil, so in that case again we'll do return nil, and I'll do decode user info field. Okay, so I think this is done. What else we can do, right? Maybe here we also need user email, right? That is important. Let's give one small simple check here, that if string.trim space of user info dot email, if this is equal to empty, so I'm just going to return one error here. So here I'm just going to do return nil, and I'm just going to do maybe Google user info didn't return an email, because email is actually mandatory. If this is done, then just simply return the user info, and what you have to return, this will be nil. Okay, so I think this is done. So this is what you need to do actually to exchange the token. So now what you're going to do, right, exchange token or code to get the Google user information. So now here what you can do, you can simply do exchange Google user. Here you have to pass the context, so I'm just going to do context dot background, and we have to pass the code. So code, we are going to get code from here, so pass the code here. If error is not equal to nil, so let's copy this So I'm just going to do a return. So for this one, let's do what else you can do here. Okay, let's do status bad gateway, and I'm just going to do failed to fetch Google user information. And for this one, I'm just going to do an error. So you have the error. Let's return this. Okay, so I think this is done. So now what you have to do, see, I already mentioned that we have used our user repository, correct? We haven't used this method. So now once you'll get the user information, what you have to do, we have to call this particular method to do what? To actually you add that information in our DB, correct? So that's the reason I mentioned that everything will be actually linked. So we'll do user, let's take error, and now you have to do h.userRepo dot, and you'll see that you have upset by email. This is going to get your context, so you're going to pass the context dot background, and now you're going to do repository dot upset user input. Okay, and here what you have to pass, now you have to pass all the information. So you have to pass the email will be your Google user dot email. So do email is Google user, right? Google user dot email. Okay, and then we have the name. So name will be Google user dot name, and also you have to pass author URL, correct? So do Google user dot author, no, not author dot, this will be picture. Okay, so this is done. Then still let's give a one more check. So copy this and I'll paste it here. So if error is not equal to nil, so here I'm just going to do internal server error. So I'll do status internal server error, and I'm just going to do failed to upset user, failed to upset, or not insert, it will be upset only. So upset user in our DB, and I think this is done. And then what we have to do, so now we have to create our JWT for our application. Okay, so many things are there. Now we can actually create the token. So I'm just going to do token error, and this will be h.auth service, and now we are going to create our sign JWT token. Okay, so first let's go here and let's create one more information. Why are you getting error here, man? Okay, let's remove this. Could not import this, no record module. Okay, so now let's do one thing. So here I'm just going to create the token. So we'll do function is auth service. So let's do sign JWT, let's keep capital, and here I need user information. So user will be your model dot user, and let's return our tokens, which will be a string, or else there can be error. Okay, so first of all, what we will do, right? So we already have auth claims. Okay, so there what we can do, we can add our custom data. Custom data means our token is going to hold some information, correct? For example, user ID, user email, user role, to understand that whether that user is actual user or that user is admin user, something like that. I'm just giving an example. So many things you can do. Also, your token is going to have an expiry date. So I'm just going to first create expires at, which will be, let's do a time dot now, and here I'm simply going to do a add. So maybe let's do one thing. So I'm just going to do time dot duration s.config, and you can see that we have JWT expires in hours. Remember this one. And now here what we can do, maybe let's do into time dot hour. So this is expires at. Now I'm just going to create the claims. So claims will be my auth claims that we have. This is the auth claims, right? So I think these, we have the auth claims. You created user ID, email, name, and your normal JWT properties that it's going to have. So in the auth claims, first of all, I need the user ID. So what will be the user ID? This user ID will be your user.id. How you're going to get it? So you'll understand how you're going to get it. So user.id, and then I'll do email. This will be user.email. Then you have the name, which will be user.name. And then I'm just simply going to add the registered claims, which will be my jwt.registered claims. And here you have to pass the actual JWT property. So for example, it will have a subject. What will be your subject? Your ID will be your subject because that is unique. So this will be user.id. Expire set will be, I'm just going to do jwt.new numeric date, and here I'm just going to pass the expire set. Also you have to pass a issue date, so I'm just going to do same new numeric date and then just pass the current time, because currently we are issuing in that time, particular time. Okay, so this is going to issue that. So these will be my claims. So now what we can do, right, simply create the tokens. We'll do jwt dot okay, let's do new with class, no, new with claims, not class, new with claims. This is going to take the method jwt signing method you have to pass, and also you have to pass the claims. So for method, what I'll do, right, so let's use the signing method hs256. okay, so this is what we are going to do, jwt signing method hs256, and you have to pass the claims here. So that's it, and then I'm just going to do signed error, and this will be token dot signed string. And here what we need to do, right, so we need to sign the token using our jwt secret from our config. So here we are going to pass the byte, and let's do here as.config dot jwt secret. We have the jwt secret. Okay, these jwt secret we've added here, this one. So now what you can do, simply will do if error is not equal to nil. So I'm just going to return empty, and I'll do fmt dot errorf. I'll do sign jwt error, something like this one now, or else you're going to just return this one. So I'm just going to do return the signed, and error will be nil. Okay, so this is going to create our jwt token. So now let's go back there. So what we need to do, we have to do sign jwt, and what you have to pass, you have to pass a user. Why? Because this user you are actually using here to create the claim. From where you are going to get the user, this user again will be your user that will be added previously in your db. So everything is actually linked. So this will be your user simply. Now let's copy this, paste it here. If this is not nil, so I'm just going to do this one, and will do failed to sign jwt, something like this, failed to sign jwt. Okay, so this is done. Then after this, what we're going to do, right, so now I'm going to set it. So do h.auth service dot set. I think we haven't created, so now we need to set our auth cookie. So let's go here, and what you can do, right, maybe let's copy this, paste it here. So for this one, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to do set auth cookie, and for this one context we need the token, that which token we want to set. So first of all, let's give a max age. So this will be age.config dot jwt expires in hours into 60 into 60. So now what I'll do, simply, so cookie you need to set, so name, so this will be your age.config. I think we have the auth cookie name, we haven't created a auth cookie name, we have created. Okay, so age.config.auth cookie name. Value will be your token, so change this one to token. Path will be same, http only true. Secure we are going to keep this one same site, also same domain. Max age will be this max age that we have. Which one? This one. So you have to remove this expires. I'll give a max age which will be the max age. So this is going to set the cookie. Okay, so now let's go here. So I'm just going to do set auth cookie, pass the context, and also pass the token. This token just now we have created. Now what you have to do, everything is done. So just do return c.redirect, and then I'm just going to do to what I'm going to do. So I'm going to redirect the user back to my frontend URL. That's it. So what you can do, right, so I'm just going to do h.config dot frontend URL plus, let's pass this one. Okay, so this is going to redirect. Now if you notice, what we have done a lot of things, but if you just join everything together, what we are doing, simply we are first triggering our Google authentication. It will go to that Google login page. Before going to the first, it will go, correct, you select the email, it will ask for your consent, you click on that, it will do the authentication, it will come back here to this Google callback, get the state. If this is not present, it's fine, it's going to give you invalid. It's get the code, based on that code it's going to exchange the code to get the actual user information, right? Once it will get that, you will add that user to your DB. Once we'll add that to the DB, create the token, set the cookie, and redirect the user back to your application. This is what actually we are doing here. Okay, I hope this is clear. Now next method we need to create here, and that will be to get your user information. How you can do that? Very simple. This will not be that much complicated. Oh man, what I'm doing. So this will be auth handler, and I'm just going to do get me or get user. No, get me is fine, right? Or maybe get user info. Let's do it. Get user info. So here I'm just going to do Fiverr dot context. So here let's take the error. So first of all, what we need to do, right? We need to read the current user from our Fiverr locals. So for that one, first we need to create our auth middleware. So here I'm just going to do auth underscore middleware dot go. Now this is also another important file, because we also need to understand if the current user is a admin user, so that we can protect some of the routes. Okay, so now first of all, let's take a current user local key. So I'm just going to take this one as current user. Okay, now why actually need this key? Now this key we are going to use to store our logged in user inside Fiverr locals. Now remember, this is very important. Okay, and now these Fiverr locals is going to help us, or you can understand that as per my reading, that Fiverr locals, what it's going to do, right? It's actually request scoped values that will be available during your current request. Okay, so now what you're going to do, right? So first of all, let's do one thing. Let's create a function. I'm just going to do that current user from context. Okay, so this is what we need. So first of all, here I'm going to get our Fiverr dot context, and let's take our models dot user, and also I'm going to take a boolean. So first I need to do what? I need to get the current user from my Fiverr locals, and to do that, what I need to do, right? I'll do current user comma okay, and here I'm simply going to do this one as C, and I think this will give locals. This method locals makes it possible to pass a value under key scoped to the request. Therefore, now this is important, therefore available to the all following routes that matches the request. Okay, all the values are removed from context are returning from the top request handler, blah blah. This is fine. This is actually important part, the available to the all following request that matches the context. So here what you're going to do, simply we have to pass the current user, no, not this. We have to pass this current user local key, and then we are simply going to pass our model dot user. Okay, what actually this is doing, right? So the C dot local, then current local user key, this is going to return the value stored by required auth. Okay, so that we are going to, you will understand that why actually need this one. Okay, and at the end we are simply going to return the current user, and we are going to return the okay. That's it. So now what are we going to do, right? So first of all, let's create our actual middleware struct. So I'm just going to do auth middleware, and I'm simply going to do struct, and here I'm simply going to take the config. So we want to just do config.config. Then we need our auth service. So this will be my services dot auth service. This is what I've created, and also I need my user repo. So this will be my repositories dot user repository. These three things. Now again the same thing. Let's create function, and I'll do new auth middleware, and here first of all I need the config. So this will be the config.config comma, so you need the auth service. So this will be your services dot auth service, and then you need the user repo, and these will be repositories, the dot user repository. Okay, so this is going to do what? Again, it's going to create a new auth middleware instance, right? What we are doing, we are injecting our config, auth service, and user repository from outside. So here simply return that. So return this auth middleware, and here I'm simply going to do what you're doing wrong, something comma we need to give, right? So then now we'll get this. So we'll do auth, not this one. I have to do auth middleware, and we're going to return the config, which will be our config. Then we're going to return the auth service, which will be our auth service, and also the user repo, which will be our user repo. Okay, so this is the first thing. Now what we need to do, we need to create our actual middleware. What middleware? So one will be require auth and one will be to get our actual user role. So for example, let's say we have two routes. One route only admin can access, so we need to protect that routes, right? For example, let's say you are a normal user, you can't access that particular route. So this is what we need to do. So first what we are going to do, right, before we'll do that, let's complete the auth handler also, because now we have actually created that this one, right, this current user from context. This is what we need. Or maybe let's do one thing, what I'm thinking, no, let's create this method. I think let's complete this. So I'm just going to take this one as aim, and I'll do this one as middleware, aim for middleware. So I'll do auth middleware, and I'm just going to do this one as require auth, and here I'm simply going to do fiverr dot handler. Now first of all, what we need to do, right, this is going to return a fiverr middleware function. Okay, this function is going to return a fiverr middleware function. So I'm going to do function c, and this will be fiverr dot context. So let's return an error. And what you're going to do, simply first let's take a token string. So this I need to get from my cookie. So I'll do c dot cookies. How you're going to get, so we have the auth cookie name. Now if you go to your auth service where we are using the auth cookie name, we are actually setting the auth cookie, right, using this auth cookie name. So first of all we need to get that. So I'm just going to do aim.config, and this config is going to have your auth cookie name, simple. And here what you're getting, default value. Okay, let's pass this on empty. So now I'm just going to do if the token string is equal to empty. So here I'm just going to return c.status, and here we are going to do fiverr dot, what you have to give here, not internal server error, not something like that, unauthorized. This is important because if your cookie is not present, means the user is unauthorized. We have to consider that because we can't give any user access. So I'll do fiverr.map. Okay, now if you are thinking that how I'm doing all these things is very fast, so it's not like I'm showing off or just doing because of this video. I just wanted to give you, I don't want to tell like, okay, this is very difficult. The point is I've done these things so many times. Okay, so I know so for example, like I can do way faster, but the reason I'm doing little faster because I need to reduce the time of this video, because so many people actually commented like some videos are getting more than 12-15 hours, so it will become very boring. That is the reason I'm doing little first. But if you're thinking how I'm doing little first, it's because of practice. If you're doing proper practice, you will be also able to do the same. So I just wanted to mention so that you will not think, okay, how I'm going to do that. You need to do practice, give some time, and you'll see that you'll be able to do this. So do missing auth cookie. And it's not like that every video when I'll upload on YouTube, right, that I usually write all this code. Not like that. For example, UI code, write UI code, CSS, mostly CSS, so I will never write. When I think some, if you're following my videos, you already know I don't like that at all, writing CSS. So those things, some of the skeleton code and those things I'll be creating using AI, because everyone is AI and there is nothing wrong. The point where I usually tell all of you that you understand, then you do it. Okay, let's say you don't know what TypeScript types are and you're going to AI tools and you're searching to give me some code in TypeScript. That is a blunder you are doing. This is where, for example, I'm working more than, I think it's like more than 10 years, I think 9 years I have experience, 9 to 10 years. And before from my college time only, I'm learning all these things, TypeScript and whatever, this JavaScript and everything. So I'm doing for a long time. So that is the reason I'm explaining all of this, that you have to do practice, don't do it blindly. But at the same time, it's not like you have to write all these things by yourself. Make use of AI tools also, because it's non-negotiable. Every company is now expecting you to use all these things. Okay, so just simple knowledge in between. Okay, so now I think this is done. Now we need to do what, right? So when we are going to get this token, we need to verify the token. How you're going to verify? You're going to verify using a JWT verify. If you work with Node.js also, you know that we need to verify the JWT token in Node.js also, something like that. So I'm just going to take claims error, and here I'm just going to do aim.auth service, and we have to actually create one more method here we haven't created, and that method will be to parse the JWT. Okay, so let's go here and let's create one more method. So let's give this one as function. I'll do s, so this will be my auth service, and I'm just going to do this one, right? Parse JWT. So parse JWT is going to receive the token string, which will be string, and here I'm just going to get my auth claims, and let's return also the error in case any error. So I'm just going to do token error, and this will be your JWT, and this is going to have your parse with claims. Okay, this one. So this is what you need: pass the token string, and then you're going to pass the auth claims. So now what you have to do right here, so first of all, what actually you're doing here, you're first parsing the token using our custom auth claim struct. This custom auth claim struct is extremely important concept you have to understand, because here we are actually adding our custom properties. So that means your token that you have created that holds some personal info, some custom information, for example your user ID, your email name. So if you decode that token, right, or if you parse this token, you should be able to extract all this information, then only you can verify you're getting. So that's the reason. So first of all, let's take a function, and I'm just going to take it, what I'm doing, man. So this will be function, and here I'm just going to take a token, and now what I'll do, right, so this will be JWT dot token, and let's give this one as for now any error. And now what I'll do, right, simply I'm just going to return, so let's return byte, and now I'm simply going to do s.config.jwt secret and comma, it was nil here. So what simply we are doing, we are simply returning the secret key that we use to verify our token signature. Okay, this is the secret that we have used. If you remember, if I search it here, if I search this one here, you'll see that how many places we have used here. This is where to sign the JWT. When we sign the JWT or created the JWT, we have simply given this one here, token.signed string. The same thing we are using here while parsing or while verifying. Okay, so I think this is done. Now let's give here that if error is not equal to nil, so in that case we're going to return nil. I'll do if empty.error_f, I'll do parse JWT failed. Or if you want, normally what I was talking about, that you can also give like this, and then you can pass the error here. Okay, so this is also going to render the error. Also, what we have to do, right, so first of all, let's do one thing. I'm just going to do claims. Okay, so I'll do token.claims, and here what we are simply doing, we are converting these claims into our custom auth claims type. So we have to do that one, right? So how you can do that? So you have to just give pass here. Okay, we have to just pass these auth claims. So if I just comment here, so this is going to convert generic claims into our custom auth claims type. If you want, right, just copy this, and you'll see that what actually this line is doing. So I just wanted to show you in case you're getting confused that what this is doing here, what this line is doing, right? So here I can just copy this and pass it here. See, this is a type assertion. It is checking if the generic token.claims object specifically to type this, right? What is happening, token.claims, it says JW library blah blah blah. Okay. This is important. I believe the data inside this interface is actually a pointer to a auth claim struct, which is a custom one. If it is, convert it so I can access the field user ID or email. You are getting what I'm talking about. So this is a custom property. While doing the parsing, while doing the signing, we've added that one. So while doing the parsing, we need in that particular format, so that you can check that, okay, actually in our token whether this user ID and email is present or not. Okay, then only you can verify it. How you are going to verify your token? So now and this is a boolean safety check. These are normal Golang concepts. If successful, this variable is going to hold the actual object. Now you can do claims.userid. Simple, right? So this claim, where it is, not here, man. Okay, let's go there. This claim is going to now hold this information, so you can do claim.user_id, claim.email, claim.name, something like that. Okay, so this is what it's important. So it's important to understand all these concepts, or else if you're coming from a node background, right, I know you'll understand, you don't understand what is happening, what the hell is happening here in this particular line. Okay, I also used to get confused too much. And then here I'm just going to do if not equal to okay, or if not equal to very important, we have to give a token dot valid. If this is not valid means what? Invalid JWT token. So here you are going to do return nil, and I'll do fmt.errorf, I'll do invalid, right? So I'll do invalid JWT token. If not, so simply return the claims, and also you have to pass this one as nil. Something we are doing wrong here again, errors we are not using, remove this. So save this. So now we have to go to our auth middleware. So what we was doing, right? So we'll do require auth, so returning, okay, first of all, we're getting the token from our auth cookie. Sorry, while we are setting the cookie, from there we are going to get the cookie. So now what we have to do, we have to parse the token, right? So I'm just going to use parse JWT, and this is going to pass this token string here. This is done, and just give one check here. So I'm going to copy this, paste it here. So I'm going to do if error is not equal to nil. So here I'm just going to do this one as status unauthorized. Let's keep it invalid, no, not missing, invalid auth token. So I'll do invalid auth token. So I think this is done. So now what we have to do, we have to get the user. Now you'll see that you'll be able to understand. So now what I have to do, right? So I'm just going to do m.user repo. This user repo has a find user by ID. Remember, we have dot find by ID. This is what we need. So you have to pass the context. So I'll do context.background, and what you have to pass. Now see if you can understand this one. So you have to pass the user ID. How you are going to get the user ID? Already mentioned, right, that once it's going to parse it, these claims is now going to hold your user ID. So this claim, if I do, see, you're already getting, right? So even I'll do like this claim dot, see, you're getting email ID is your name and blah blah blah, all the other already existing property that you're going to get, but the custom properties that we have added, that also you're going to get here. So claim dot user ID. Now this is going to give you the user information, as simple as that, right? So now what you can do, simply you're going to just pass here if error is not equal to nil, blah blah, and I'll user not found, something like that, user not found in DB. And then what we have to do, right? So after this, now we are going to store our logged in user into our Fiverr locals. So here I'm just going to do c.locals current user local key and pass the user. Now this is the important part, extremely important concept. So this is now going to store your logged in user in your Fiverr locals. Other handlers from where we are going to use this, now we can get it directly. So it's now going to give me the authenticated user information, something like that. And then what you have to do, right, this is a Node.js concept also. You always need to call the next middleware, okay? Or else what will happen, right, it will stuck. If you're not calling the next middleware, let's say you're using handler and you're using two middleware, if you're not calling the next one, it will always stuck in the previous one. So to do return, how you're going to do c.next. c.next is going to call the next middleware. Next, execute the next method in the stack. So in the stack means whatever it can be, either it can be middleware, it can be handler that matches the current route. So this is how you have to do it, simple. So this is first one, this is done. Now let's create one more, because we need to create one more here also. I'm just going to do function and I'll do m auth middleware, and I'm just going to do require admin. These we need later, okay? And here this also will be Fiverr dot handler. Okay, so here also I'm just going to return a function. So let's do context. So I'll do Fiverr dot context error, and here I'm simply going to again do current user comma, okay? So I'll do current user from context, and you have to pass the context, because now this context is already holding your current user information. So if not equal to okay, or current user is equal to nil, so in that case what I'll do, right, let me just copy from here. So this will be authorized, unauthorized, and I'm just going to do unauthorized. Okay, so this is done. Now after this, what we have to do, we have to check that if the current user is an admin user or not. Now this is actually simple to check. What you can do, right, you can do strings dot equal equal fold, and here we have to do current user dot role. This is going to have the role. Which role? This role you actually have saved while inserting the data. By default it will be user. If I'm changing this one to admin, it will be always be admin, something like that. Okay, or you can directly go to db, you can change it, you can add a script, whatever you want to do, but we are simply checking based on role. If this role is actually admin, I have to give comma. If this role is actually admin, that means this is the admin user. If it is not, simply right, if it is not admin user, means what we need to do, we need to give restrict user to access. So I'm just going to do c.status, and I'm simply going to do fiverr.status. Now you have to do forbidden. Okay, so it will be, I think forbidden is it's 403, my bad, 403, and then you have to do json, and you'll do fiverr.map, and I'm simply going to pass message. So this will be admin access required. And what you have to do again, see, no one is going to explain all of this. You have to do what you have to call the next middleware. If you don't do it, then you will stuck there forever, and this is done. Okay, so now I think we have created our auth middleware. Now we can go to our auth handler. So this is where we need the current user information. So what you can do, right, simply you do current user. Now see that how much easier it will be. Okay, and then these contexts now already hold your current user information locals, and now you can do, right, so you can call the middleware that we have dot current user. I think we have the current user local key, right, or we haven't created this one. Oh, we have to, let's do one thing, let's create one more method here quickly. So I'm just going to do a function. Okay, so I'll do function, and I'm just going to do current user. No, I'll do extract current user local key, something like this. I'll do extract current user local key. So let's return this string, and what I'll do, right, I'll simply going to return this current user key. You're getting this one, that's it. So, and this one I'll just simply use it here to get it. So I'm simply going to do middleware dot extract current user local key, and then I just have to get this one in this format. So I'm just going to do model dot user, that's it. And then I'm simply going to do if not equal to okay, or if the current user is equal to nil. So I'm just going to do unauthorized. So maybe let's copy it from here, this one. Okay, or else what it was, you have to return. So I'll do c dot json fiverr dot map, and I'm just going to pass the user, which will be what, my current user. Okay, so this is going to give me the current user information. At the end we are going to have our last, which will be auth handler, and we have to do logout. Correct, we also have to do logout. Now let's give smaller only. So I'll do c, this will be fiverr dot context error. So what you have to pass here, you have to do h.auth service dot clear. I think clear auth cookie you haven't created, man, so many you have to do. Okay, so let's go here, auth service, and let's quickly create this. I think we can just copy the set auth cookie, and then I'm just going to copy paste there. Which one is that? Set auth cookie. Search for set auth cookie. So I'll copy this, and then I'll just paste it here, and then I'm simply going to do this one as clear auth cookie. So token we need. So for this one what we'll do, right, we don't need this one. c.cookie, this one name we are going to keep, value make this one empty, path keep this one same, all this same, max size I'm going to do -1. Okay, so this is simply telling that your browser, the okay, you have to remove the cookie, that's why you're taking -1. And expires, you're going to take that time.unix 0,0. Okay, and I think this is done. So now we just have to call it in your method. So we'll do h.this, and then this will be clear auth. No, what we have given, man, clear auth cookie. What is something we are doing wrong here? Now this one I don't need, clear auth cookie, this one don't need, or you have to give this one in capital. Save this, and now I'm just going to do clear auth cookie, and here you just have to pass your context, that's it, and then you just return it. So I'll copy this, paste it here, so this will be message, and this will be logged out successfully. See, the point is most of the logics and everything I'll be writing live, right, while doing the recording, so there is a possibility that I'll also get multiple errors and then you have to fix, but that is fine, right? Getting the errors and then fixing is much better than doing blindly. Okay, I think this is done, right? This is I already mentioned, right, that so many things you have to do here. So now what I have to do, right, we are actually going backwards. You'll understand what I'm talking about, that we are going backwards, and there is a reason. If I do in an opposite way, it will be extremely difficult for you to understand. Now we need to create the routes. Okay, so you have to create the routes here. So first let's create our let's create routes.go. This is our actual routes. Okay, so first of all, what I'm going to do, right, I'm just going to do type, and I'll do route dependencies or something you can do. This is where you have to now understand the actual all the process that you have done so far. So first I'm going to do auth handler, and this will be now my handlers dot auth handler. Makes sense, right? Now I'm just going to do function, and this will be where I'm going to register all our routes. So consider in Node.js application, this is your root route file, and here I'm just going to do app, and this will be my fiverr.app, and here I'm also going to take the dependencies, which will be my route dependencies. Okay, all right, first of all, what you have to do, first I'm going to create an auth group. This will be capital. So first I'm going to create an auth group. So I'm just going to take an auth, and this will be app.group, and I'm going to group all the auth related routes you're getting. So these will be my auth related routes. If you go here to see API app.groups and then API.get, you can use this one. So it will be /API/users, like that, and then you are going to do auth.get. So first of all, let's start with /Google, and now you'll see we have dependency.auth handler, and now see if I do dot, you are going to get all the methods that you are going to use simply. So when I'm going to start with the first one, which one I need to do? First I need to start with start Google auth, you're getting. Then you have to do this one as what do you do? You have to do like this, and then you're going to do auth.get, and this will be /Google /callback, and this will be your dependency.auth handler.google callback. All right, then we have auth.post, and this will be your logout. So this will be deps.auth handler.logout, and at the end you are going to have your user information to get the user information, which is this one. But this one is a protected route. What I mean by protected route means not all user can access this route. So that means how you're going to do that. So you do auth.get, and this will be, let's say, me. So now you have to do what? You have to do deps.middleware, sorry, not middleware, we have to do auth middleware. I think we are not using the auth middleware, right? So we need to use the auth middleware also. Well, we have to add it here, my auth middleware. So this will be my middleware dot auth middleware. So now we have to do deps.auth middleware, right? Dot required auth means I'm simply telling that okay, now you can't access this route directly. You have to first go through this middleware. If this is successful, then it's going to call the next handler, right, using next. Then only I'm going to call deps.auth handler.get me. You're getting? So this is what we need to do. Okay, and I think this is done. So now let's save this. So this will be what? This will be my actual route file. But is this completed? No. And now we need to create our actual server.go file. Server.go file means our main server dot, where we are going to combine now everything, and then we are going to use this server file in our command main actual entry file. So these two things we need to do. Then only we can start running the application, see the actual flow, that whatever we have done so far, and then we'll start implementing the front end. Then only we can test this particular flow. So let's do this one in the next part. All right, so now let's go to our server file. We need to now join everything, all the pieces together. So I'm just going to do here app.go, and here first of all what we need to do, right? So let's create a function. I'm going to do a new function. Let's take a config. So this will be our config.config. Also we need our db, so which will be our pgx pull, and here what we are going to return, right? So we'll be returning our fiverr.app. Okay, what this function is doing, this function is actually going to create and configure the main Fiverr application. Okay, and this main Fiverr application we are going to use in our actual whole in this application level. What is the main folder, which is the entry file, this file, right? So this Fiverr application we are going to then use here. So it's actually keeping things clean so that it will be easy to understand, and we are actually joining all the pieces together. Okay, now what you're going to do, right? So first of all, let's do here. So first I'll do app. Now you may exactly compare this one with the Express app. Remember in Express what we usually do, we also create a Express application, correct? And then using that application we'll be able to listen to the server, we can do lot of things, whatever things that what we wanted to do. This is what actually we are doing here also. So here I'm just going to do fiverr.new. Okay, what this fiverr.new, it's going to create a new Fiverr app. So we are initializing a Fiverr application here. So first of all, I'm just going to do app.use, and I wanted to use a logger.new. Okay, so this logger.new is going to register your Fiverr logger middleware, right? This is going to log your each incoming HTTP request in the terminal. So next what we need to do, right, we are going to use a middleware. What we are going to do, right, we are going to register our Fiverr recover middleware. What this middleware is going to do, right, so this is going to help us if some panic happened. Okay, so this middleware is going to catch that particular panic. So for this one we are going to do app.use, but here is a trick. Why? Because we just can't directly use recover, because recover is a built-in function in Golang. Okay, so if you go here, right, you can search here, is recover is a built-in Golang function? If yes, how can I use recover middleware from Fiverr? Let's see. Okay, so you can see the words telling, so we can simply like this we can use, but this is fine, this is what I'm talking about. But the best one will be what I will suggest, right? So let's copy, we are using Fiverr version 3, right? So copy this, and you can see that this is a built-in Go function. So now we'll go here, right? So first let's do one thing, paste it, and we're using version 3, and here I'm just going to give a name here. So I'm just going to do, instead of that, I'm just going to do recover middleware, so MW, you're getting. And then we can simply go here and then we can use that. So I'm just going to recover mw.new. Okay, so this is nothing but a license we are using here so that it will not conflict, as simple as that. And here we have to give this one as capital. So this is done. What we need to do now, we are also going to register our chords middleware. So I'm just going to do app.use, and here I'm just going to do chords, and here chords also you need to import, and then from your Fiverr only, and then chords, I think it will be chords.new, and here we are going to do chords.config, and we can pass some config here. So I'll do allowed origins, so this will be, so I'm just going to do string, and here we have to do our config.frontend URL. See, so this is our frontend URL. We are adding allow credentials, we are going to do true. What else we can add here, right? So we're going to add some allowed methods that I've already created. This is what we need. Okay, get, post, patch, put, delete, and options. So here this also will be, so I'm just going to take a string and we're going to pass it here, and then we are also going to have the allowed headers. This is also will be string, and then we're going to have the origin, content type, accept, and authorization, normal HTTP concepts and everything. I think this part you already know all these things. So I think now this is done. So this is going to create our chords config. Now what we need to do, step by step, first we need to initiate our user repository. See, we have done this one long back, that's the reason I mentioned. So here I'm just going to do user repo, and this will be equal to our repositories dot new user repository. What you have to pass? You have to pass the DB. So this will be my DB which we are going to receive. You'll understand how you are going to receive the DB in a minute. So this is going to initialize our user repo. Once this is done, what we need to do now, we need to initialize our handler. So I'm just going to do auth handler now, which will be equal to your handlers dot, you have auth handler, correct? Not auth handler, you have to use new auth handler because you have to pass all of these. I'm going to pass the config, we have to also pass the auth service, so we're going to pass the auth service. I think we haven't taken the auth, or we have to take the auth service, man. You have to pass the auth service, right? Okay, let's take the auth service here. So you have to take the auth service. So auth service will be your services dot auth service, new auth service, and here you have to pass the config, and then these auth service you have to pass in our handler. Also in the handler you have to pass the user repo. So I think user repo you already have here, this user repo. Okay, so I think this is done. And then what we need to do, right, we also have the auth middleware. So this auth middleware will be our middleware. This one we have created dot new auth middleware. So it was the config auth service and user repo. Pass the config auth service and the user repo. And then I'm simply going to take my routes dot register. And here you have to give what? You have to give the Fiverr app and the your dependency. So I'm just going to pass the app, and here you're going to do route dependencies, and you have to pass your handler. So the auth handler will be what? Your auth handler, this one. Okay, and also let's pass the auth middleware, which will be auth middleware. This is done. And then you're going to simply, what we are returning here, we are returning the Fiverr application, right? So you have to return the app here. That's it. So this is where we are actually combining everything. If you notice here what you're doing, I'm not going to explain now, okay? Just one more file and then you'll understand what you're doing here. Now we'll create our actual main entry file, which will be your cmd API main.go. So this is our package main, not API. Now we are going to create our function main, which is going to run our application. So first of all, what I'm going to do here, so let's take config error, and this will be, we have the config dot load. So first we need to load the config. If error is not equal to nil, so in that case I'm just going to do a log dot fatal. So I'm just going to do load config. Maybe let's render the error also here. So I'm just going to do error, and then I'm simply going to take our base context. Very important. Context dot background is going to create an empty context, right? If you see here, non-nil empty context. Then we are going to create our DB connection. So this is where we are doing everything. So we'll do now database dot, you can see that we have what? New pool. New pool is going to take the context, you're going to pass the context, and you're going to pass the database URL. How? From your config. So you'll do config dot, and you'll see that you're going to have the database URL. If error is there, so just render it. So I'm just going to do connect database. Okay, so I think this is done, and then I'm simply going to do a defer db.close. Then what we need to do here after this, I'm just going to create our app. This app now is going to use this app you're getting. So server.new, this is will be your app which is going to run or start your Fiverr application. Both app are different. This is your main entry, this is your Fiverr application which is creating. So here I'm just going to do server dot new, and what you have to pass, you have to pass the config and the db. So you're going to pass the config and the db. Okay, now I'm just going to do a log.printf. Let's do backend running on, let's do this one and port. No, let's do something like this, running on, and let's do http localhost, and here I'm just going to render the ports. I'll do config.port. Okay, this is what it's going to run. Then not yet done, we also need to listen to that port. Okay, so I'm just going to do if error equal to, so I'll do app.listen. Similarly in Express also we usually do that, right? So here I'm simply going to do plus, so I'll do config.port, and here I'm simply going to do if error is not equal to nil. So I'll simply going to log this. I'm just going to call here, now this will be fatal f small, and then paste it here, fatal f, and this will be listen. Okay, now let's save this. So everything is done. this also will be fatal if. Save this and see what we are doing here. First, now we are going to start from the beginning. This is the now your entry. You're loading the env, creating the empty context, create the db URL. Okay, till this part this is clear. Now this is for your leakage and everything. This part already you've discussed. App server.new is going to create a new Fiverr app instance. It will go here. It's going to create this, create the logger, middleware, chords config. Now it is going to create your repository. Repository is going to do what? It's going to interact with your DB. It's going to create your new new auth service, auth handler, correct? New auth handler that we have created, this one, handlers, and then it's going to register your application. This register means we have our register. This is where we are going to have all our routes, okay? And then we are simply returning this application. This is your auth middleware. But if you notice that these four things, correct, and this register, these things are interconnected. First you do this, do that. Now while teaching I have to do in that way, but while you are implementing you can do any in this reverse way also. What I mean by reverse way, when you will implement a project you can start from this also. Let's say you create this particular file, you load the config, create the this context, create the db connection, okay, and then you start with creating your Fiverr application. This is also fine, but I try to teach in a different way, in the reverse way. So with this is now completed. So first we need to run this application. So what we need to do, right? So now we need to create our AR file. So AR is another package you can consider that we usually use. Something like we have node in Node.js, right? So whenever there will be any changes, if I save this, it will automatically reload that changes. So that we are going to do later, and then we are going to run the application and see if any errors are there. Then we'll start implementing the front end. Okay, so let's do this one in the next part. All right, so now it's time to run this application. Okay, so as I already mentioned that we are going to use something called AR. So first let me explain that what actually AR is. So I'm just going to do search for what is AR in Golang. Okay, so you can see that it's a command line utility that used for live reloading, okay, during development. So whenever you are going to save, it is going to watch all those file changes and it's going to build that. So for this one, first I'm just going to do give me exact command to add this in a Golang project. Although I have already added this, still I just wanted to show you so that you can also search and you can add it like that. What is giving top result? Okay, let's go here. Okay, so this is what we need. Go install. So copy this and then we'll just paste it here and add it inside your backend. Okay, so this is already there, so it's not showing. So now what you have to do, right? So first of all we need to create a .ar.tom file. So I'm just going to do .ar inside backend.tom file. I already have created, let me show you here. Where is that? So this is what I have. I already created this. What you need to do, right, in case you're using Windows, you have to change some of the things. First, you can see I think most of the time it will not work because you have to change some of the properties and options path here. So in case it's not working, what I'm going to do, right, in the source code there will be two tom file that I'm going to create. Okay, so one will be for Mac and Windows, so you can use based on whatever you're using. So you can see that you're simply telling that this is our root. We created one temp directory. This is where it's going to load our env variables, and the most important part that you have to understand, that command, that this is simply telling that go build. So go build is going to do what? Build the Go project. This line, what you're doing, right, simply telling this you are going to save the compiled output inside your temp folder, and this is your entry file. So entry file is what? This is command/API, right? This is what. And to run this, what you have to do right now, we can now simply clear this and we're going to do AR, and if you enter, right, you'll see that this is going to run, and you can see that now it's running. Okay, so your server is now running. So now for example, let's see if I just go here, it's opening where, okay, let me just copy this. I wanted to see in the browser. So now let's say here if I do /auth/me, see you're getting missing auth cookie, means this is working fine, correct? But you're not going to test it now. So till this part, our backend logic for setup and everything, oh, this here also it's coming, This is good, but for now the backend logic of auth and everything is completed. First we need to start working on the front end. We'll implement our front end auth integration, and then we are going to start working on the submission. So once we are going to do the submission, then only we need to implement this webhook workflow. So let's see how we're going to do that in the next part. Alright, so now it's time to start implementing our UI. Okay, so first we'll implement our auth flow, and then we are going to move to again backend. So we need to implement our submission flow, and then we'll come back to our front end and we'll complete the submission UI and the admin UI. So first what you're going to do, right, you are going to use sadcn. So let's close everything else for now, and then I think in the front end, right, we don't have the sadcn installed, correct? So first let's go here. So we'll go to docs, installation, and then what we'll do, right, we'll just copy this npx sadcn @latest init-t and the framework name. So we are using Next.js, so we are going to write next. So create one more, go to your front end directory, and then just paste it here, give space, and then do next. So this is going to install. Okay, we'll do yes. Maybe let's do base UI, and I'll use the same, and let's install this, and I think this will be done also. Okay, one more thing we are going to do, right, maybe let's click on this new, and then maybe let's use some of the colors, right, so that we can basically use the same. So let's choose something what we can use here. Maybe let's use zinc. Go to chart color, and I'm just going to use green. Maybe green is looking good, right? Or this one, whatever you can use. Now again, we'll not spend much time here. Whatever you want to use, you can use here. Okay, maybe this is also looking good, or green one is also looking good. Let's keep all green only. Here I'm just going to keep it same. What else? I think we don't need any other change. Base color, maybe, let's see, let's keep this on stone only, and theme also I wanted to change to green. Okay, so now you will get a preset. Now we'll go here, right? So I'm just going to go to, so let's search for sadcn UI, and then I'll just do sadcn UI install preset. Okay, so you have to just do this maybe. Okay, so we'll copy this, paste it here, go here, copy the preset. I think we already have the preset, so you can remove these, and let's install these also. Okay, so we'll just clear this, let's add it. It's going to overwrite, see, it's going to overwrite the component.json. It's fine. Let's do yes. It's going to reinstall the UI components, correct? Yes. And now it will install that particular preset. Okay, and also it will update your global.css. If you're getting this, that means this is done. All right, so now what we're going to do, right, so let's start with first we'll create one env. So do step by step, create a env, and I already added all of these. Will save some time, right? We're not going to add all of this because now what is happening, most of the CSS and everything you can create from AI side also. In case you already have idea, if you don't have, I'll highly suggest you write by yourself. But yeah, we can actually directly use this, especially to save some time. So add this next public API base URL, and I'm just going to use this because we are running our API on this. Go to source, and then we are going to go to, maybe let's create a types folder here. I'm going to do types, and inside this I'm just going to do auth.ts. okay, close this, and then what I'll do, right, maybe let's increase this one. No, let's keep it like this. Okay, so first of all, I already have created this one, so let's copy this, and then I'll just paste it here. So we'll see what you're doing. First of all, you already know we have a user and admin. In user we have ID, email, name, author URL, user role, which is this type, and created at, which is string. And this will be my auth me response. When you are going to call the API, you are going to use this particular type. Very, very simple. Next, what are you going to do, right? So next, what are you going to do? Maybe first let's create a config file. Maybe let's create this one under live. So here I'm just going to create a config.ts. And what I will do, right, I'll simply use a public API base URL and one service API base URL. Now both will be same, so it's simply going to check that if the env is present, it's going to take from that env, or else it's going to take this localhost 8080. Now you are always welcome to copy all of this from the source code. You don't have to write, right? It's going to save some time. Next, what we can do right now, coming to the most important part. So first we are going to create our API folder here. So let's create API, and inside this now we are going to create two files. So let's start with creating the server.ts. So I'm just going to do server.ts, and I'll just do client.ts. So for server.ts, what I'll do, right? So first let's start with import server only, and here I'm simply going to do, so first let's do one thing. So let's create a function. So I'll do export async function, and here I'm simply going to do server API fetch. So let's give a generic here, and what we are going to get, so first we are going to get the path, which will be a string, and also we are going to receive options, which can be so let's create one type here. So I'm just going to do type, and let's keep this one as maybe server fetch options, and for this one I'm just going to do request init, and I'll simply add one more property here. So let's add allow unauthorized optional, and this will be boolean. So now here what I'll do, simply pass the server fetch options. Okay, here this is going to return a promise of this type. And now what are you going to do, right? So first of all, we need to get our cookies, right? Because we are going to work with cookies. So I'm simply going to do here first, let's take a const, and I'll do cookie store, and this will be equal to await, and I'm just going to take this one cookies, and we are going to import this one from next headers. Okay, so this is the first thing. Now let's take our cookie header, and this will be equal to, we have cookie store dot get all, and here what you're going to do, right? So dot map, so we'll get the cookie, and what you're going to do, right? So let's take like this. So I'm just going to do here cookie dot name, and this will be equal to the cookie dot value. That's it. And then I'm simply going to join this one with this. Okay, so this is the first thing. Now let's create our response. So I'm going to do response, this way have it, simply use a fetch, and here what you're going to do, so we have our server API base URL, this is from config that we have added, and then what you have to do is just have to add the path that we are going to pass to call the API. Simple. So this is the first thing. So here what you're going to do, first of all I'm just going to get all the options, then what I will do, first let's give a cache, I'll do no store, then I'm just going to add a headers. Now this is important part here. So first of all what I need to do, right? So here I'm just going to take cookie header, if this is present, so you're going to add a cookie, and this will be your cookie header. Okay, or else this will be empty. So this is the first thing. Let's give content type, sorry, this will be caps, so look content type, and this will be equal to application /JSON, and also if there are any options dot headers, so we need to get that also, or else this will be empty. That's it. So now what we need to do here, so next let's give a check that if not equal to response dot okay. So here I'm simply going to check if the response dot status is equal to 401. Okay, and if not equal to options dot allowed unauthorized, so in that case I'm going to throw new error, and I'll give this one as something like unauthorized. Then maybe let's do something like this, give a general message, or let's give message, and I'll do this one as request failed with status, and here I'm simply going to pass response dot status. Okay, so now let's take a try, and here for now we can take a catch and we can ignore here. So in the try what you'll do, right, simply I'm just going to do const something like payload, and this will be your await, so you're going to get the response.json, and here what you're going to do, right, you're going to do as, and you'll do simply message will be string, and here I'm simply going to do message will be your payload dot message, or else this will be your message. And here what you're going to do, also you need to, let's throw the new error, and this message you can now throw, okay, in case there are any error. At the end, what you have to do, we are not returning the response yet because we need to return the response. We need to return the response as a type of promise, which will be this response.json that you're going to get, but you have to give a type here. This will be type of T, okay, this type. So this will be the first file that we need, okay. So now next will be one we need to create for our client. So for this one, what I will do simply, so let's create one more here. So I'll do export async function, and this will be, let's do client API fetch, and for this one also we're going to take a T. So let's take a path which will be string. We are going to take init, and I'm just going to do this one as request init. Okay, this is also going to return a promise. Now let's take const response. So we'll do await fetch, and here we are going to simply take our public API base URL, although both are same, but I'm just giving different name so that it's easy to understand. Path, and then here what you have to pass, you have to pass the init. Next what you're going to do, right, here okay, we need to add the credentials, very important, because we are working with cookies and everything, right? So headers, so in headers I'm just going to copy the same where we are using this one, paste it here, and also I'm simply going to do here init here. So do init, if this has headers, so take it, or else don't pass it, simple. So this is done. Again we are going to take if not equal to response.ok, and then I'm simply going to do let payload, and this will be equal to, so for this one, right, so let's take a type, and we'll do API error payload. For this one I'm just going to take a message which will be optional, and this will be type of string. So here I'm simply going to do API error payload. What have given name? Oh, we have to give this, my bad. So this will be API error payload, or this will be null, and by default we are going to take this one as null. And then I'm simply going to do try catch. So here payload will be equal to null, and in try we are going to take payload, and this will be equal to await response.json as API error payload. That's it. And then what you can do, right, we also need to throw this error. So I'm just going to do, see, we are just creating one general utility so that it will be in your hand. Whatever we want to change, you can directly use this one. We are not using any third-party packages, something like that. And here you're simply going to give some random message, general message, not random method message, that with status, and then you simply pass your, okay, we have to take template literals, and this will be equal to your response.status. I think this is done. Then if this is not okay, sorry, if this is okay, then in that case we're going to do await response.json, and I'm simply going to pass as T. So these two are very important, and this is what we're going to use now in all the pages, whatever pages that we are going to have. So now what we need to do, right, first of all, close this, go to live, create one folder, and this will be auth, and here I'm just going to create this one as auth.js only, or maybe no, I think let's do this, delete this, go to API, here only we'll create auth.ts, because it's not needed, right, with that we have a different folder again, because we're just going to use our API to call this helper function to call from our pages. So how many we need? So first of all we need to have, let's go to our backend, right, so we'll have internal, and then we'll go to HTTP, go to handlers, auth handler. So one will be our to get the this user information, right, so go to browse, it will be easy. One will be to get this, right, so this is one, and second we also need to have one helper function which is to understand whether the user is authenticated or not, and if the user is admin user or not. Why this is important? Because in the admin pages we need to restrict the normal user to access that particular page, which is very important. So for this one we are going to actually have this. So go here and then simply going to create one helper function. So I'll do export async function, and you're simply going to do get optional user or user, whatever you want to give. Get user info I'll give, and here I'm simply going to do now. So this will be my promise. The type will be user. So this type we already created in the types file. Orders, this will be null. Okay, and here you're going to do try catch, and here I'm simply going to do, let's take a catch error. So let's throw the error, and here so I'm going to do const auth, and this will be await. So here I'm simply going to do server API fetch, and here if you go to your types, you have this auth me response, which is going to return this. So you're going to get auth me response. This will be the type. What you have to do, you have to go to /auth/me. Why? Because if you go here, right, you have /me, but you see there is a group with auth. So every route will start with /auth. So this will become now /auth/google, /auth/google/callback, /auth/google, sorry, /auth/logout, /auth/me. Okay, so this is what you need to do, and then you're going to simply return auth.user. Okay, so this is what we are going to do, simple. Next we're going to have one more here. So I'm just going to do export async function, and then I'm simply going to do require user, very important. And here we are going to give this one as allowed roles, and this will be your user role that you have created here. So it will be either user or either admin, correct? And here also this is going to give promise of type user. So first of all, here also I'm just going to do const user, and this will be await. So you're going to call this method only. So to get, so I'm just going to do get user info. You're going to call this. If not equal to user, so what we need to do here, if the user is not authenticated, what we have to do, we have to redirect the user to which page? We are going to redirect the user to the, maybe let's say, home page, something like that. Okay, we are getting error. Okay, we have to import this one from navigation. So this is the first thing. Then I'm going to check if the allowed roles, and then if not equal to allowed roles dot includes the current user dot role, that means this user is what. So here we need to simply give a check that okay, I'm going to redirect that user based on the role. If the user dot role is equal to admin, okay, we have to give admin. So here I'm just going to push this user to admin page, or else maybe let's say I'm going to do this one to submissions page. Now this submission page we're going to do later, but for now this is the logic, and at the end we are simply going to do return the user. Okay, so this is what we need. So for now these two will be enough. So with this, now we have created all these utility functions that we need. Now remember, this particular project is mostly the backend logic is more, you can clearly understand, right? UI will be simpler, and I try to keep UI simpler because most of you actually mentioned, some of you actually commented and also pinged me on Insta that some of the UI code is becoming more time in video, and I think that also makes sense because creating 15-20 hours of video and then covering too much UI doesn't make really that much sense, because now from now onwards what I'm doing, and this is the feedback from my e-commerce video that I've uploaded, and I 100% agree, because now what I'm doing that, because I'm seeing the situation and everything, right? So what you need to do, right, you need to focus more on the backend side, DB side, architecture side, system design. All these things are extremely important. UI is also important, but again, UI you can, like, to be honest, AI can do UI very easily, but again you need to know the logic and everything, all these things. But creating the actual UI, for example, let's say writing all these things line by line doesn't make any sense, to be honest, these CSS classes and everything. So that is the reason we are going to take this one. And now you might be asking that from where I've used it. Definitely I'm also created this one from these AI tools only, right? No one is going to write all of this. So now first of all, let's do one thing, right? Let's create all the pages that we need. Okay, so first of all, go to source, go to app. So this will be our first landing page. So let's do one thing. I think we haven't run this project yet, so I'm just going to do npm run dev. why I don't want to open. I want to open there. Copy this. Okay, so you're getting this. Fantastic. So now what we'll do, right? So first let's go to layout and maybe change this one to N8N automation AIF, something like this. Okay, save this. Okay, so you're getting change this one. Now what you're going to do, right? First let's go here and I'm going to create one for submissions page, and also let's do one thing. Let's go to the auth page and change this one to submissions. So we'll go to submissions and then we'll create a page.tsx. What else we need? We also need an admin page, right? So we need one single admin page. So I'm going to do admin. Let's create a page.tsx, and here I'm simply going to do admin page, and for now let's return a simple div, and I'm just going to do admin page. Save this, copy this, come and paste it here, and this will be your submissions page. Okay, and I think this is done. So now we are not going to do anything. Okay, first we are creating the structure, that what structure we are going to follow. In the components, create a shared folder. Okay, first of all let's create your site navbar.tsx. so this is one file we need. Second, I'm also going to create a logout button.tsx component. This is also we need. Now we also need to create some other, but that we're going to create later once we'll implement our submissions backend. So now next thing will be what else you're going to do, right? For this one I think this will be enough. So first let's start with, so let's go to your page, let's close everything else, and I'm going to remove everything from here. Okay, let's remove this also. Now let's go here, and I already copied some of the things that we are going to use. So this is just normally what actually our website is about, and some of the benefits you can just modify, you can add, you can skip. If you're focusing more on the functionality, it's absolutely fine. You don't have to do all this, right? I always mention all of this. And also let's go and copy all the CSS classes that we are going to use. Copy this, and then I'm going to just paste it here. CN we are going to import from my live, and button variants we're going to import from the component buttons. So first let's start with creating our actual page structure. Okay, so first what we're going to do, right, here we also need to keep a placeholder for our navbar. Okay, so now first of all give enter, take a main, and here I'm just going to give class name, and I'll do this one as main class. Inside this let's take a section, and here I'll do a class name, and I'm just going to do this one as hero section class. Inside this I'm going to do div class name, and here I'm simply going to do hero content class, and here I'm simply going to take a p, and let's do a class name, and I'll do I bro class, and here I'm simply going to do client onboarding. Let me close this. Client onboarding portal for agencies. Okay, so let's see if this is working or not. All right, fantastic. So now next thing will be, after this field, let's take a h1, and I'm simply going to do a class name. Let's do this one as heading class, and here I'm just going to do start every client project with the right details in place, something like this. Okay, next let's take a p, and here I'm simply going to do a class name, and I'll do a description class. I don't have the description yet, it's little long. I'm going to copy paste here later. Okay, don't see, I'm going to mention one thing. I think some of, if you're a, let's say, beginner, or you might be thinking that why he's not writing all of this, because you have to understand that spending so much time on these things, to be honest, doesn't really make that much sense, especially the situation that is happening now. And based on that only I'm changing the way that I usually create the tutorials, right? And I think almost 8 out of 10, all of like out of all of you, right? Maybe let's say 8 out of 10 will 100% agree that what I have decided. And you'll see other good content creators, for example Code with Antonio, JavaScript Mastery, they also followed this kind of way, and I think that is very, very correct. Because now I'm not, again, I myself started my career as a UI developer, and I know that I'm actually very strong in UI things. Doesn't mean that I'm telling you that you don't have to learn UI, you have to become a full stack developer. But the point what I'm talking about, that these things, right, if you know the basics and everything, you are also not going to write all of this manually. Once you start working in a company will only ask you that you create all of these using AI tools to save some time and focus on the main thing. For example, backend logic, product requirement, architecture, system design, how you're going to scale your product, coming with new ideas. So you have to spend more time on these things. So that is the reason coming forward, right, whenever I'm going to create any complex project, I will not focus too much on the UI. So I just wanted to make things clear. UI in the sense, again, I'm not talking about functionality. For example, let's say API call, state management, use effect, all these things. I'm talking about only creating the JSX structure. Okay, these take unnecessary amount of time, and it will take a lot of time for all of you also. If you have experience, I will 100% recommend, do not write all of this. Even if you're watching the video, copy paste and then try to understand the structure and focus more on the functionality. This is really going to help you. Okay, so now next thing will be, again, if you're a experienced people, if you're beginner, you have to write all of this. Watch the video, like write like line by line, and see the CSS what we are using here. So now next thing what we're going to do, right, something like this. Let's do something here. I'll do a div and I'll do a class name, and I'll do this one as accent class. And here, first of all, what we need to do, right, we need to get our user information. So first I'm just going to do here const, and I'll do a user, and I'll do await, and I'll do get user info. Okay, also if we're using await, means what we need to do, we need to change this one to async. Okay, so this is done. Now let's create, I'm just going to do a workspace ref or some, no, not ref, href, and here I'm simply going to do that if this user dot role is equal to admin, so you just redirect the user to the admin page, or else you redirect the user to the submissions page. Okay, and then what else we need to, okay, we also need to have a login href. Why actually we need it? Because we need this one to initiate our login flow, and this will be your public API base URL, correct, /auth/Google. Why? Again, if you go here, go to routes, so /auth/Google. So this is what we need, and I think this is done. For now, save this. What we are getting unauthorized. Okay, first of all, let's call log it here. Okay, so we'll see what we're getting in the user. So we're getting new error. Okay, I got it. So for this one, right, we need to make a change. So go to your auth.ts, and here I'm just going to create one function. Okay, so I'll do is unauthorized error, something like this, and here I'm just going to do error, and this will be unknown. And for this one, I'm just going to return, so I'll do if the error is instance of error, and if error dot message dot to lowercase, and no, we have to do to lowercase, not to local lowercase, so I'll do dot to lowercase. So I'll do if this includes unauthorized, right, so this is what we're getting, right. So let me just check. I'm getting unauthorized. Okay, so I'll do unauthorized. So in that case, what we'll do, right, so you're going to check this, and then when you're doing this, throwing this error, right, so I'm simply going to check that if this unauthorized error of this error, so in that case I'm going to return null. Alright, so you can see that now we don't have this one. Fantastic. So now, okay, so I think this is done. So that means it's unauthorized, when it should be unauthorized, that is correct. So now let's go back, and then what was we doing? Okay, so now let's go to this place. So first of all, what I'm going to do, right, after this I'm just going to do user. So here I'm simply going to take a link From next link we have to take, and I'm just going to do this one as open workspace. Okay, and here I'll simply going to give a href, and this will be your workspace or href that we have created. And here I'm just going to give a class name, so let's give this one as primary button class. Copy this, and here I'm simply going to do or else. So these I'm going to take, no, let's take a, and I'm simply going to do start onboarding. And here I'm simply going to take href, and this will be, so for this one what I'll do, right, so we need to use the, so let's go here, we are going to use this login href, and here I'm going to do a class name, and for this one we are going to do, let's do this one as same only primary button class. So save this. So you're getting this start onboarding, fantastic, but now we need to see if our flow is working or not. Go to env first. I think we have added the Google client and the secret ID. Okay, so let's click here. That's it, fantastic. So it's working, right? You can see, okay, this is not coming, we have to see this. Alright, so first of all, this is the first thing we have done. So on click of this, it is going to this login page. So now next what we can do, right, maybe let's add one more link here just to give some info, something like maybe view process. Okay, and here what I'm going to do, so let's give a class name, and let's give this one as view process. No, not this view process, secondary class name. And here I'm just going to do, maybe let's create one view process href, and this will be if user is present. So I'm just going to do workspace href, or else I'm going to do home page, and let's use it here. Save this. So we're going to get this view process. Okay, so I think this is done. Next, after this div, okay, so here I'm just simply going to do a div. So let's take a class name, and this will be benefits grid class, and here we are going to map this. So go here, and then I'm simply going to do benefits dot map. So I'll do benefit, and here simply you also need to add our card component. So let's go here, open this, go to Frontend, and you'll do npx add cn @latest add card. Okay, we also need to add some more also. Let's install all of this. We'll do batch, need label, text area, what else we need, I think, okay, let's add the dialog also, drop down menu, what else, so I think card we have done, drop down menu, I think this should be fine. Drop down menu also maybe we don't need, so let's install it, whatever. Fantastic. So I think this is done. So now here what we're going to do, right, so let's log the, sorry, let's render a card component here. So I'm going to do card, and for this one let's give a key first, which will be benefit dot title. Inside this I'm going to do a card header, and inside this I'm going to do card title, and here I'm just going to do class name. So I'll do benefit title class, and here I'm simply going to render that. Okay, close this. So getting this, and then what we'll do, maybe after this card header, so let's render card content, and here I'm simply going to take a p, and I'll render that benefit dot description, and for this class name I'm just going to do benefit description class. Save this. So you're getting this, awesome. And I think this is done. So this is all about this particular section. Now after this, let's take one more card here, and here I'm simply going to take card header, and I'll do card title, and I'll do how onboarding works. So for this one I think this is fine, it will come here. Now after this what we'll do, right, so let's take a card content, and here I'm simply going to do a class name, and I'll do here workflow item class, and inside this what I'll do, right, we have the workflow steps dot map. So we'll do this one as step comma index, and here I'm simply going to take a div. So here we're going to take a key, so this will be your step, and here I'm simply going to take a class name, and this will be, so it will be your workflow item class. Okay, and here what you're going to do, right, so let's take a span, and I'm simply going to do index plus 1, and I'll do a class name, so this will be your workflow number class, like this. So now what you're going to do, right, so first of all, after this maybe let's take one div, and we'll do class name, and I'll do workflow text class. Inside this we'll take a p, and I'm just going to render the step here, and here I'm simply going to take a class name, and this will be my workflow title class. Save here. So you're going to get this. Now here what you can do, right, also you can render some more description here if you need. So first, also I think we have done mistake. This will be workflow content class, like this. So I think this is fine for now, right? If you want, we can add more details, but now this should be fine. We need to add the site navbar because that is important. That is where we are going to have our logout button and all the other details. So first let's go to your site navbar, and then what I'll do, right, I already created the classes, so copy this and then we'll paste it here. First let's create the function, and I'm going to do this on a site navbar. Okay, and paste it here, and let's import these cn and button variants from your button component. Okay, so first one, what you're going to do, right, so here we also need to take our user as a prop. So here this user will be the type user that we have, or else this will be null. Okay, so first of all, once again we'll take that logic that we added here, right, that workspace href, this one. Now here let's return. So first of all, I'm going to take a simple header, give a class name, and this will be your header class. Inside this I'm going to take a div, give a class name, and I'm simply going to do navbar container class, and here we are going to render a brand. So for this one, let's create a function. I'm simply going to do function, or we can also directly render also, it's fine. So let's do a link here. So I'm just going to take a link, give a class name, so I'll do this one as brand link class, and href will be, it will go to the home page, right? So I'll do this one. Now inside this we'll take a span, and here I'm simply going to do AC or whatever. I'm just giving some random name, class name, and here I'll do brand logo class. Save this. So now after this span, what you can do, you can take one more div, class name, and I'll do brand text wrapper class, and here I'm going to take a span, and I'll do agency client portal, maybe something like this, and here I'll simply going to do class name, so I'll do brand, sorry, this will be brand title class. Save this. So we'll go here and let's log this, sorry, render it here, site navbar, and pass the user, which will be this user. See, awesome. And you can see that it's looking very clean also. So now next thing what we're going to do simply, so what else we need to render, you have to render the logout and the login, that logic. So after this, what we can do, right, maybe after this link, so I'm simply going to take that if the user is present, or else we are going to do what, we are going to take a link. So here I'm simply going to do href, and here this will go to where, so it will go to the public API base URL /auth/Google, this one, right, and class name will be now your login button class if the user is present. So let's take a div, and here I'm simply going to take a class name, so I'll do nav action class. Inside this I'm simply going to take one more link. I'll do this one as workspace. If you want, you can do this, or else you can also skip this part also, it's fine. href, I'm going to do workspace href, and class name I'm simply going to do workspace button class. Okay, we have to give this on login. Okay, and also we need to render the logout button, correct? So first what we'll do, right, so let's create the logout button component also, it will be simpler. So we'll go here, so let's create a function, and also we need to do this one as a client component. Okay, so we'll use client, so this will be your logout button. And what we're going to do, right, so for this one, in case we need, we can take one class name, but let's don't take this one because we're not going to have any class name for now. So for now let's simply return a button, right? So we're going to return a button component. And here what we'll do, right, so first of all we're going to take this one as logout, and here let's also take a on click, so I'll do on click. And for this one I'm simply going to do this one as maybe handle logout, and here also need to take a disable, so this will be is pending. So I'm going to take this, so do const is pending, set is pending, and this will be equal to your use state of false. So let's create this. I'm simply going to do async function handle logout, so I'll do try, and here I'll do finally. So first what we'll do, simply so I'll do set is pending will become true, and then we'll do await, we'll do client API fetch, and here we're going to take a message which will be string, and here what we have to do, we have to go to /auth/logout, and then we also need to give a method here, very important, which will be post. Once this is done, then what we're going to do, right, we are going to take a router, so I'm just going to do const router, and this will be use router, and then I'm simply going to do router.push, so push will be to home page, and then I'm going to do router.refresh, and here we are going to make this one as false. What we are getting error? Oh, this will be logout button. Okay, so I think this is done. What else we can take? Maybe I think this should be fine, right? Variant, let's give this one as ghost, so I'm just going to do a variant ghost, save this, and now we can just simply call this. So I'm just going to do logout button, and then save this, and I think this is done. So now if I refresh this, right, so let's click here, it will go to this page, and then let's select this. Maybe I'm going to select this one, continue, that's it. So this is done. And if you refresh this, you log out and go to application, go to your cookies, you have your cookies here. Okay, so you can see that N8N says token. I think, I don't know, from Clark, I think I have used someplace, from there it's coming. Maybe let's clear this. Okay, so I'm going to clear this, refresh this, so let's log in once again. I think it will come again. Anyway, so I think this is working. Okay, now you can see that you're getting the token. Okay, fantastic. So that means you can also verify this here. Go to backend, see here, you can see, right, 200 you are getting, and these things are working. So now this is actually completed. Okay, so now what will happen, right? So consider you try to go to the admin page. Okay, so here we actually able to access this, correct? So here that means what we need to do, right, we need to give a check here. So how we are going to do this? I'm just going to do that, but then we'll move back to our backend again. Okay, because login flow is working fine. Also one more thing we need to do, my bad, that is let me refresh this. You can see that this refresh also we need to do, that is one thing. and then also need to do the logout. Maybe one more thing I will change here, sorry. So let's change this one to primary, no sorry, default, or let's use this open workspace. This is style that we are using here, so we'll do open workspace. Let me just check primary button class. Okay, so I'll copy this, go to logout button, paste it here, import this, height let's do this one as 8, then we'll see how it is looking. Based on that we can change, and then change this one to logout button class. Okay, and then I'll simply pass a class name, save this. So height 12 only, it's fine, right? Or maybe 10, let's see. 10 is fine. Awesome. So now I think this is fine, right? So see how we are going to do that. First of all, refresh this. So if I do log out, you can see this is login, right? So now first let's log in first. Okay, so I'm going to log in. So log out. Now if we try to go to the admin page, right, so it should not happen, right, because this user is a normal user. So what we need to do here, so now first I'm going to do user, and this will be habit, and here I'm just going to do require user, and here what we have to pass, right, we have to give this one as, sorry, we have to do require user, and then we have to give this one as admin. Okay, and then also you have to change this one to a async. So now what you can do, right, simply I'm simply going to do const, sorry, my bad. So here we also need to get the site navbar, correct? So maybe let's take this, and I'm just going to take the site navbar, pass the user, which will be this user, and then I'm simply going to do here div, and then I'll do admin page. And if I now save this, right, let's go here and then try to access the admin page here. You can see it's going to the submissions page. Why? Because if you go here, you'll see that if the user is admin, then only it will be this page or the submissions page. If you want, you can go change this one to home page. Now if you go back, right, now see, try to go to the admin page and you'll be in the home page only. Fantastic, right? So that means role based authentication is working. Now how we can check the admin page? Now we need to make one minor change. You can directly change in DB also, that is fine, but I just wanted to do directly from here. What I'll do, right, I'm going to change this one to a normal admin, direct admin while registering. You're getting, so I'm just registering this one as admin, and you can see that this is now running. So now what I'll do, right, when I log out, let's refresh this, go to login. Once I'm going to register this user will be now registered as an admin user. And if you do continue, see what is happening. Now this is admin user. Okay, so if I try to go to the admin page, see, you're still in the admin page. Okay, so you're getting what we have done here. So now this user is an admin user. Now we'll do what, we'll just change back to user for now. So see, okay, you may ask me that why you're doing this. This is for tutorial, that is fine, but in normal application, what will happen in production application, in companies, normally what they will do, right, they're going to have some kind of tool, that's for sure. They are going to have some kind of CSAM tool or admin tool, or they have their own platform. So in their platform, what they will do, right, they're going to have some config where they can usually manage this user and admin related config you're getting, or else they can directly go to your DB and they can change it. It's absolutely fine and it's safe also, you can do that. But normally very big companies, they use some kind of tool to update this user and admin roles. But for this one, we can just, you can directly change this one to add your DB, or you can directly change from here also if you want. Again, we will change this one back to a user. Why? Next time when we are going to register, it will be registered as a normal user. So with this is now done. Now let's log in. So I'm going to log in with my normal user now, and you can see that we can start working on this open workspace, this particular page, which will be our actual submission flow. So with this, now what we're going to do, right, again we need to now start working on our backend, and then we are going to first implement our this webhook flow, because this part we've already done, and we need to see if the webhook flow is working and then we are getting the response back or not. So let's see how we are going to do that in the next part. All right, so now let's start working on the backend for our submission flow, the actual submission flow that we are going to have, right? So we need to trigger this webhook from our UI, and then once the all the process runs, we're going to get the result back, and that we are going to render in our UI. Now here I wanted to mention a couple of things. Okay, so for this one, right, what I've done, so I just wanted to show you so that you'll be aware. So for this one, especially this particular backend section and also the front-end section, I would suggest that follow the source code, because we are going to actually have multiple properties in the model. So we are going to copy paste some of the things, okay? Because for example, let's say writing all these raw queries is going to take a lot of time, but definitely I'm going to copy from here and then I'm going to paste it, but I'm going to explain each and every line. But what I will suggest that be prepared, because we are not going to line each and every line from this particular section. Main thing, we are going to focus on the actual logic, okay? The Golang logic, that how we are going to call that webhook, what all things we need to do. First, let's close everything, okay? We don't need this one for now. Close the front end folder also. Go to your backend and let's start with your let's go to DB migrations, and then first we are going to create another file, and this will be 002 underscore, and let's give this one as create submission.sql, okay? All right, the first thing what we are going to have, so first of all let's create the table, right? So I'll do create table if not exist, right? And here let's give this one as submissions. So what are the properties that we are going to have? So first let's go here and let me copy this, and then I'll paste it here, and then we'll see that what are the things this is going to have. First of all, this is going to have an ID, right? Every submission is going to have an ID, which will be a primary key default, and this is going to generate that primary key, okay? Next, we are going to have a user ID. Now remember, this is going to reference our user table ID, so this is a foreign key, okay? So this is the concept of foreign key. We are going to have the client name, client email, service package, project goal, desired timeline, and asset provided. Now is this familiar? Yes, right? Because if you go to this particular flow, these all the properties that we have added here while running the workflow, if I run this one, right? So you can see that all these things we are going to have. Now exact same thing we are also going to have from our UI side also, okay? So now next we have the readiness status. Remember, we have added ready and missing info, right? So we need to see that, okay, what is the status, whether user has given proper properties or the info. Based on that, it's going to create the readiness status as ready, or it will be marked as missing info. If there is any missing items, AI summary, which is the actual AI summary, it's going to create, and if there is any recommended next action or not. Simple. So next we are going to have admin status. Why? Because once the flow will be created, once we are going to call the webhook, then this submission record will be added in our DB. So admin will be able to see that, and based on admin decision, so admin can mark this one as approved or rejected, and then we are going to have created it and updated it, okay? Simple. Next thing what we're going to do, right, as usual, we're going to start creating our submission repository. So what actually we are going to have in the submission repository, okay? First of all, we need to have one function which is going to create the submission, right? Second will be to list the submission by user ID. That, let's say there are two users, and one user actually created two submission, one user created 3 submissions. So based on that, we need to render. Then we need to have one more function to list all, and then we are also going to do one more, which will be to update the admin status, okay? So now admin status is going to nothing. So admin will be able to, like, how to explain, so admin will be able to change from pending to approved or pending to rejected, something like that, okay? Before that, we need to do one very important thing, that is we need to migrate this particular schema, right? So first let's go here, and I'll just clear this, go to backend, and what we need to do, we need to do go run, and then we'll do command / API, no, not API, my bad, this will be command / migrate, okay? So this is going to do the migration, successfully completed. Now you have to do this particular step, and now we can start creating our repository. So here I'm just going to, let's do one thing, rename this, sorry, not this one, rename this, copy this, and create one more here. So I'm just going to change this one to, maybe let's do submission repository, okay? So first of all, what you're going to have, see, again, these all are the same thing that we have done previously. So you're going to have a type, and I'm just going to do this one as submission repository. So this will be a struct, and here also you need to create one package here. So I'm just going to give a package of repositories. So this will be struct, and here I'm just going to take a DB. So this DB will be my pgx pool. So this is the first thing. Next, what you're going to do, you're going to create a type, and this will be create submission input. Okay, this also will be a struct. Let me check if I've added this. I think this one I haven't added here. Okay, so let's create here. So first of all, we are going to have a user ID, which will be a string. Then we are going to have the client name, which also will be a string. Then we are going to have the client email. See, this is the reason I usually don't write all of this, right? It's unnecessary, it's going to take a lot of time. Client email, then we are going to have the service package. You can see that all those properties we have added in this schema also. So here this will be service package, which will be also a string. Then we are going to have the project goal, this also will be string. Then with the desired timeline asset provided, so I'm just going to do desired timeline, which will be string. Then we have to do assets provided, this also will be string. Then what else we have? Readiness status, missing items, AI summary, and recommended next action. So next will be readiness status, so this will be string. Then we are going to have the missing items, so these will be array of string. We are also going to have AI summary, so AI summary will be string. And then I'm just going to do recommended next action, this also will be string. So this will to create the submission. So now let's create a new instance here. So I'm just going to do a function, so I'll do new. I'm not going to explain all of this because these each and every step we are going to just do writing it some duplicate code, simple. These steps we have already discussed each and every line in the auth flow also, if you remember that why we are taking this new submission repository. So here this will be new submission repository, and this will be, so I'm just going to take my db, and this will be pgx pull, and here this is going to return the submission repository. And here what we need to do, we're going to take the submission repository, and I'm just going to pass my db, which will be this db. Okay, so this is first thing is done. Next we need to create one method. So let's start with the creating the first method. So here I'm going to take r, and I'm just going to do submission repository. Let's take the method name as create because we need to have one to create. We're going to take the context, so this will be context, and also you're going to take the input. So input will be our actual data that we are going to receive, which will be in this particular format, right? So these all the things we are going to receive. So I'm just going to do create submission input. What this is going to return? Okay, so I think we have missed it, not missed it, but we need to create one more model here. Okay, so this will be our let's give this on as maybe submission only. No, let's do submission dot go. Okay, and here what are the things we are going to have? So I think these I have added here. Copy this and paste it here, and then so first let's create one type. So this will be submission, this will be struct, and for this one also you need to give the package. I don't know why the package is not coming here, so package model you have to give. And here what I've created all the properties just now you've written. Okay, copy all this and then you just paste it here, and also you need to import time. Okay, so these these properties I've just taken here, right? So your user ID, client name, client email, service package, project goal, desired timeline, asset provided, readiness status, missing item, AI summary, recommended next option, admin status, created at and updated at. Okay, so these are the properties, and this is the actual ID of each and every submission. So now let's save this, and here what you are going to return. So this will be now what you have to do. You have to take that model, right, that you have created. So you're going to do models dot submission, and in case there are any error, that's it. So now what you're going to do, so first let's take where submission. Let's keep this one small, and these will be your models dot submission, and then I'm just going to take an error. And now what we need to do, we need to do r. This is going to give me db, and this is going to give you the all the properties that you want to check. Pass the context, and here now you have to write your query. So first what we need to do, whenever you're going to create new data row into our PostgreSDB, so you need to insert. So we are going to do what? So we are simply going to do, so let me just copy this. Okay, and then I'm going to explain. So copy this from here, you can also copy from the code, and then you just paste it here. So simply telling that insert into the table. So this will be the submissions, and here we have also created submissions, all the properties that we wanted to push. These will be the values, correct? And then at the end, once you'll create, you return me all these properties, right? So it's going to create a new row, correct? So returning block is going to help you to return all the newly added value just now we have added, as simple as that. Okay, so I think this is done. And then after this you have to give comma and you have to give the values. So what I'll do, so let's start one by one. So I'm just going to now do strings. So I'll do strings dot trim space. Now we are going to do one by one. So we'll do input dot user ID. So we have the user ID, and then next we have give comma. Okay, so next we have the client name. So change this one to client name. Next we are going to have the so this client email, what I'll do, right? So I'm just going to do this one as strings dot to lower, and then I'm just simply going to do input dot client email. Next we are going to have the service package, right? So we'll do service package. Then you are going to have the project goal. Then you are going to have the desired timeline. Next you are going to have the assets provided. Then you are going to have the input dot readiness, and here these will not be string because your missing items is a array of string, correct? You remember this one. So for this one, just directly take it. So we'll do input dot missing items. Next you're going to have paste it. So this will be your AI summary. Then recommended next option. I think we have done right. So we'll do 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11. So you're actually adding all this property. I think this is done. Then what you have to do, you'll do dot scan, and here you're simply going to, so let's do one thing, right? So let's create one method here. Maybe I think I've already created. Let's create one simple function here, and I'm simply going to do scan submission fields, something like this. And here I'm simply going to take the current submission, and this will be the type will be model.submission, and here I'm simply going to take any, and what we're going to do, we're going to return, so return any, and here we are going to return submission dot id. Copy this, so this will be user ID. So let's copy one. So we have user ID, we have the client name, correct, and then we are going to have the client email, service package, project goal, desired timeline, asset provided, readiness status, missing item, AI summary, recommended next option, admin status, created at, updated at. So these things, so many things. So the user ID, change this one to client email. No, let's do client name first. Client name, this will be client email. Next you're going to have the service package, then you're going to have the project goal, then you're going to have the desired timeline, then you'll do assets provided, readiness status, then we'll do missing items, then we're going to have the AI summary, then we'll do recommended next option, sorry, action, admin status, created at, and updated at. That's it. So this is what it's going to return. So now when you're going to scan it, right, how you're going to do it, so you simply pass this. So you're going to pass the scan submission fields, and here you have to just pass the submission. Okay, that's it. So now I think this is done. This submission is the submission. So now what we need to do, right, just we have to give one small check here after this. So I'm simply going to do if error is not equal to nil. So in that case I'm going to return nil, comma fmt dot error, sorry, fmt we need to import dot error f, and I'll do create submission failed. Okay, or else we need to return the submission and the error will be nil, and this is done. So this will be the first method that we need, which is going to create a new submission. Okay, second one will be to list the submissions by user ID, and this will be simpler. So we'll do simply take R, and this will be your submission repository, and I'll do list by user ID. Take the context. Okay, and then what you have to get, you have to get the current user ID, right? That based on that you want to filter. And here what I'm going to do, right? So again these will be the models dot submission in case there are any error. So first of all what I'll do, right, I'm going to do rows comma error, and this will be equal to art.db.query, and here I'm going to pass the context. And here what we need to do, right, so first of all we need to check that based on which user ID we want to get the data, correct? So here, so let's create one more helper function here. So I'm just going to create something like this. I'll do function, and then I'll do select submission SQL, and let's take string here. And what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to return a query here. Okay, so I think I've added that query. Let me just check. Okay, this is what we need, select submission SQL. So copy this. We are simply getting the all the properties from the table. That's it. We are not doing anything very complicated thing. We are simply telling that select and give me all these properties from my submission table. As simple as that. You're getting. See, you have to understand all these things, that what actually we are doing here. Okay, now why we are creating this particular function? Because there is a possibility that we are going to use this one in multiple places. So instead of rewriting this on every place, we are just creating a simple function that we can use. Okay, what we are simply telling that, okay, select all these properties from the table, simple query. So now what you can do, so you can just use this. Okay, and then what you can do, right, so let's say now I wanted to do what, so I need to check, right, that okay, where I wanted to check or how I'm going to get that particular data for that particular user. So now you have to do where, so we are going to tell, okay, user ID equal to $1. Okay, also let's add order by, and I'm just going to do created underscore at desk, and then you have to give the value. So what will be the value? Value will be this user ID. So based on this user ID it's going to filter. So now here I'm simply going to do strings dot trim space, and I'm just going to pass the user ID, simple. And then you're going to check if error is not equal to nil. So in that case I'll copy this, paste it here, and I'm going to do list submission by user failed. Okay, so after this let's take a defer, and then I'm just going to close. So row.close is going to do what? It is going to releases all database resources after you're going to finish this particular result. Okay, now what we need to do, right, we're going to convert our database rows into slices of this model.submission, this one, because we are returning this, right? So how we are going to do that? So for this one let's create one more function. Okay, so I'm just going to create here, so I'll do function, and maybe let's give this one as what name we can give. Maybe let's do scan submissions. Okay, so for this one we're going to take the rows. So what will be the rows type? So this will be your pgx. Okay, so this will be pgx dot rows. So this will be your type. What we are going to return? We are going to return our model dot submission, or if there is any error. So now what we are going to do, so I'm going to take submissions. So first of all what we need to do here, we are going to create an empty slice. Okay, and we are going to keep the length as 0. Why? Because we haven't scanned any rows yet. So how to do that? So first we are going to take a make. Okay, so you're going to take make, and here what we're going to do, right, so first let's take model.submissions, and I'm going to keep this one as 0. So this will be the first step. I'm going to take a for, so I'll do rows, and here we're going to use next. Okay, what rows.next is going to do, these things you also have to do your own research and you have to understand. It's not possible to explain each and every line. Rows.next is going to move through the result set one row at a time. Okay, one row at a time. Let's say it's going to have 10 rows, so it's going to move through 10 times. So you're going to do a for. So now how you're going to do that? So first of all I'm going to do where submission, and for this one this will be the type will be model.submission. Okay, now we need to scan the current row. So I'm going to take a if error equal to, so I'm just going to do rows.scan, and here now we can use this scan submission field, right, because we're passing a single submission here. So I'm going to use the scan submission field, pass the submission here, and then what you're going to do, right, I'm simply going to check that if error is not equal to nil. So in that case I'm going to return nil, and let's give fmt.errorf, and I'm going to scan submission failed, something like this. Oh, this will be nil. Okay, where we are getting some scan submission, or this will be scan submission fields. Okay, this one, sorry, this will be like this. Okay, so this is done. Then what you need to do, right now we are going to add the current submission. So I'm just going to do submissions, and this will be equal to append. So take the submissions, so this submission that, oh, we have to take this one as submission, so this submission, and then we are going to add the current submission, this one, this submission that we have. Okay, what we are doing here, okay, if you're getting confused, let me add it. So here simply we are adding, or add the scanned submission into the submissions struct. Okay, so this is what we are doing here. And once this is done, what you have to do, you are going to now return these submissions. And what will be your so in that case, maybe you can pass a rows.error. So what this is going to do, right, so this one is going to check if any error happened while we are looping through here. Okay, so this is what you are going to return. So now what you can do, right, you can simply use this. I hope that you are understanding this part, whatever you have done here. This is important, right? So that how we have created the slice, what actually you have done in this particular step. So now what we need to do, right, we have to call that. So I'm just going to do scan submissions and pass all the rows here, and this is done. Okay, so this is going to list by user ID. Okay, why? Because we're passing individual, or explicitly we are passing this particular user ID, which we are going to get it here. So what else we need? We also need to have one more function which is going to list all the submissions rows from the database. So let's say in the database we have 100 rows, we have to list all. Now you might ask me why we need that. So for example, let's say admin will be able to see all the list, correct? So for admin we need to render all the list. So that's why I take one more function, and I'm going to take r, and I'll do submission repository, and I'll do list all. I'll do context, so this will be context.context. This is also going to return models.submission, or if there is any error, it is going to return error. So take a rows error, simply I'm going to do r.db.query, and here pass the context. And what you're going to do, right, so for this one we already have this, let me show you. So you already have this select submission SQL, this one you have created, correct? This is going to do what? It's going to give you the all these properties from the submissions row, as simple as that. And now what you can do, right, you can use the same. So I'm going to select submission SQL, but here what I'll do, right, I'm just going to add order by along with this particular query. So here what you can do a order by, and maybe let's say I'm going to do order by at created at property in the descending order. That's it. As I already mentioned that if you want to understand Postgres and everything, you should be knowing all these things. If you don't know the basic, see, these all are extremely basic SQL queries. If you're not able to understand, that means, to be honest, you are in a wrong place. This project will be little tricky. What you need to do, right, you need to watch some SQL videos, and then you have to do here. If you already know, this will be very simple. Okay, so now what I'm going to do here, I'm simply going to do if error is equal to nil, not equal to nil, I'm going to return nil, and let's do fmt.error if. And for now, I already mentioned, right, how we are going to render the errors here. The list all submissions, then you're going to do like this, something like this. But for now, I'm just going to do list all submission failed. Now, always you have to do this one. So you're going to defer rows dot. So you have the rows dot close. Okay. And then what you have to do, you have to return. So how you can do that? Simply again, you're going to call the same method that we have created, scan submission, and then you're going to pass the rows. So this is going to return. Now you might be thinking, okay, what is the difference? The only difference is in this query. Sorry, I need to pause, I think, because electricity gone. Okay, so I need to pause in between. Okay, what I was talking about, that that here the only difference is that we are actually getting the same data, but we are actually filtering based on this user ID. Okay, so this is the difference here. So I think with this is done, list all is done. Now we're going to have one more method here. Okay, so what this method will be, this will be find by ID for a particular user. What this is going to do, right, this is going to find one particular submission by submission ID as well as the user ID. Now this is going to prevent user from accessing submissions that belongs to someone else or some other user. Okay, so this is also important. So here what I'm going to do, right, so I'm going to do function, let's take R. So here I'm just going to again do submission repository, and I'm just going to do this one as find by ID for user, something like this. Here also take the context. So this will be context.context, and here I'm just going to take submission ID. This also will be string, and here I'm also going to take user ID, which also will be string. At the end again, this is going to return model.submission, or if there is any error, it is going to return that. So first again, let's take a submission, which will be your model.submission, and here I'm going to take error. So this will be my error. This will be the variable. What we'll do, right? So maybe for this one we can take query row, because we are only going to expect one matching condition. So to do this, we're going to do r.db.query row. So pass the context, and here I'm just going to do select submission SQL, the same thing that we have done, plus so we need to give a filter condition here. So how you're going to give the filter condition? So simply going to tell where the ID is equal to this and user underscore ID is this. Okay, so this is nothing our this submission ID and the user ID. So you're going to use this, sorry, not here, you have to take it here. So do to strings dot this will be trim space, and this will be submission ID, comma, and I'm going to do strings dot trim space, and this will be your user ID. And then we are simply going to do, we don't need this one, dot scan, and here I'm simply going to do scan submission fields, and here we are going to simply pass our submission. Okay, and we have to give comma here. So I think this is done, and then as usual we'll just give a check that if the error is not nil, so we are going to return that. So I'm simply going to do find submission for user field, find submission for user by ID field, and at the end we are going to return the submission as well as we are going to return nil. And I think this is done. Okay, so next we'll be having the last method, which will be to update our admin status. So admin will be able to update the status, correct, from approved to rejected, something like that. So we're going to have one more function, which will be, let's take again submission repository, and I'm just going to do this one as update admin status, and here this also going to take the context. So this will be context.context, submission ID also we need, because which submission we wanted to update. Also we need the actual admin status, that whether this will be approved, this will be rejected, pending, blah blah, whatever you wanted to take. This will be model.submission, and this will be error. Okay, so once again same thing. See, most of the things, right, it will be repeat only. Okay, how we are going to do the update? Now for this one again you have to do query row, and for this one pass the context, and here I already written the query. So this will be update table name. So update table name is our admin status, sorry, not admin status, man, update submissions. We are going to set our admin status and update it at, and then we are going to simply tell that, okay, which submission ID I wanted to update. Okay, so how this will work? So I already have added this, very simple, not that much difficult. So copy this, and then if I paste it here, and you'll see what we are doing. Simply telling that, okay, you are going to update the submission table, set the admin status, which will be this value, updated at, change this to current time, because we are now updating. So this will be always the current time, where ID is equal to this. This is ID is your submission ID. So if you have 10 submission, you're simply telling that, okay, the 5th one I wanted to update, so you have to give that ID. Once this is successful, you are going to return me all these details from the DB back, so that I can check that whether the submission is successfully done or not. You're getting right? So that means now here what you have to pass, you have to give this. So you're going to do strings dot trim space. So first one we have to give what? ID equal to 1, right? So this will be in this order. So this will be your submission ID. And second one will be your strings dot trim space. This will be your not your user ID, this will be your admin status, because in the admin status you are doing this, and this is what you're getting here also. Okay, so this will be your admin status. And then what you're going to do, simply you also give a comma here, and then I'm simply going to do dot scan, enter, and I'll do scan submission fields, and here you're going to pass the submission. That's it, and this is done. And then as usual give the this condition. So copy this, paste it here, and this will be update status field, and then we are simply going to return submission comma nil. And this is about this update. So with this we have created all the methods that we need. So these all will be to interact with our DB. So what will be our next step? Next step, what we are going to do, right, again we are going to do in opposite way, because we need to understand that what all handlers we need. Just like if you remember, once we have implemented these HTTP handlers and auth handler, and then we are doing one by one, right? So we started with these and then we created the services, correct? So that we can do back and forth, because you have to understand, right, we can't do blindly. So that means what we need to do first in the handlers, okay? So you're going to have two handler, okay? So one will be submission underscore handler dot go, and then there will be one admin handler also. So you're going to do admin submission. Maybe let's do admin submission only, is it, or what else you can give? Let's give admin submission handler, because we are using handler dot go. Okay, so these two things we need. So these will be package handlers, and for submission handler also this will be what? This is also will be your package handlers. So these two things, these two files we need, and then we need one more service which will be our N8N service. So this will be your N8N service. So here you are going to do package services. So that means these three files we need to work. Once these three files will complete, then what we need to do, we need to add all those in our routes. You're getting? So let's start working with the submission handler in the next part. So I'll close everything else, open the submission handler, open the N8N service, and then we'll start working on this one in the next part. Alright, so now let's start working. So first thing what we need to do, right, go to env, and then we need to add one more env, okay, and that will be our N8N. Let's give this one a webhook, and I'm just going to give this one as URL. And how we are going to get this? So you're going to get this from your the workflow. Click on this app webhook hook trigger, and then you click on open, and then what you can do, right, go here, copy this prod URL, and then you just paste it here. Okay, so this is the first thing we need to do. So now next thing will be, so let's close this, go to your config, and in the config what we need to do, right, so we also need to add this, right, because we haven't add this one here. So what you can do right here, I'm just going to do N8N, and let's give this one as webhook. Let's do URL, and this will be a string, okay? And also what we can do, simply we also need to get it here, so just simply do it, copy this, maybe this one, and then I'll paste it here, and I'll do N8N webhook URL, and this will be simply the property that we have added, right? So go to env, copy this, and then just paste it here. Okay, so this is what you need. Save this, and this is done. So now what we'll do, right, go to submission handler. So in the handler, first of all we need to understand that what are the handlers we are going to have. So first of all we need to have a create handler, which is actually going to create the submission. Then we are going to have the list submissions for user handler, means whenever I'm going to log in, I will be able to see only submissions that is created by me, correct? Then we are also going to have one for the details, to get the details, like let's say if I click on some particular submission, I will be able to see the details, correct? And what else? I think these should be fine. And then we are going to have one more handler, I think, created admin submission handler. So this one will be, first will be to list all the handlers, and second will be to update the status of a particular submission. So these things we are going to have. So let's start with the first one. So first what are you going to do, right, go to submission handler, and here I'm just going to create one type. Let's give this one as submission handler. Let's give this one capital, and I'm going to do this will be stuck. And here I'm just going to do a submission repo. So what will be submission repo? So we have repositories, correct, dot submission repository. So this is the first thing. Second thing what we need to create, we need to create our N8N service. Remember, we also need to have service, so that is the reason I mentioned that we are going to work side by side. So now go to your N8N service. So let's start creating the service first. So I'm just going to do type, let's do N8N service. This also will be a stuck. And here what are the things? We are going to have our webhook URL, which will be a string, and also I'm just going to take the HTTP client, because we also need the HTTP client here, which will be HTTP dot client. Okay, so these two things we need. Alright, so now what I'm going to do, right, first of all let me just check whether I have added that one or not. I think I haven't added. Okay, so I think this is fine. Maybe let's create it. So what I need, right, I need two more type here. One will be our N8N readiness, input. So this will be one, which will be a struct. So here we are going to have the client name, which will be a string, and the mapping will be, so we are going to take a JSON, and here we are going to have the client underscore name. Okay, so this will be the mapping. Similarly, we are going to have for all the other properties. We are getting JSON client name is not okay. We need to take this. Okay, so now copy this, paste it. So this will be client email, service package, project goal, desired timeline and asset provided. So let me just do one thing. I'm just going to copy it from here. So we have the client email, then we are going to have the service package, then we are going to have the project goal, then we are going to have the desired timeline, and then we are going to have the assets provided. Okay, so these all the things we are going to have. We also need to change this. How we can change this? Go to your DB, go to DB migration and create submission, and here you can just copy all of this. So first we have the client email, so this will be client email, then you have service package, change this one to service package, then you have project goal, so this will be project goal, then you're going to have desired timeline, this will be desired timeline, and then you're going to have the assets provided. So these all things we need. Then this will be your readiness input. Why this is readiness input? Because this is the form that we are going to have in our UI, correct? The same form that we are having here. So when I'm clicking right to run this, I'm going to have this form, right? See, this is the form, very, very important. So now what we need to do, now we're going to have a readiness result. So I'm just going to create one more, copy this and paste it here. Okay, so this I'm just going to do readiness result. So in the result, what are the things we're going to have? One will be your readiness status. We can copy from, maybe let's copy it from here, right? So I already have this repository. So you have readiness status, missing items, AI summary, and recommended next action. So copy this, readiness status we need. So I'm going to do readiness status. So this will be string, and here copy this one from here, paste it for now, and I will change this one later. So you need 4 times, correct? So now let's go here. So you have missing items, then we have AI summary, and also you're going to have recommended next action. So now to change this one, what we can do, simply go here, close this. So you can take readiness status to map this one. Next we are going to have missing items, so this will be missing items, this will be AI summary, and then you are going to have the recommended next action. Okay, so this will be your result. This is what we are going to get. So now we are going to create our service. I'm just going to do function. So this will be new N8N service. So I'm going to get the config. So this will be my config that I'm going to have .config, and here this will actually, we're going to take our N8N service, and here just return this. So I'll do return N8N service, and inside this we need to take our webhook URL. Webhook URL will be your strings. So let's take strings dot trim space, and this will be your config. Config is going to have your N8N webhook URL. Okay, then I'm also going to take our, this will be our HTTP client. So this will be our HTTP client, and here maybe what we can do, right? Okay, let's remove this. We will take one timeout here. So we'll take a timeout, and I'm going to take a time dot duration. What we can do, right, for now, maybe what I'm thinking, that you can take one in the config, or else by default you can take also. Maybe let's do one thing. What we can do, right, let's take 30 seconds also we can take, maybe, or let's take directly 30 seconds. I think no need to take one more config here. So time dot duration, here what I can do, right, you can take this one as 30 into, I'll do time dot second. Okay, what I'm doing, man. So this will be time dot second, capital. Okay, so this is done. Now what you're going to do, right, so first of all I think this will be fine. So save this. Now we need to go to our submission handler. So go to submission handler. So here we need our repository. Now we need our service. So this will be our N8N service, and this will be our services dot, so we have N8N service. Okay, so these two things we need. Next we also need our create submission request. Again, these create submission request will be the actual form data that you are going to receive from your UI side. So for this one I have already created this. Okay, so copy this and then I'll paste it here. So you're going to have the client name, email, service package, same thing. So now what I can do, right, we're going to create our handler. So I'm just going to function and I'll do new submission handler, and here I'm just going to take this one as submission repo. So this will be your repositories dot submission repository. Also we need our N8N service here, which will be our services dot N8N service. What this is going to return, so this will be our submission handler. So submission handler is the submission handler. Okay, so now what you're going to do, again this is same thing. So you're going to return, so you're going to return our submission handler, and you're going to simply return the submission repo, which will be this submission repo here, and then you're going to return the N8N service, which will be the N8N service that you are receiving from here. So this will be your new submission handler that we are going to use later. So now we are going to create all our handlers. So let's start with the first handler. So here I'm just going to take H for handler. This will be my submission handler, and I'm going to create this one, take this one as create. Now we need to work with again Fiverr, because we need to take our context. So I'm just going to do Fiverr dot context, and let's return an error. So first of all, what we need to do here, now these things are very important. Okay, whatever process that we are going to follow here. First we need to get the current user, very important. Then I'm going to take a OK, and I'm simply going to do middleware dot, so here we have this current user from context. Remember, we have done this and passed the context here. If not equal to OK, not equal to OK, so I'm going to return. So we need to do c dot status, and here I'm just simply going to do Fiverr dot, so we need to do status Fiverr dot status unauthorized, and here what we are going to do, simply let's do a JSON, and I'm simply going to do Fiverr dot map. So let's do message, and I'm going to do unauthorized, something like that. Okay, so this is the first thing. Now we are going to have our body. So this is our actual body, incoming body request that we are going to receive from the UI side. So I'm just going to do create submission. So I think we have already taken, right, this one, this stuck. Okay, so this one fine. Now let's take a error. So this will be equal to, so I'm going to take our c dot bind. Now here we need to take our body, so we are going to take this body. Now we are going to check if the error is not equal to nil. So here again I'm just going to return, so we'll copy this, paste it here. So for this one I'm just going to do status bad request, and then in this message let's return invalid request body. So now what we're going to do, right, so first of all we need to create a form, a variable, something like that. And first of all let's create a form, and here what we're going to do, right, let's create a helper function first. So I'm going to do function, and let's do normalize create submission. What this is going to receive, it's going to receive input, which will be body, and the type will be this create submission request. Okay, I think we're getting because of this. So to create submission request, and then this will be my services dot, we have this N8N readiness input. Okay, so this is what we're going to receive, this part. So now what we're going to do, right, simply here I'm just going to do return services dot readiness input, and you have to take all of this. So do client name, which will be strings dot trim space, and this will be your body dot client name. Similarly you have to do for all others. So copy this, client email, then with the service package, project goal, desired timeline, and asset provided. So this will be your client email, and I'm just going to change this one to lowercase. So I'll do strings dot to lower, and we are going to pass the body dot client email. Then we have service package, this will be body dot service package. Then we are going to have the project goal, this will be project goal desired timeline. This will be desired timeline, and at the end we're going to have the assets provided or not, which will be asset provided. Okay, so it's simply creating this helper function so that we can now call it from there. So what you can do, simply now you can just call this. So I'll do normalize create submission, and what you have to was, you have to pass the body. This body you are going to receive from the UI side. Now what we can do, right, simply I'm just going to take, let's take a if message equal to, here we are going to create one validate method. Now this is also very important. Why we need to do validate method? Because there is a possibility, let's say your client email is empty or client name is empty that you are sending from the UI side, correct? So for this one, let's create a simple function, and I'm just going to do validate create submission request. Here again you're going to receive body, so you're going to receive body, which will be create. Again I think I'm getting this one, let's comment it out. So this will be create submission request, and I'm going to return string. So what I'm going to do, right, I think I've already, so we need to take a switch here, and I think I've already taken this one, right? We are going to use this. So we're going to take switch, and inside these, let's take these cases. You'll understand what actually doing here. Simple cases, that if this body dot client name is empty, client name is required. If client email is empty, email is required. Similarly for all the properties. Okay, and then you're going to simply take, so let's take one error, and I'm simply going to do here, so let's do a mail dot parts address body dot client email, and I'll just do the error is not nil. We just have to give a simple check that client email is invalid in case you're giving wrong email address, and then you're going to return empty. Okay, so this will be one simple function that we need to create. Why we are creating these small functions, I'm just giving you the approach or showing that how we are going to write Golang code. Let's say you need to use this one in multiple places, you can use it, right? You don't have to do the same validation every place. Now I'm just going to take this message. So now what we are going to do, we are going to call this, pass the form, and now you are going to simply check that if this message, now what this message is going to the message that you are going to receive, that if this message is not nil or empty, so in this case this will be empty. So what you need to do, you need to return an error that okay, something you are doing wrong. So what you can do, you have to do this one as getting cannot use as a type valid argument. Okay, why is that? Validate, oh, this will be validate create submission request. Okay, what we are doing wrong here, let's see. What it is telling, okay, let's see, cannot use form variable struct types. Oh, okay, variable struct type this as, okay, I'm using wrong type here. So this will be N8N dot readiness input. Okay, so now you're not going to get this. So now what you're going to do, right, simply that if the message is not empty, so in that case this will be bad request only, and here maybe in the message you don't have to pass directly, you can simply pass this message that you're going to get from this. So if let's say if the service package is empty, so you're going to receive this and we are simply rendering it there. Okay, so this is done. So now what you're going to do, simply here we need to now check very important steps. So now we are going to create all our helper function. Once we are going to enter the form, it's going to do what? It's going to call our N8N webhook. When it's going to do the webhook, it's going to do whatever things we need to check if the readiness is completed or not. Okay, if the readiness is not completed, that means N8N readiness is failed. If it is failed, we are not going to create the submission and we are not going to save the submission in our DB. Why? Until unless you're going to get the result back to our UI from webhook, we are not going to do anything. So that means there has to be something, some way so that we can check whether the N8N readiness is actually completed, or to simple way, if I try to put this one, if this webhook flow is completed or not. Okay, so how we can do that, right? So we need to have a helper function for this. So now here I'm simply going to take readiness error equal to, and I'll do h.n8n service, and now let's create our first helper function, which will be, so maybe what we can do, right, let's give this one name as check readiness, something like that. So first we'll go here and start with the first one. So I'm just going to do function. So this will be your N8N service, and I'm just going to do check readiness. And now here I'm simply going to take context, so this will be context dot context, and also I'm going to take the input, so this will be my N8N readiness input. Okay, what I'm going to receive, so this will be my N8N readiness result, or else if there is any error. Okay, so now first of all I'm simply going to check that if this as.webhook URL, if this is equal to empty. Okay, so in that case I'm simply going to return nil, and I'll do fmt.errorf, and I'll do N8N webhook URL is missing, something like that. Okay, then we are going to take a body comma error, and this will be what we are going to do, right? We need to convert our go input, that input that we are receiving this input, into our JSON. Okay, why? This JSON we actually need, or will become the HTTP request body that we are going to send to N8N. Okay, very important. So how we're going to do that, you get JSON and it has a Marshall method, and we're going to pass the input. What it's do, Marshall return the JSON encoding of V, so we're going to pass the input here. Again, you have to give that if the error is not equal to nil, so here maybe copy this, paste it here. So I'm just going to do Marshall N8N payload something, or I'll do JSON Marshall field for now. I'll keep this one simple. Okay, so this is done. Now we are going to do the actual request. Okay, very important step. So we'll do request error, and this will be equal to HTTP, that method that we have, dot, you will do new request with context. Okay, you have to pass the context. This we have also used in previous method also, previous time also. So we'll do HTTP, what will be the type? This will be a method post. Why? If you go here, see it's a post request, correct? So if you open this one, this is a post request, so this will be a method post. Then you have to pass your URL, so this will be your as.webhook URL, correct? And then what you have to pass, you have to pass the body. How you're going to pass the body? You're going to take bytes, and then you're going to do new reader, and you're going to pass the body. So this body is the body that you are converting using this JSON.Marshall. Now, okay, you might be thinking, okay, why we are using this bytes.newReader. These bytes.newReader is going to turn the JSON bytes into a request body. So that is the reason we are using that. If error is not equal to nil, so again I'm just going to do N8N request failed, something like that. Okay, N8N request failed. So I think this is done. Now I'm simply going to do request dot header dot set, and I'm going to do accept. This is going to accept application/JSON, important. Okay, and then I'm simply going to do here response error. So this will be your as.http client.do, and do the actual request here. Okay, so this is going to send the HTTP request to the N8N webhook. Very important step. This is actually going to do the request. Okay, this is creating the post request. There is a difference. This is creating the post request using our webhook URL, but this line is actually doing the request. Okay, if you know the basics of Golang and HTTP, all these things, right, you'll understand what I mean. So here now I'm simply going to do if this error is not equal to nil, even also, okay, I just wanted to show you, maybe it will be better, right? So let's search for what you can do, right? I'm just going to search for SADSINUI. Let's go here, and I'm just going to ask that, okay, give me the difference. What's difference between these two lines? What actually it's doing, something like that. Okay, let's give this one simple. So line number 1, and then we have this line. Okay, the first one, I'll see that what it's doing, whatever it's giving too many things. See, this is what you need. Simple. Line 1, construct the request blueprint. I already mentioned that it's going to create the actual post request. Sorry, it's going to create the post request, but line 2 is going to actually execute it. Okay, line 2 execute it over the network. Okay, so this line performs the actual network operations. Extremely important concept. Okay, and this line is going to configure your HTTP request object in memory. Okay, it doesn't talk to internet yet. So this is the difference. Okay, these two lines. So now I'm simply going to return nil, and then I'm just going to do fmt.errorf, Also, when I'm explaining all of this, right, please don't memorize all of this. Okay, memorize in the sense, try to implement project. Okay, don't memorize like this line is do that, like that. It will be difficult, I'm telling you, to understand. So this is done, and then we are going to do defer. So we'll do response.body.close. So we'll do response.body.close, and then I'm simply going to check that, okay, if the response dot status code is less than 200, or if it is status code is greater than or equal 300, so I'm simply going to do response body. Okay, and this will be equal to, so I'm just going to take io dot read all, and here, okay, I'm going to explain the what actually this line is doing, and I'll do io dot limit reader response dot body comma, and I'm just going to do 2048. What this is doing, right? So first of all, this line, that any status that is outside 2xx, that means N8N whatever request that we have done didn't successfully process these particular requests, so something is wrong. Okay, if it is not, if this is the case, right, so if it is less than, what we are going to do, we are going to first read only the first 2048 bytes from the response body. What it's going to do, this is going to if I'm not wrong, this is going to avoid reading a huge error response. Okay, so this is what we are going to simply doing here. And if this is the case, so in that case we need to return, we are returning N8N result, right? So we need to return nil, and then I'm simply going to do fmt.errorf, and here you are going to do something like that, the N8N returned status, right? And here let's return render both. So I'm just going to render what? So I'm just going to render the response dot status code, and also I'm going to do string dot strings dot trim space, and I'm just going to do string of, and I'm going to pass this response body, that what actually you're getting here, something like this. Okay, and at the end, if this is not the case, this is just handling of the error. So I'm just going to create the final result, which will be our N8N readiness result, and then we'll take if error equal to, so I'll do json dot new decoder. We have response dot body, and here we need to do decode. What you have to pass, right? You have to pass the result. So this is going to format in this particular way in this struct. Remember, I explained this particular concept, that these things we need. And then if error is not equal to nil, so I'm simply going to return nil comma fmt.errorf, and I'm going to do decode N8N response failed here. Okay, so I think this is done. If this is not the case, just return the result. So I'm just going to return the result, and this will be nil. I know these are a lot of things, but see, you don't have any options. You have to understand all of this, especially these lines, what this line is doing, what this line is doing, what this one is doing, 3, then what this line is doing, and at the end, this part we already discussed, extremely important. Okay, this line, what actually this is doing here. So this is now completed. So now what we need to do, right? So let's go here. So first we are going to validate. So we are going to check the readiness. So I'm just going to do now check readiness. We are going to pass our context dot background, because we need to pass the context, and what will be your form? Your form will be this, sorry, your input will be this form. Okay, so we're going to pass this form here, and then I'm simply going to do if error is not equal to nil. So I'm going to return c dot let's copy this, man, it's repeating. So copy this, paste it here. So what we are going to do, maybe if this is not means, what will be the proper here? I think, okay, let's give status bad gateway. So bad gateway, and then here I'm just going to do N8N request check N8N check readiness failed, something like this. Okay, if you want, you can also return the error also, that's fine. Now what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to create submission. Let's create error, and now what you have to do, if the readiness is completed, means now we need to go to our submission repo, and we need to actually create our DB record, because this is now is going to save that particular submission information into our DB. So now we are going to do h correct dot, we have submission repo dot create, right? So what this create is going to take, first context, we'll do context dot background, and then it's going to take the input. Okay, so now what we're going to do, right, so let's create one more method here. So what we're going to do, right, so first I'm just going to go to some N8N service, and I'm just going to create one simple function, and I'm just going to do readiness to create submission input. Okay, so here I'm going to receive the user ID, which will be string. I'm also going to receive the form, which will be N8N readiness input. Also I'm just going to get the result, which will be N8N readiness result. What this is going to return, so this will be my repository dot create submission input. So if you hover here, you can see that these things we need. Okay, so now what you're going to do, right? So first of all, I'm just going to return repository dot create submission input, and now you have to return all of this. So the user ID will be this user ID, then you have the client name. So this client name will be this form dot client name. Then you're going to have all other. Copy this, client email, service package, project goal, desired timeline, asset provided. So look, client email, so this will be client email. Then you're going to have the service package, so this will be your service package. Then this will be project goal, desired timeline, and then assets provided. Now next thing will be our readiness status. This will be what from where you're going to get the readiness status. This is from your result, so this will be your result.readiness status. AI summary, result.ai summary, and also you're going to get the recommended next action, which will be your result.recommended next action. Okay, so I think this is what you need. So now this one you are going to use here, so save this. So once the check readiness is completed, so we need to create it. So while you're going to create it, so you'll see that what this is going to receive, it is going to receive the context and it is going to receive the input. So we're going to pass the context here, and now we are going to also need to pass our services dot readiness to create submission input, and this is going to do what? It's going to get the user ID. How you're going to get the user ID? You're going to get it from your current user. So it will look current user dot ID. Then you're going to pass the form and the result. So what will be your form? Your form will be this form that you have here. It's little complicated, I can understand, but if you give some time, you'll understand that what is happening here. And then you have to pass the result. So how you're going to get the result? Your result is nothing but this readiness. This readiness is going to give you the result, services.N8N readiness result, which is going to do what? N8N readiness result is going to give you that. Where is that? We have written services, right? In the services, N8N readiness result, this one, these four things. So this you're going to get from where? You're going to get from our this webhook, correct? So now we'll go here and then we're going to just pass it. So this will be your readiness, which is going to have the result. Okay, and I think this is done. What is happening here? Okay, this is extra, I think, is it? No, something we are doing wrong here. Okay, now I'm going to do if the error is not equal to nil. So here also we need to return some status. Copy this, paste it here. So this will be, now what we can do, maybe let's do test internal server error, and here I'm just going to do fail to create submission. So I'll do fail to create submission. Okay, if this is not the case, at the end we are going to return. So I'll do copy this, paste it here. So we'll do status created .json, and here what you're going to pass, I'm just going to pass the submission, and this submission will be the submission that I've created here. Okay, so this will be the first one. So many things we have to do. First, get the current user. Okay, bind that body in that particular format, then normalize the body here. So normalize is going to actually what it's going to return in this particular input. We are going to pass the data right from our UI side, client name, client email, and all these things. Then important part is that this is going to check the actual readiness, that whether this flow is working or not. Simple. Webhook trigger, normalize webhook, call the model, check webhook onboarding, structured, create the structured output, prepare this, and then respond back to the webhook. If this is the case, then you create the actual data and store it in your DB, right? And then at the end you're going to return that back. Simple. So this is done. Next thing what you're going to do, right? So we are also going to have some other method here. So I'm just going to do function let's create h. So this will be submission handler, and I'm just going to do list mine. So what this is going to do, this is only going to render your submitted result, correct? So here you're going to do C, this will be fiverr.context. So you're going to get error. So I'm just going to again take the current, let's copy this, man. So we'll copy this current user. Okay, we need to get the current user ID here, if I'm not wrong. So first of all, we are going to give the same logic here, that if this is not okay, so this will be unauthorized. Okay, this is the first thing. Then I'm just going to do submissions, comma error. How you're going to get it? So I'll do h.submission repo dot, and you can see that we have what? List by user ID. Remember, we have created this. So list by user ID is going to receive the context and the user ID. So context will be your context.background, right? Context.background is going to again create an empty context, non-nil empty context, right? Now also another thing, you see that what this also has no values, has no deadline. Okay, so now one more thing we need to pass, the user ID. User ID you're going to get from again current user dot ID. That's it. So this is going to give you that particular information, that how many you have created. So now what I'll do, right? So let's copy this, paste it here. So I'm just going to give if error is not equal to nil. So in that case, what I'm going to do, right? I'll do status internal server error, and here I'm simply going to do failed to load submissions. If this is not the case, in that case I'm going to return. So I'll do c.json. So I'll do fiverr.map, right? And in the fiverr.map I'm just going to return submissions, and submission will be equal to these submissions. Okay, and I think what you're doing, man, here. Something we're doing. Oh, okay, now so we have to close this. I hope you're getting right. So you just got the current user information, call this method, get the submission, because you see list by user ID is doing what? It's simply giving you the select submission SQL, which is going to give you all the information where the user ID is this user ID, and this is what we are doing here. Now next thing will be, we also need to have one more. So let's do here function. So let's do h. So I'm just going to do submission handler, and I'm just going to do get mine by ID. Okay, so by ID here also this will be fiverr.context. This, let's take error. Okay, so same thing, copy this, paste it here. So first of all, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to take a single submission. So this will be h.submission repo find ID for user. This is what you created, right? This one. So this is also need your context.background, and here what you have to pass, right? So let's go here. You'll see that we have a submission ID, we have a context, we have a user ID. Now here I have a question, that how you're going to get this submission ID. Okay, so this we're going to get from our param, and you'll understand why we need this param. Okay, later I'm going to explain. So for now you'll do C, this is going to hold your param, and here for param what you're going to do, you're going to pass ID. If you worked with Express, right, or Node.js, you'll understand what actually we are doing here. So I'll do current user.id, and then what I'll do, so let's copy this, maybe let's copy this one from here, and I'll paste it. If error is not nil, so in that case, okay, first of all we need to give one very important check here. Okay, so first let's remove this, because in this case we are finding a single submission, if this is present or not. If this is not present, so what you need to do, right, first I'm going to get errors dot is, and here I'm going to pass the error, and I'm going to check that if pgx dot error nodos, means if this, so consider that you are finding one particular submission with ID 100, and then other person is finding another submission with ID 600, but that 600 submission ID is not present in your DB. That means what? It's going to return nodos. So in that case you have to give a check here, important. So why? So now I'm just going to copy this, and then I'll paste it here. So this will be c.status, but what you have to give, you have to give status status, what is that, man? Not found, I think. Status not found, and here you are going to do submission not found. Okay, if this is not the case, then you're going to return normal. Okay, so here you're going to return status internal server error. Okay, and here this will be again I'm doing something wrong. This will be outside, this is here, after this I need to do it. So this will be failed to load submission. Save this. I think this is done. So this is about the error handling. If you are getting the submission, so simply return it. So I'll do c.json, and here I'm just going to do fiverr.map, and here you're going to pass submission, and this will be equal to this submission, this one, this submission. Okay, and I think this is done. So these three we need in the submission handler. Okay, so we have how many? So first one is to create a submission, second is to list the submission for that particular user where you are going to render all the cards, and then get the submission by that particular submission ID, where this is actually important. This I'm going to explain later. So with this is completed. Now what we need to do, we also need to implement our admin side submission handler. So we are going to have only two methods for this. One will be to list all the submissions irrespective of user ID, because admins will be able to see all users created submissions. Second will be to update the status, because admin will be able to update the status. So let's do this one in the next part. Alright, so now let's start with the admin submission handler. Okay, so for this one we need only two functions. One is to render all the submissions, and one will be to update a particular submission, update the status of a particular submission. So let's start with the type first. So I'm just going to do admin submission handler. So these, let's give this one capital, let's make this one struct, and here, so first of all we need our submission repo. Okay, so this will be submission repo, and this will be our submission, sorry, this will be repository that we have dot submission repository. Okay, then I am going to take one more, which will be to update admin status request. Also this will be struct, and for this one I need admin status. This will be a string, and for this one let's take a JSON, and this will be admin status, right? This is what we have. So if you go here, right, so see we have this admin status. Okay, so this is what we need. Now let's create our function, and I'm just going to do new admin submission handler. So this will be our submission repo, which we are going to receive as input. So this will be repository.submission repository, and this is going to return our admin submission submission handler, admin submission handler. I'm going to return @admin submission handler, and I'm simply going to get our submission repo, which will be the submission repo. Okay, so now let's create the first one. So I'm just going to do function, and this will be, so let's take this one h, and this will be admin submission handler. I'm going to do list all submissions. Okay, and here I'm simply going to take c, which will be fiverr.context, and here I'm just going to take this one as error. So I'll do submissions comma error, and this will be h.submission repo dot, so I think we have this list all, this one, right, and this only need your context.background. I think this is done. Let's give one check that if error is not equal to nil, so I'm simply going to return a c.status of fiverr.status internal server error dot json fiverr.map, and what will return, so let's return failed to load submissions, or else what I'll do, simply I'm going to return the submissions. We'll do c.json fiverr.map, and I'm just going to do submissions, which will be the submissions that we are going to receive. So this is the first one, simple. Then we need to update the status of a particular submission. Collect one more method. So this will be function, so h, so this will be admin submission handler. Make this one as update status. Update status is fine. So let's do update status, and this will be context. So this will be dot context, we're going to receive error. So first of all we need the body, right, that what status we wanted to update. So this will be our update status, update admin status request, this one. And remember one thing I wanted to mention, that all this logic, that whatever I'm writing, right, remember I'm writing live, okay, while recording. So there is a possibility that sometime I'm also going to get issues and everything. So why I'm talking about this, the reason I'm talking about is that I want all of you to follow the same process. Even if you're getting multiple issues, try to do back and forth search and then do by yourself, or else you'll be stuck in a tutorial loop. So you have to watch multiple projects, still you will not be able to do this. Okay, you need to know the process, for example how things actually work and in what way you have to do it. So you have to do c.bind. What you have to bind? You have to bind the body. What will be your body? Your body will be this body, correct? So it's going to give you in this format, right? So we have already given the type here. Now we are simply going to give same thing, that if the error is not nil, so in that case copy this, paste it here. So this what I'll do, right, I'm just going to do status bad request, and here I'm just going to do invalid request body. Okay, I think this is done. Then let's take our admin status. So admin status will be strings dot trim space, and here we are going to get admin status from where? From our body, correct? So I'll do body dot admin status. Okay, now what I'll do, right, so let's create one maybe let's create one simple helper function. Why? I'll explain. So I'll do function and I'll do is allowed admin status. Okay, so we'll get status which will be a type string. You're getting because of this. Let's remove this string, and then I'm going to return a boolean. So I'm just going to do if the status that we'll get, this status is this equal to. So if the models dot admin status pending, you can see that in the model, if you go to model, right, go to submission, we have this admin status pending, approved and rejected. So admin status pending, or if status is equal to models dot admin status approved, or if the status is equal to models dot admin status rejected. If this is the case, so we're going to allow the admin status. So that means here what we'll do, simply I'm just going to do if, let's not give space here, so I'm just going to do if not equal to is allowed admin status of this admin status that we are receiving. So that means we are sending a invalid admin status from the UI side. Okay, so this will be bad request only, and we'll do invalid admin status. Okay, I think this is done. What else we need to do? Okay, now we need to update. I think this is done. So it will do submission error, and this will be h dot submission repo dot update admin status. Okay, so what you have to pass? You have to pass the context, you have to pass the submission ID, and you're going to pass the actual admin status. So context will be your context dot background, right? So the context dot background. Then how you're going to get the ID? So this will be from our params. So we're going to get ID here, and then we're going to pass the admin status, which will be this admin status that we have from our body. Okay, now what are you going to do, right? Again, let's do this one. So let's go to submission handler, and I'm going to check this if this error is not equal to nil, and if there is no no rows, so in that case we're going to simply render that submission not found, or else we're going to render fail to update admin status. So we're going to copy this from here and then paste it. So first import this pgx, import the errors. So simply I'm going to do if this status not found, submission not found, or else failed to update submission status. I think this is done. What else? I think this will be fine. We don't have to do anything else. Let's return c.json fiber.map, and here what you're going to do, we'll do submission, and then I'll return the submission here back to our UI. And I think this is done. So these two things we need. So with this, I think we have completed our handlers. So next step, what we need to do, so we need to create our routes, correct? So we have to go to our routes. So first we have the auth handler, and then I'm simply going to take one more, which will be submission handler. So this will be what? So we're going to do handlers dot submission handler, and then you're going to also have admin submission handler, which will be handlers dot admin submission handler. So these four things you need, correct? Now we need to add all our routes. So first let's start with submissions. Okay, so I'm going to do submissions, and this will be now again I'm going to do a app.group. Okay, here let's give this one as /submissions. See the spelling and everything, or else if you're doing any mistake it will be a problem. So we're going to do deps.auth middleware dot, so we're going to do required auth. Okay, because this will be done by your users, not admin. For admin we need to use required admin. Now let's do this one. So I'm just going to do submission.post. So for this one I'm going to do deps.submissionHandler.create. so this will be one method. Let's copy this. So you have create, one will be to get, so I'm just going to do get. Let's give this one same, and this will be your list mine. Next we are going to have one more, which will be to get by ID. So this also will be, now see, this is what I was talking about, right? So you are going to pass the ID here. So this will be a dynamic value which you are going to receive from params you're getting, and this will be your get mine by ID. Okay, so these three. Now you're going to create our admin. So we'll do admin. So admin will be now your app.group, but this time you have to do /admin. You're getting. Now we're going to do deps.auth middleware. Now see what you're doing. You're going to do two check. One will be to require auth, second check will be require admin. So what you're simply telling that, okay, if you're admin you have to pass two gets. One get we are going to check if the user is authenticated, and in the second get we are going to check if the user is admin user or not. If this user is not admin user, we are going to block that particular user. So first of all I'm just going to do admin.get. So I'll do admin.get /me, and I'm going to deps.auth handler.get user info. So this is one we are taking in case we need to get this, and then I'm simply going to do one will be to get the submissions. So one, this will be deps dot which one, admin submission handler dot list all submissions, correct? And then you're going to do /submissions. Again, see, notice we are going to pass the ID here. This ID is actually the ID that we are receiving here. Update status, see this ID. Okay, so you're going to pass the ID, and this will be your to update the status, and this will be admin submission handler dot update status. Okay, so these all the things you need. I think with this we have completed all of this. Let's go to server. Let's see if we are doing any. I think we also need to register here also, right? Why? Because we need to add our submission handlers also. So first let's do one by one, because this is where we are going to, which is our entry point. So have our user repo, correct? You admin auth service auth handler. So after this user repo, now we are going to take our submission repo. Okay, so this will be repositories dot. So you have to do new submission repository. What you have to pass? You have to pass the DB. So this is the first thing. Similarly, in the auth service, after that we are going to create our N8N service, correct? So you're going to have our N8N service, and this will be services dot new N8N service. And what you have to pass? You have to pass the config, which is our env variables that we need. Now, just like we have created the auth handler, so you have to create our submission auth handler and admin submission auth handler. So after this, I'm just going to do submission auth handler, no, submission handler only, and this will be handlers dot new submission handler. What you have to pass? You have to pass the submission repo. So you have to pass the submission repo, and you have to pass your N8N service. So you'll pass the N8N service. Everything is linked, and you're going to do admin submission handler. So this will be your handler dot new admin submission handler, and here you are going to pass the submission repo. Okay, so this is done, and at the end you are going to register. So first of all you are going to register submission handler, so which will be what? Submission handler, and you are going to also register admin submission handler, which will be your admin submission handler, this one. Okay, so now this is completed. So this is where we are going to register our routes. So with this I think we have completed everything. Let's go here and let's save this one more time. We'll see if it is working or not. It's building. Let's wait. I don't know. Let's close this, and then I'm going to run once again. Okay, so you can see that this is running now. So with this, now we have completed our backend. Okay, so for backend we don't have anything. In case you are getting confused, comment it down where you are getting confused, but the way that I created user repo, then service, then handler, then route. We have our root route here, right? This is when we are doing the register, correct? So you notice, right, we are doing the register here, we are passing all of this. This should not be any problem, and at the end we are going to have our main file, right, where we're creating this application. So with this, now let's start working on the UI side of the submission flow. All right, so now we'll start working on the submission page. Okay, so first let's close everything, and now close the backend, go to front end, go to source, go to types, and let's create one more file here. So submission.ts. now I already created everything. Okay, we're not going to write everything. So first copy this from the code, paste it here. So you can see that we have readiness status, ready or missing info, admin status, pending, approved, rejected. You can see all these properties we already have checked in the backend, right? All the same properties that we are going to have in the submission type. And this will be to create the submission input. So all the form fields that we are going to have, this is the type for that. And then some of the type while doing the API call. So this will be while doing the create, this will be to get the list of submission, and this will be to update. Very, very simple. So now what we need to do, right? So first maybe let's do one thing. Let's create, or I think let's do one thing. Let's save this. So let's go to app, go to submission, go to page.tsx. Also we need to create some more components here, but let's do one by one. Okay, so first in this page what I'm going to do, right? So first convert this one to async. So here first of all I need the user information. Okay, so I'm just going to do await, and I'll do require user. Okay, and here what I need this one as user. Okay, and I'm simply going to do if this user dot role, if this is equal to admin. So in that case I'm simply going to redirect the user to the admin page. Okay, so this is the first thing. You can take this one inside this. So this will be the first thing. Now what we need to do, right? So first remove this, and here I'm just going to log the site navbar. I'm going to pass the user information in this, and then first let's save this. Let's see what you're getting. You're getting this, right? So if you click here, you're in this page. Awesome. Then we'll go to components, right, and let's create submissions. And here we are going to create our first one. This will be submissions. Let's do page client.tsx. Okay, so I'm just going to do submission page client. Okay, so let's return div, paste it, and now what you're going to do, right? So first of all I'm just going to call this. So I'll do submission page client, save it. So I'm going to get this. Awesome. All right, so first of all what we need to do, right? So first we are going to create the form. Okay, because until unless we're going to create a submission, we'll not be able to render it. Very, very simple logic. So for that one, let's first do one thing. Let's copy the CSS that we are going to use. Okay, so this is the CSS that we are going to use for this particular page. Go to submission page client and then just paste it. So this is the first thing. Now let's remove this, and I'm just going to have a main. Let's give a class name. So I'm just going to do main class. Inside this I'm just going to take a section. Here I'm just going to give a class name. So I'll do header section class, and here I'm just going to take one more div. So I'll do class name, and I'll do header text wrapper class, and here I'm just going to have a h1, and this will be my onboarding submissions. Okay, so this will be my onboarding submissions. So class name I'm just going to give this one as page title class. Awesome. So I think this is done. So after this, let's take a p, give a class name. So I'm just going to do this on a page description class, and here I'm just going to copy this text. You can skip this, it's not absolutely mandatory to have, but I'm just going to add it here. Okay, and I think this is done. We are going to keep this on very, very, very simple UI. We're not focusing too much on the UI. Okay, now what we need to do, right? Let's create one more file here, and this will be create submission dialog.tsx. So this is the place where we are going to actually create our the form. So here I'm just going to take this one as a client component, and this will be function, and this will be create submission client. Okay. Alright, so first of all, what we are going to have, what we are going to receive in this particular component, we need to get some props, right? That once we are going to click on submit, we need to do API call, something like that. But before that, let's take some of the things that we need. So first we need an initial form. We need some service options, that what are the services that we are going to have, what actually these services. So these services, if you go here, right, and if you open this form, let's see if you're opening this form, right, you're getting these services, right? So this is what I'm talking about. Okay, so this is those options, and then I have some CSS classes. So copy this part, and then we are simply going to paste it here. So this will be the first thing. So what are the things that we are going to have? So this is imported client name, client email. So if I do here client email, service package, project goal, desired timeline, asset provided. I think I don't have to explain this one. We have done this one 100 times till this part. So many times we have discussed this. These all are the services options I'm keeping. This is assets option, ready, partially ready, not ready, and some of the CSS classes. Okay, let me import this. Okay, so this is done. Now let's start working on the UI first. So first, what you're going to do, right, maybe let's do one thing. Let's return these. Let's take some of the states that we need. So how many states we need here? So first I'm going to take one will be to open the dialog, and this will be set open, and this will be a use state of false. Next we are going to have our form, set form, and this will be use state. So here what we're going to do, right, so I'm simply going to give this one as create submission input type, and I'm going to give the initial form here. Okay, then let's take one which will be is submitting, set is submitting, when we are going to submit the actual form. So this will be equal to use state of false. Okay, so now this is what we need for now. This would be enough. So first what we are going to do, right, so in this we are going to have a button. Okay, so I'm just going to take a button from this UI button, and here I'm simply going to give a class name. So this will be open button class, and here we need to give on click, sorry, not on click. And what on click we need to do, we need to do set open will become true, and here I'm just going to do something like new, not here, so this will be new onboarding request. Save this. So first of all, what we need to do here, we need to use this in our this component, correct? So just use it here. So we'll do create submission client. So if I save here, you can see that we are getting this new onboarding request. Okay, and we need to see why this is coming. Maybe we can move this on. This is fine. We are going to check this one later, but first let's go here, and then what you're going to do, right, so first let's give that open if this is true. So in that case what we need to do, right, so we're going to open. So here you can use a dialog class, dialog component also, or you can create custom JSS that we are going to use here. Okay, if nothing is there, so first of all let's make this one as null. Okay, so this will be null, and if open is true, then we need to create the entire form. So first I'm going to take a div. Inside this I'm going to give the class name, so I'm going to do overlay class, and inside this I'm going to use a card component. So give a class name, and this will be dialog card class. Okay, here let's take a card header, and I'm just going to do dialog header class, and inside this you're going to have the card title. So this is the format. So let's do submit onboarding request. Okay, so for this one let's give a class name, and here I'm just going to do this one as what we can do, dialog title class, I think. So if I save this, if I click here, you're getting this. You can see that we are going to submit onboarding request. That is fine. So now what else we need to do here? Maybe I think this should be fine. After this, let's take the card content, and here I'm just going to do a class name. So here let's do this one as dialog content class. Inside this we are going to take a form, and here I'm just going to give a class name which will be form class, and here we are also going to take a handle submit that we are going to do later. Okay, so for now let's take a section class name, so this will be form read class. Alright, so here let's create one component. So I'm just going to do a function and let's create a field component. So we are going to receive a children property and label. So these children, let's give this one as React node, and also label I'm going to do this one as string. So for this one let's return section class name. I'm just going to give this one as field class, and here I'm just going to render a label component. We render the label, and also let's render the children here. Okay, now these component we are going to use now in all the form controls that we are going to create. So I'm just going to have the field, let's give the label. So this I'm going to do as client name, and inside this we are going to have an input component. Okay, so we're going to import it. So now let's give this one value. So what will be the value? Value will be your form dot client name. Then we are going to have an on change, so this will be your event. And what will be this? So we'll do set field, sorry, set okay, let's do one thing. I think we don't have this one, so let's create one. Maybe let's do one thing, right? What name we have given here, let's check. Or maybe let's do one thing, let's set form, right? Okay, let's create one simple function here. I'm just going to do set field, something like this. Here I'm going to do name, which will be key of create submission input, because that will be the part of this type. And then also we're going to take a value which will be string, and then we can set it here. So we'll do set form now. So we'll do set form, so we're going to get the current value, and then what you can do, right, simply we are going to just take the current value, and then we are going to just do the name which will be equal to value. That's it. Now this will be easier so that we don't have to write it multiple times. So now what you can do, right, instead of calling set form, call the set field, and then you just have to pass it. Now you're getting client name and client email, whatever you wanted to pass. So client name we need to pass. What will be the value? Value will be event.target.value. That's it. Okay, then let's give a placeholder. I'll give my name, and also let's give this one a simple property required. Save this, so you'll see that we are getting this. Okay, now what we need to do, copy this one, paste it. So this one client email, so this will be client email, change this one to client email, and I'm just going to give an email here. So do sangam@gmail.com. all right, next what else we have? We also need to render the options, drop down options. So for this one we need now select. So I'm going to change this one to service/package. Okay, and then this will now change to form.service_package. And oh sorry, what I'm doing, man. So this will be a select component. Okay, so I'm just going to take a select component, and here I'm just going to map the service options. So this will be my option, and here we are going to render an option component. We are going to render the option. Let's give the key here which will be option, and also I'm going to give the value which will be also option. And in this select we are going to now take a class name. So I'm going to change this one to select class. Now we'll give the value. So value will be form.service_package, and then for this one also it will remain the same. So now change this one to service_package and event.target.value. So save this, so you're getting this. Fantastic. So I think this is done. Next we have the desired timeline. So copy this, and after this paste it here. So I'm just going to do this one as desired timeline. So change this one to desired timeline. Now this also will be this, and change this one to maybe let's say 4 weeks, something like this. Save this, and we're going to get this. Okay, so I think this is done. Next what we can do, maybe okay, we also have the assets provided. So assets provided we can take select only. So we copy this part from here, and paste it after this. So we are simply going to do this one as assets provided, and this will keep this on same, change this one to form.assets provided, same for this also, and this we are going to change this one to assets options. So if you save this, you will get ready or not ready, ready, partially ready or not ready. And then we are also going to have our project goal, correct? So project goal, maybe let's take this one as a text area. Okay, so I'm going to copy this and let's go to field. After this section we are going to render maybe here, so paste it. So I'm just going to do project goal, so change this one to text area. So I'm going to import text area. Okay, let's take a rows 5, value I'm going to do form dot we have project goal, on change, let's copy from here. So this will be your project goal, and then we are also going to give a placeholder, something like we need a landing page redesign, something like this. Okay, and let's make this one required. Save this, so we're going to get this. Okay, simple. Let's keep this one simple. So I think this is done. After this, what we're going to do, after this field, let's take a section. I'm going to do a class name and I'm do form action class. Inside this we are also going to take a button. Now I'm simply going to do is submitting, so I'm just going to do this one as checking with N8N, important. Okay, or else I'm just going to do submit request. So this is done. For this one, let's give some class name. So for this one class name, I'm using submit button class. Disable, we are going to use is submitting, and type we are going to make this one as submit. Awesome. And we need to take one more button. Okay, so let's take one more button. So type, let's give this one maybe, okay, type will be this one, I need variant. So variant, I'm going to make this one as maybe, let's do destructive. Let's see how this is looking, and I'm just going to do this one as cancel, and let's give the same class name, right? So class name I'm going to do submit button class only for now. Fantastic. So now what else? So we need to give on click here, right? So I'm simply going to do set open will become false. So if you cancel open, we are getting this. Fantastic. So I think this is done. So now what we need to do now, first of all, we need to have a on submit on this form, right? So we have created a form, so where we are going to create a handle submit method. So first let's go there. So we have this form component, correct? So we need to take on submit. So this will be the first thing. So I'm just going to do handle form submit, copy this, and then I'm going to create it here. So async function handle form submit event. So this will be my form event here, and then I'm simply going to do HTML form element. Okay, I'm just going to use the same, and here what you're going to do, right, I'm simply going to do event.prevent default. So now first of all, I'm just going to do a try. Let's do this one as catch. So catch, maybe let's log this error for now, and then finally I'm going to do set is submitting will be false, and here I'm just going to make this one set is submitting as true. Okay, so first of all, what we are going to do, right, so we're going to do const response, and this will be await. We're going to do client API fetch, and here we are going to have the create submission response. So this is what we need. So we're going to do create submission response, and now we need to do the API call. So this will be / submissions. Remember this one we have, and then we are also going to take method which will be post, and we also need to pass the body. So body will be our JSON dot stringify, and we are going to pass the form here. Okay, so this is what we need to do. I think this is done. What else we are going to do here? I think this will be fine. One more thing we need to do, and that is let's do one thing, right? So we are also going to, maybe I think we have to make one more change. First let's create a function here. I think this part I missed out. So we'll create a close dialog function. Okay, you'll understand that why actually you need this. So what you're going to do, right? So first of all, I'm simply going to check that if is submitting, so you're going to return. You're not going to do anything in this method, or else I'm just going to do set open. This will become false, and then we are also going to do set form. I'm going to make this one to initial form, so I'm going to reset the form. Now this one where we are going to do, right, we are going to call this once we'll do this API call, right? Why? Because once you're going to submit this, you're going to check it. If this is successful, we are going to close this particular model, whatever model we are opening here. So that is the reason we are doing that particular logic. And here we are also going to have one simple prop that we need on created. Why? Because we need to check from the parent component that when the submission is successful, and based on that we want to do something. You're getting? So here what you're going to do, so we'll do on created, and here what you're going to do, right? So I'm just going to take a payload, and this payload will be my create submission response, and here we are going to return void. So where we are going to call this, right? So we need to call this here. Let's see what you're doing here. We need to call this something we're doing. Okay, we need to pass it from here. That's fine. So here what we're going to do, right? So we're simply going to do on created, and we're going to pass this response, and then we are going to call the close dialog, this method here. This method also, let's do one thing. We're also going to call in our button here. So this is done. So now what we need to do, right? So first of all, we need to go here. We need to pass this on created, and here I'm just going to do handle created. So this is from the parent component. So on handle created, what you're going to do, right? So first of all, in the submission page client, I'm going to take a state, and this will be my submissions, set submissions, and this will be use state. And here we need to also make this onto a client component. And here what I'll do, right? So in this use state, I'm just going to take one more state here, which I'm going to get from initial submissions. Okay, and these initial submissions will be my submission type. So I have a submission type here. Okay, this is the type, these all the things. So these will be my initial submissions that I'm going to get. Okay, so now once this handle created, so that creation will be successful, I'm going to have this method here, and here I'm going to receive a payload, which will be, why we receive a payload, because we are receiving a payload here. Okay, this one. So we need to receive, we are receiving a payload, and this payload will be the create submission response. Now what we need to do, right? So first of all, I'm just going to do set submissions, and this I'm going to take the current. So I'm just going to take the payload dot submission, and then I'm going to add the current one, whatever we have. That's it. Okay, and now from our page, what we need to do, right? We are going to pass this. So how we are going to pass the initial submission? Now this one we need to pass, so we need to do the API call here. So I'm just going to do const response. This will be have it. This will be server side API fetch, and this will be my submissions response. So in the submission response, I'm going to have these submissions. This is in the type. You can check what I need to do. I need to do the API call, right? So I need to do submissions. This is the API call that I need to do, and this response I'm going to pass it here. So I'm just going to do initial submissions, which will be response dot submissions, and I think all these are done. So now let's save this, and first of all we need to check that what we are getting in these submissions. Alright everyone, so now it's time to test our complete workflow. Okay, so first let's open the console, and I think we are going to get, refresh this, we're going to get empty submissions, which is fine. So now let's click on onboarding request. So I'm just going to select my name. Let's give an email. So I'm going to change this one. Let's give some normal one. Let's give it like this. We'll give 13 weeks, and this one I added one message here. Okay, so I'm just going to use the same, and let's go to network, and let's do submit request. Okay, we're going to get an error N8N. Okay, let's see. So let's go here and okay, so that means this is failing here. Okay, so okay, this is one of the main problem I think, but this is not related to that. I think this is one of the issue. We are telling that we are accepting applications like JSON, but we also need to tell N8N that we are sending JSON also. And to do that, we need to actually set header.set. So I think I missed this part, content type, and this will be application slash JSON. So this is one of the change. Let's go to the next and we'll see that what we are doing here. Okay, see, this will be response.body. Why will make this kind of mistakes, man? So this will be response.body, and see, this also will be response.body, and this will be result. Okay, so this is I think one of the issue. So now let's go here. Okay, it's running. So let's do submit request. Okay, now we're getting 500. Fail to create submission. Okay, that's fine. Let's debug this. Fail to create submission means this is failing. Okay, let's go to this create method and we'll see that what we are getting here. We're receiving context and receiving normal input. Okay, one thing, this is not related to that. I think we don't have to pass pointer here, man, because we're only receiving the input, right? We don't need this. So let's remove this here and let's give it normally. So you can just directly return the input, and also you can remove the pointer from here, but that is a different issue. Okay, that we need to see. Let's go to create and let's see here, create submission field. First let's do one thing, right? Let's go here and let's log this error here. We'll see what we're getting, error. So fail to create submission, we'll see that from where it is coming. Create submission failed, null value in the column missing items of relation these value not null constant. Okay, not null constant means we are actually not passing this missing value from somewhere. So these, if I go here, right, this need the missing items which we are getting from our input. Okay, so that means from input it's not passing. So here we are not passing that. Pakka. So see, we don't have missing items yet, so we have to add missing items. What is this error now? Cannot use this. Okay, we need to change this onto so many errors, man. Okay, so this will be this. Save this now. So now let's do submit. Hey, this time this should work, man, but still we are getting N8N. Check readiness failed. So still it is failing here. Okay, so that means something we are doing wrong again. Okay, let's log this error here. Submit. Decode is failing. Okay, decode is failing. Fine. Okay, let's log this here. Decode means something is wrong with this response.body that we are receiving from the N8N. Okay, so that will be the issue here. Cannot unmarshal string into go struct missing item array of string. So that means we need this as array of string, but we are receiving this one as a string from N8N. So that means the problem is here. Okay, let's go to the last one. Go to this, open. See, we are receiving a string, right? So that means in the editor we have to change this to what we are passing here. We are passing only JSON, correct? So that means when we are preparing the result, something we are doing wrong here. So you're missing items, right? See, so this will be array. Okay, so these missing items will be array. So this is the problem. So now close this and we need to publish. Okay, so this is now published. So now let's try again. So I'm going to submit. That's it. Finally, so many errors, but it's coming now. Okay, so fantastic. So now finally we are getting, so admin status is pending, AI summary, see we are getting missing items, nothing, project goal, readiness status is ready, what is the recommended next action, approve the submission and start onboarding. Fantastic. So that means this is working. Go to execution and let's go to the last one. So see, now notice one thing, right? This flow is not running, only this webhook is triggered along with this model and the output parser. And if I open this one, right, you can see that we are getting the proper output here. So that means this is now successfully completed. I know that we have a lot of issues, but see, that is the part I already mentioned, right? Whenever I'll implement all of this, I'll be like, sometimes I'll be like, I don't know what even I'm doing. So I'll be doing live coding, and there will be possibility, right? It's not like that I'm just seeing from a different machine, I'm just typing here so that there will be no issues. It's not like that, but most of them, almost most of the logic that whatever you're seeing here, right, so I'll be writing at that time. So that is the reason. But again, these kind of things also is going to help you. I'm pretty much sure that how I usually debug all of this, right, how I just debug all this process, that from where we need to understand that where it is breaking, like that. So with that, I think this part is completed. So what will be next step? So that means now we just have to render our card view and also the details view, and then we need to start working on the admin flow. But the main flow, that is the submitting the submissions, that is completed. So with that, now let's move on to the next one. All right, so now let's start with creating the card view. Okay, so first of all, let's do one thing. I think we can now close all of this because it's working. We have already checked it. And okay, one more thing I wanted to mention, that I'm using a different account actually for the one that I was using. For that one, the trial period actually was ended. So what I've done, right, so I just downloaded the JSON from that previous workflow, and this JSON I'm going to add in the source code, right? So whenever you're going to import it, you'll see that these will be automatically created. What you need to change, you just have to add your OpenAI API key, or let's say if you're using something else, maybe some free model, you're absolutely free to use that also. Okay, at the end the process will look like same. So now what you're going to do, right, let me close this. So let's go to submissions. Let's create two more file here. So I'm just going to do submission card.tsx, and I'm just going to do submission details dialog.tsx. okay, so these two things we need. And also we are going to have let's take one more, right? So you also need the admin submissions. So I'm just going to do admin submissions client.tsx. so for now these files we need to create. So let's close everything else for now. Okay, let's go to your submission client. So this is the last one we have created, where actually we render our dialog. So after this, now what you're going to do, right, it's simply going to check if the submissions.length, these submissions will be so I think we need to get the submissions, right? Okay, you already have these submissions. So here what you're going to do, right, so I'm just going to do submissions.length. so what you're going to do, if this is true, so in that case I'm just going to do a section, or else if this is not the case, we are going to take a card component, and here let's give a class name. So I'll do empty card class, and then I'm simply going to do a card content, and here let's render something like this, right? So I'm just going to do class name, and I'll do empty title class, and this will be no onboarding requests, something like that. And for this one I'm just simply going to do class name, and let's do empty card content class. And if this is already present, so here I'm just going to do class name. So let's do submission grid class, and inside this we are simply going to map this. I'll do submissions.map. so we'll do item, and here we are going to simply render your submission card. So this submission card will be, we are simply going to render our normal submission, right, the card view. So let's take this one as use client, and I'm just going to do submission card. And for this one also this is going to receive some props that we are going to see later. For now let's return a card, and also I think I've added the CSS classes also. So we have the submission card. So let's copy this and we'll paste it here. So first let's start with the first one. So this will be card class. Inside this I'm going to do card header. So let's give a class name. So this will be card header class. Inside these let's take a section, and here I'm just going to do a class name, and this will be, so let's do header content class, and here I'm just going to do a div, and here I'll do class name. So I'll do client info class, and inside this we are going to render card title. So let's do this one as client name class, and let's render the submission. So submission we need to get right as a prop, so we're going to get the submission as a prop, and also you need to have one more which we are going to take it later. For now, the submission that we are going to receive, this will be the type submission that we have this type, right? And this submission we are going to pass it from here. So let's call this. So I'll do submission card, and here we are going to pass this item as this submission. Okay, so here what are we going to render? I'm just going to do submissions dot client name, correct? So this is what we're going to have. So let's go here. You can see that we are getting this, right? Fantastic. So after this card title, let's take a P, and here I'm just going to do submission dot client email, and I'll do a class name. So for this one I'll do client email class. All right, next after this div, so here let's do one thing, right? So maybe we'll create one simple helper function, or let's create a component only, not function is not needed. Go to shared component, and then I'm just going to do this one as readiness maybe batch .tsx. okay, so here I'm simply going to do export function. So I'll do readiness batch, and here we are going to do this one as status, and this status will be the readiness status. So what you're going to, I think we already have the readiness status, this one, and let's take these labels. I think I created these two labels. So I think we have these two labels, right? So we have one will be ready or one will be missing info, and this is where we're going to receive from our N8N status. So here I'm simply going to do if the status is equal to ready. So in that case I'm just going to return let's return a badge component. This we have already installed. This is from sadcn. Let's pass a variant. So variant I'm going to do default, and here I'm simply going to do, so let's close this, and I'm simply going to take my labels of this current status. Okay, so this is what we need. If this is not the case, if this is missing info, so in that case I'm going to do return. So I'll do batch, and here I'm simply going to do again the same thing. So I'll do labels of the status. The only difference will be I wanted to change the variant to destructive. That's it. So now we can copy this, right? So we are going to copy this, and we are going to call it from here. So I'm just going to call this, and we need to pass the status, correct? So status will be your submission dot readiness status. Save this. Okay, this is breaking. Okay, this part we need to check. All right, so now what you're going to do, right? Maybe something we are doing wrong here. Okay, we'll see this one. Let's render the card content, the other things. We need to see if everything is rendering or not. So I'll do a class name, and here I'm simply going to do card content class. And for this one, first let's take a P, and I'm just going to render. Let's do submission dot project goal, and for this one I'm just going to do a class name. So I'll do project goal class. Okay, so we needed so I just created one more just to check, and this is the details. Fantastic. Now after this, let's take one more section, and I'll do class name, and we are going to do meta section class. Inside this we are going to take one more div, and here I'll do meta row class, and here what you're going to do, right? So maybe let's take a span, and I'm just going to do service. We'll do a class name, and I'm just going to do meta level class. Okay, and now copy this. So service will be what? Your submission dot service package, and this now I'm just going to change this one to meta value class. Okay, so next what else we need? We also need to render the created at, right, that when this record is created. So for this one maybe we can copy this, paste it here, and this one change this one to created, and this will be, maybe let's do one thing, right? We are going to create a simple helper function that we are going to do something like format date. So for this one, go to lib, go to utils, and then you're going to simply do export function. So let's do format date. So you're going to get a value which will be string, and what you're going to do, you're going to return new intl dot, and this is going to give you this date time format, and here you're going to pass this will be en hyphen in, and here we're going to pass a data style which will be medium maybe, and what you need to do, you need to just format this. We'll do format, and this format will be new date of this value that you're getting. Okay, so this is what you need. So this is going to format your date. So now we can simply call this here. So this will be created, and this will be format date of submission dot created at. If I save this, you can see that we are getting this particular format. Now again, if you want, you can also give the ellipsis and everything, but I think that time it was not loaded, so you can see that it's coming. I didn't check that also. So if you refresh this, right, okay, it's coming here. Something is happening. Key prop we need to give. Okay, so some place we are actually missing the key prop, where we need to, okay, we need to give here, right? So we'll do key will be item dot id. Okay, so now I think this is fine. What else? We also need to, let's render the admin status, so that the user can understand that, okay, what is happening, whether the admin approved that or not. So you can copy this, and then we'll paste it here, and I'm just going to do this one as review, right? And this review, I'm just going to change this one to admin status. Okay, no, I think this is wrong. Why? Because this is going to be in that format, right? Pending and everything, pending, approved or something. So what I've done, right, I added one more label that we're going to map it so that in the UI it will look good. So what you can do, right, simply, again, these are very, very basic things. So just going to create one more admin status batch component. So let's create a function. So do admin status batch. So here what you're going to receive, you're going to receive the status, and this status will be, the type will be this admin status. So first let's copy this, not admin status, I think we have already created, right? So we have this admin status types. So now what you can do, simply again, so you're going to give some condition here, right? That okay, if, so let's do something like if no, I think something with, this is not needed. So here I'm simply going to do if status is equal to approved. So now I'm simply going to return batch, and here again the same thing, right? So we'll do labels of that status, and for approved let's give a value, not value, variant, where you have we need to import from the UI. So this will be variant, and for this one let's make this one default. Copy this and paste it, that if it is rejected, so this status is equal to rejected, let's make this one as destructive. Okay, or else I'm just going to do return. So this will be my batch, again the same thing, and this I'm just going to do variant, and I'm just going to do ghost. Save this, and then we're going to simply call it here. So we can remove this review, and then we can call that admin status page, and you're going to pass the status, and this status will be now your submission.admin status. Okay, that's it. So we save this, and you can see that we're getting this. Okay, why this is coming like this? On hover it is coming. Okay, we'll see that something maybe we are missing here. Okay, why this is coming like this, man? We are going to see that later. First let's do one thing. What else we need to render here? I think for this one this will be enough. Let's render one button only, simple. So I'm just going to do button, and inside this I'm just going to do view details, and here let's give some property. So I'll do class name. So this will be view button class. Type, we are going to do this one as button, and let's give a variant. So let's see which variant is looking good. If I do outline, how this is looking. Okay, this is looking okay, but if I do default, no, let's give default only. Okay, so I think this is fine. So now next thing what we are going to do, right? So first of all, this is working fine. So first let's create one more request. Okay, so I'm going to do click, let's give a different name. Okay, any name you want, John Doe, and then I'll do johndoe@gmail.com. let's keep this one as automation. I'm just going to do 2 weeks. I'll do not ready, and I'll do we need to automate something but we are not sure yet. So let's see what is happening. Submit. That's it. So you can see that we are getting missing info, right? So that means this is working absolutely fine. This is the service created, and you can see that this is looking very like clean. And what we'll do, right, we can also fix this part, right? We wanted to fix this particular section so that this alignment issue will not come, but it's fine. At the end we need to see the functionality, right? This is what I'm talking about. So if I go here, we are getting this. On refresh, we are getting this. So this is working fine. So first thing what you're going to do, right? So first we need to do the details part, and then you're going to do the this admin flow. But also we can do opposite also, like we can do the admin flow. First we are going to see if this is getting approved or not, but let's do the details only so that this flow will be completed, and then we'll start working on the admin flow in the next part. Okay, so let's start with creating the details page, right? So we're going to create this one. Okay, so first of all what are you going to do, right? So let's make this one use client only, and then I'm just going to do submission details. Let's do maybe submission details is only fine, right? And let's go here and let's copy the CSS classes that we need. Copy this and we paste it here. Okay, so first of all, what are the things or what are the props this particular component is going to receive? So it's going to receive two things. One will be the actual submission data, and one will be the on close, right? So when we are going to close that, so what will be the type? See, by this time when you're using TypeScript, right, you should be able to write all these types very fluently. Okay, why I'm telling, right? Because if you don't understand the basic concept that how things works, even if you're working in a company, right, where company is going to expect you to use AI, you're not going to believe, but they're going crazy now. So every developer needs to use AI to do the job, okay, to do the things very quickly. And if you don't understand the things, it will be really difficult for you, I'm telling. So see, people now think, right, that okay, now AI is going to do all the work. It's not like that. People actually are needed, means human skills are still needed. Why AI is very helpful? So it's like, I'll give you one very simple example. Like let's say you are going from one place to another place, and you are going that the distance is, let's say, 2 kilometers, and you're going by a car. So car is the AI here. Okay, so car is actually going to help you that okay, you will be able to go faster to that particular place. But if you want, you can still do what you can. Let's say I don't want to take car, I want to walk by myself. So you can still go to that place. It will take some time, right? So this is the example. You have to understand that AI will be here. It's non-negotiable, right? People are writing so many comments and everything that okay, AI is bad and all these things. Companies will not agree. Okay, so companies are going to use AI. They are going to take less people. So instead of taking 20 people, now they're going to take 5 people, and they're going to expect that okay, these 5 people is going to do the job of 20 people. This is the reality. So that means even if you're thinking that oh, now I don't have to learn anything, and then I'll go to my company will have some AI tool. You try it. I like, this is a challenge, right? You try to do without understanding. For example, let's say I don't have much experience on Java ecosystem, okay, Java Spring Boot, Now if someone gives me a sprint task to implement a feature in Java, whatever AI tool you can have, ChatGPT, Claude and everything, can you do it very easily? Absolutely not, because you have to understand the process. So this is where learning concepts is extremely important if you are a student or if you have less than 5 years of experience. I'm telling you, like, you have to be very, very careful. So you don't think that okay, now AI tools are there, so tutorials and videos are not important. Not because I'm creating videos, not like that. Courses, tutorials and videos are still very, very, very important, even more important, but you don't have to go into tutorial hell. Why I'm mentioning all of this point in between? Because these things are extremely important, so that you buy one course, okay, from where you want to buy, it's up to you. You don't have to buy from my courses, okay. I'm just giving example. You buy only one course, you watch multiple YouTube videos and then try to create the project by yourself. Don't go into tutorial hell. It will be very, very, very bad for you, okay. So if I sum up all of this, what I mentioned till this time, that if you're a student, you can note it down, like you maybe in first year, second year, third year, fourth year, blah blah, whatever, doesn't matter. Or let's see if you have less than 5 years of experience. Why 5 years of experience I'm telling? Because most of the product based companies still consider 5 years. They are not going to give you HD3 or HD2 also, so you'll be in HD1. Consider 5 years, okay, baseline. So you need to know the concepts very well, so that you can make use of AI tools to do the things of 10 days to 5 days. So you'll be able to do a 10 days work in 2 days or 3 days. So this is the outcome that you need to focus on, okay. All right, so coming back here, so this will be submission, and these submission will be the submissions that I have, or else I'm just going to do null. And then what we have here, one more will be onClose. onClose will be a method, right? So this will be your void. Simple. I'm going to take this void. Okay, so now what we'll do, so let's return here. So I'm just going to take a div. So let's give a class name. So for this one, I'm just going to do overlay class. Inside this, let's take another. Again, I mentioned that you can use dialog component from SADC also here. Also, if you are focusing too much on full stack, right? Don't focus too much. Not like you have to, you don't have to learn UI. I already mentioned this, but focus more on the backend. Okay. Backend database design, all these things, database architecture, scaling, advanced topics. So these things try to understand. Here I'll take a class name. Let's do a card class, and here I'm just going to do a card header, and let's do the class name. So I'm just going to do card header class. Okay, so inside this, let's take a div. So class name, so this will be header container. So from where you think I created all this? From AI only, because now it is like you have to make use in your day-to-day life, right, to make things faster. Until unless you are too beginner, why I don't usually suggest beginner to make use of AI too much, because then you are not going to learn that much. You have to write all of this, okay. So you have to understand what is happening here, what are semantic element, what are not semantic elements, all these basic things. Okay, so header content class. Now let's take a div. So I'll do class name, and I'm just going to do this on as, so I'll do header content. So I'll do client info class, and inside this I'm just going to take a card title, and this will be your client name class, and here you're going to do submission dot client name. So first we are going to see, right, if this is coming or not. Also one very important check we need to give, that if not equal to submission, so we're going to return null. Okay, so now let's go close this and close this also. This also you can close. Card also you don't need. So you have to call this one from this component, right, the parent component. So now let's go here. So after this card, I'm just going to do submission details. So here, first of all, what you need to do, right, you have to do what, right? Okay, this is actually important. So when I'm going to click this, right, then only I'm going to open the dialog, correct? So there has to be some state where I'm going to hold this information, and this is the skill I'm talking about. So if you're a beginner, or let's say if you want to understand something and you want to make use of AI, you need to know these things, okay, that how I'm going to open the dialog. I need to click here, I need to store the ID, then I'm going to open the dialog. Now let's see if you're completely dumb. Dumb means in the sense, don't take in a bad way, negative way. Dumb in the sense means you're dumb in that particular subject, that you don't know the basic of use state also, and you are using of ChatGPT, Claude. So then what will happen, right? You're too dependent on AI, and that will make your job security like in a bad position. You're getting what I'm talking about. So that means you should be at least in that particular position where you will be able to say AI that okay, I have this details page, I need to have a state. When I'm going to click on this button, I need to open the dialog. So that means you need to take a state, keep one state, and then you're going to store that current details ID in that particular state. So this is what we are explaining, right? So that means you know the things how you are going to implement this. If currently there is no AI tool, you will be able to do the same thing again and again. You're getting, even without AI tools also you will be able to implement these features. It's just you have a AI tool so that you are actually making use of that particular tool using the same idea, but you are doing the task that usually takes 6 hours, you are doing that in 30 minutes, and you are making use of that particular AI tool. You're getting what I'm talking about. This is the thing that most of the YouTubers are not going to explain, and this is not like, see, this is not like I'm just talking because I'm making YouTube videos. This is, I'm talking from my personal experience. This is professional experience, practical experience that I'm getting now. Okay, remember, I'm actually working in a company and I know all these things, how these things works. So this is the thing you have to understand. Now if someone give you one particular problem, you don't know what is the concept of use state or use effect, and you go to AI tool, what do you have to do? You have to ask the AI tool that okay, give me everything what I need to do, I don't know any idea. So don't do that. Okay, now I think we are talking too much, but first let's go here. See, I just wanted to give all of you that you need to know that how you're going to learn and what you have to learn. Instead of watching 100 YouTube videos and at the end you're not doing anything, it's not going to help you. So set selected submission, and this will be use state. So this will be what, submission, or this will be null, and you're going to take this one as null. Okay, so this selected submission, you have to do what, you have to pass here. Okay, so you have to pass here, sorry, this will be your submission, which will be your selected submission. Okay, also you're going to take on close. So on close, what you're going to do, you're going to do set selected submission will become null. Okay, but how you're going to do that? So that means this particular component you have, right? So you need to have one more method here, so something like on view. Okay, and in this on view, what you have to do, so whenever you're going to click on that particular card, you need to do what, you need to save that ID, right? So how you're going to take the type, so in this on view, so this will be, you're going to get a submission, the type will be submission, and here this will be a void. Okay, so this on view, you need to do what, on click of that particular button, you have to call that, right? So you have a button here, view details, and here you're going to do on click, and you're going to call that on view, and you're going to pass the current submission. So that means you're simply telling that okay, whenever I'm going to click on this, I'm saving the current submission into that state. Okay, this one. So here what you have to pass, you have to pass the on view. Okay, so pass the on view, and what will be the on view here? On view will be your set selected submission, not this one, set selected submission. So this will be the method, and I think this is done. So now let's see, if I go here, click on this, you can see that we are getting this, right? Fine. So now let's go to the submission details dialog. So here after this card title, what we need to do, let's take a P, and I'm just going to do submission.client email. Let's take a class name, and this will be client email class. Okay, now after this, I'm just going to take one more div, and here I'm just going to do a class name. So let's make this one as badge wrapper class, and here I'm just going to use the readiness badge. You have this, right? So we are going to pass the status, which will be your submission dot readiness status. So this is the first thing, and then we are going to copy this, and this will be your admin status badge. You're going to pass the status, which will be readiness, sorry, this will be admin status. Okay, we are getting missing info, and we are getting pending review. Okay, so I think this is fine. So now maybe for default one it will look like this. Okay, that's so, because here it is coming correctly. So this is done. So card header is done. So after this, let's take a card content. So I'll do class name, so I'll do card content class, and inside this let's take a section. Here I'll take a class name, so I'll do detail grid class, and inside this, so let's do one thing, right? Maybe it will be easier if we create one simple component. Why? Because we have to use this in multiple places. Okay, so I'm just going to use here, so do function. Let's do this one as details detail row. So what this is going to receive, this is going to receive a value and a label. Okay, so both will be string and value also will be string. And here what we're going to return, so we'll return a div class name. So I'm just going to do detailed row class, and inside this let's take a span. So let's render the label, and then I'm just going to render the value. So here let's give the class name as detail label class, and this will be the class name as detail value class. Okay, and this one we are going to use now in all the places. So I'm just going to do detail row, and this will be now label. So this will be my client email, and value I'm just going to do now submission dot client email. Okay, so now copy this, now paste it, one for service, timeline and assets. So this will be your service and this will be your service package. Let's make this on desired timeline, and this will be assets provided. Okay, and this will be desired timeline, or let's make this on only timeline. Fantastic. So I think this is done. What else? We also need to take created date. So here I'm just going to do details row only. Let's do label, so I'll do created, and value, let's use this one as format date, and here we're going to do submission dot created at. Okay, so this is done. What else? Maybe let's do the updated at also. So I'm just going to do updated, last updated also. You can do whatever you want to do. So save this, you're going to get this. Okay, so I think this is done. So now what we will do, right, so we also need to render our project goal. Okay, so for this one, now let's go here, and then I'm just going to create one more function, and I'm just going to do this one as text block maybe. So here I'm just going to do title value, so this also will be string, both will be string, and change this one to title. And here let's return, so I'll do section. So let's give a class name. So for this one I'm just going to do text block class, and here I'll do a p, so this will be the title, and here I'm just going to give a class name, so I'll do text block title class, and we'll do text blocks value class. So do text block value class. Okay, so this is done. So save this. Now we'll go here, and then we'll just render the rest of the things. So here I'll do text block now. So label, let's give this one as, sorry, let's do no, not label, we have title. So I'll do project goal, correct. So value we are going to pass submission dot project goal. So copy this. So we have what? AI summary and recommended next action. So I'll do AI summary, and then this will be recommended next action. Next action. Okay, so I think this is done. Now I can see that what you're getting, we need to collect the specific project goal, confirm the readiness of assets, project goal, and this is the AI summary, right? So choose automation package with an unclear goal, 2-week timeline, and assets, but assets are not ready. Fantastic. So this is done. So now what we need to do, right? So let's go here. Maybe I think let's take this one inside a section. Maybe no, let's take these two inside a section. Let's have. So here I'm just going to do this one section, paste it here, and give a class name. So I'm just going to do this one as AI section class. Okay, these two. So now after this section, what I'll do, we'll take one more section, and here I'll do a class name, and so I'll do missing item section class. Inside this, let's take a p, and I'm just going to do missing items. I'll do a class name, so this will be missing item title class, and here I'm simply going to do submission dot missing items dot length if this is true, or else first of all let's do this one. So I'm just going to do class name, so I'll do empty missing item class, and I'll do no missing items found, and if missing item is present, so let's take a div, so we'll do a class name. So here I'm just going to do missing item wrapper class, and inside this let's log this, so we'll do missing items dot map. Okay, so I'll do missing item, and here what it will do simply, so let's render a span, and here I'm just going to render the item missing item, and here we have to give the class name, so class name will be missing item class, and key, let's give this one as missing item. Okay, so it's coming, and at the end we are going to have, so after this let's take one more section, so let's take a class name, so I'll do footer class, and inside this we are going to take a button, and I'm going to do this one as close, and here I'll do a class name, and this will be close button class. Okay, on click, what we need to do, on close, and then we are also going to take a type. Type is also important, let's give the type always, so I'll do type will be button. So save this. So now if I close this, you can see that, open this, ready, pending review, no missing item found, open this, no missing item found, open this, we are getting this. Fantastic. So that means now we have completed our details view. So with that, now let's start working on the admin page in the next section. Okay, so now let's start with the admin flow. Okay, so one more thing I wanted to mention, and I wanted to give this one as a homework, and that homework will be, so in the nav bar, right, so you can see that we are getting workspace. What your task will be, so what you need to do, right, if you're admin, you have to hide this. Okay, so once I'm going to log in using my admin account, I should not be able to see this workspace. So that is the first thing. Okay, second thing will be, in the home page, the same thing you have to do, you have to hide these buttons, and then instead of these buttons, what you're going to render, you're going to render open admin panel. On click of that, it will go to the admin page. Why I'm not doing, I think it's, you know that, okay, I will be able to do it, and I can do that one also, but I'm just going to give you some of the homework. The second will be, and if you can do this, that will be much better, and that is, once you log in, right, the moment you are going to refresh, the moment the login is successful, you will directly redirect to this admin page. Okay, so this is another flow you can implement. Okay, so all this will be UI improvement, so there is nothing backend logic involved. So now with this, now let's start working on the admin page. Okay, so we'll go to admin page, let's do one thing, close everything else. The first thing what we need to do, we need to get all our admin list, so that we can, admin list means submissions list, so that we can render all the cards here. So I'm just going to do server API fetch, and here we are going to do submissions response, and what is the path, so this will be admin / submissions. Okay, so this is the first thing, and then what we're going to do, right, we have this admin submission client, so let's do this one as use client, and I'm just going to do admin submissions client. So for now, let's return a div, save this, and then here we are simply going to call this admin submissions client, and I'm going to pass, so let's take a prof here, and this will be initial submissions. Okay, and this we're going to pass here, so do initial submissions, which will be this response dot submissions. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. So now let's start working on this particular component. So what are the props that we are going to have? Only one, this is enough. So we're going to take this initial submission, and the type will be submission of array. Okay, now how many state we need here? Okay, so first of all, let's take our first state, which will be to set our submissions set submissions, and this will be use state of initial submission. Okay, we already have the type for this, so we don't have to give here, right? Okay, so next will be, so let's do const, let's take one more which will be selected submission, and let's do set selected submission, and this will be equal to use state, and here I'm just going to do this one as submission, or this will be null, and by default this will be null. Okay, so I think this is done. So now let's do one thing. Let's start working on the JSX. So first I'm just going to change this one to main, and here I'll do a class name, and for this one let's copy the class name from here. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this, and then we'll just paste it here. So this will be our main class. Inside this let's take a section, and here I'm just going to do this one as page header class, and here I'm simply going to render h1, and this will be onboarding review queue. Okay, so for this one I'm just going to give a class name, and this will be my page title class. So save this, so you're getting this. Okay, simple. I'm not going to have too many things here. So now simply I'm just going to take a card, and let's give this one name as class name as table card class. Inside this I'm just going to have a card content. Let's give a class name, so I'm just going to do table card content class, and inside this let's log this. I'm just going to do submissions.map. so this will be, so first, okay, no, let's do like this. So I'm just going to do if the submissions.length, if this is true, so in that case we're going to do this, or else what I need to do, right, if there is no submissions, so I'm just going to do no submissions yet. So let's keep this one simple. So I'm just going to take a div, let's take a class name, so I'm just going to do this one as empty state class, and inside this I'm just going to take a p, and I'll do no submissions yet. And for this one let's take a class name, so I'll do empty title class. If submission is present, so in that case we're just going to render, so I'll simply going to take a div, I'll do a class name. So for this one let's do this one as table scroll class. So now let's take a table, so let's take a class name, so I'm just going to do table class. Inside this let's take a t head, and here I'm just going to do table head class, and inside of this let's take a tier and all the table headers. So we'll start with client, copy this, service readiness review created and actions. So here I'm just going to do service, this will be my readiness, this will be the review, this will be created, and let's do this one as actions. Let's give a class name, so I'm just going to do class name, so I'll do table header sale class. Copy this, and then we'll paste it here. Save this, now you're getting this, awesome. So now let's render the body. So t body will be after t head, so this will be t body, and here now you're going to map it. So we'll do submissions.map. Let's take this one as submission. Okay, so first let's return, so we are going to return a tr, we'll give a class name, so this will be my table row class, and here I'm just going to do key, which will be submission.id, and inside this we are going to take a td, and here we'll do a class name, so I'll do table cell class, and inside this, so first of all let's render, so I'm just going to take a div, and here what we'll do, right, so let's render the client name and the client email together. So for this one let's give a class name, so I'll do client info class, and inside this I'm just going to take a span, and let's render submission.client name. For this one we'll give a class name, so I'll do client name class, and I'll just copy this, and this will be client email. Okay, this will be client email class. Save this. Okay, what else? So one TD is done. Next will be our service package. So after this, let's take one more TD and let's render the submission.service package. So let's give a class name. So I'm just going to do this one as muted table cell class. Okay, so this is done. Next, let's take one more TD, and what else we have? We have the readiness and review. Okay, so for this one we already have the readiness badge, and this one I'm going to pass status, which will be submission.readiness status. And for this TD, let's take a class name. So I'll do table cell class. Okay, what else? We also have the readiness. This is done. What else? Review. So review will be, let's copy this. So this will be admin status, and this will be changed to title, and this will be admin status badge. I think this is title, right? Or what is there? This is also status only. Okay, pending review. This is done, and then we're going to have the created at. So copy this, paste it here, just change this one to format date of submission dot created at, and this will be, let's give this one as muted table cell class. And in the accents we are going to take maybe let's, okay, so for this one let's take a TD and let's give a class name. So I'm just going to do table cell class. Inside this, let's take a div, let's give a class name. So this will be table accents class, and here I'm simply going to do a button. So this will be view. So here what we're going to do, right, let's give a class name. So I'm just going to do table button class. Let's give a type as button, and on click what we're going to do, right, we're going to make the set selected submission will be the current submission. Okay, save this. So we're getting view. Next, what we are going to have, we are going to have two more button here. So let's take like this. I'm just going to do button, and for this one same, we are going to use this, copy this both, and this will be, I'm just going to do this one as approve, copy one more time, and this I'm just going to do reject, and this will be what you're going to do, right? So for this one, let's save this, let's see how it's looking. View, approve, reject. I think this is fine. Now I think this is done, right? So one more thing we need to do, let's go at the end. So after this card, I'm going to render the submissions details page. Okay, and here we are going to pass the submission, which will be selected submission, and we also need to pass on close. We're going to make set selected submission will be null. So what will happen, right? Let's see if I click here, so it's going to open this. Okay, so admin also can see this, and you can see that this is working fine. So now what you're going to do, right, so you're going to have one method which is going to do the update, to update the status. So we'll go here, and then I'm simply going to do async function update status. So this is going to receive the current submission ID. So I'm just going to do current submission ID, and this will be string, and also I'm just going to do admin status, which will be admin status. Okay, so first of all, let's do a try catch. Okay, so let's log the error, and here finally what we're going to do, right, so finally I'm going to do, so let's take one more state here. So I'll do what we can do here, maybe let's take const pending submission ID, set pending submission ID, and this will be equal to use state, and let's take this one as string or null, and by default I'm going to make this one as null. So now when I'm going to do try, I'm going to do set pending, this one will be submission current submission ID. Okay, now let's do the API calls. We'll do response, and this will be await client API fetch, and here what we need to do, right, let's go to the types once. So this update submission status response, so I'm just going to do update submission status response, and here we just have to go to /admin/submissions/ and then you're going to pass the current submission ID /status. Remember this one we have added, right? Go to routes, this one. Okay, so now this is going to update, and one more thing we need to do here, and that is we have to pass a method which will be what, this will be patch, and here I'm just going to do this one as body, and here what are we going to, I think we have done the patch, right? Let's verify once. Hey, we have done this on get, so this will be wrong, right? This will be patch, man. Okay, so just change this one to patch. So now we'll go here. So first of all, what are you going to do? So you need to pass this one as patch. What will be the body? So this will be json.stringify, and here what do you have to pass here? I think we have to pass the status if I'm not wrong. So let's verify once. Okay, admin status. So this one we have to pass. So now I'm just going to pass here admin_status, and this will be my admin status. Okay, so this admin status here, this one. Okay, so this is done. Now what you're going to do, right, so we need to update the current submission state. So I'm just going to do set submissions. So I'm just going to take the current, and here I'm just going to, let's create one method. So I'll do replace submission, and I'm going to here pass the current as well as the response that we are getting. So I'll do response.submission. Now this, let's create this simple method. So let's go to the top, and I'm just going to do function. I'll do replace submission, and here what you're getting, so we are getting two things, right? The current submission and the current submission that is already present. So these will be the items, the type will be submission of array, and the next submission, which is after updating the status, which will be the submission, individual submission. So what I'll do, right, we're simply going to do return items.map item, and here what I'll do, right, if this current item is equal to the next submission, okay, dot id, if this is the case, we are going to get the next submission, or else we are going to keep the current item. As simple as that. So this is going to, so that means if one of the card current status is pending and we are changing that one to approved, so this will update that. You're getting? So this is going to do that. Next, what you're going to do, right, we're also going to do set selected submission. So I'm just going to do current, and here I'm just going to do current.id, right? If this is equal to response.submission.id, if this is the case, so in this case I'm just going to do response.submission, or else I'm just going to keep this one as current, and let's give a check here. So this is done. In the finally we are going to do set pending submission will be null. So this is going to update the status. Okay, so now what you have to do, you have to go here and update this. So first let's go here. I'm just going to do that if pending status, pending id, no, not this one, let's do one thing. Maybe I'm just going to create one simple constant here. So I'm just going to do const, and I'll do is pending, and this will be the pending status id is equal to this current id that we have, this submission.id, and here I'm just going to do is approved. So how we can check this? So I'm simply going to check this, if this submission.admin status is equal to approved. Similarly, you can check if this is rejected or not, right? So I'm just going to do submission.admin status is equal to rejected. That's it. So now what we can do, right? So let's go here. So first I'm just going to change this one to is approved. So in that case I need to do this one as approved, or else this will be approved. Similarly here also you need to do this. So I'm just going to do is rejected, so this will be rejected, or else this will be reject. Okay, now we also need to give very important disable property here. So in the disable property I'm just going to do is pending, or else if this is approved, or if this is rejected. Similarly here also you need to do that same thing. Okay, and I think this is done. Save this. So now here we need to take on click, so I'm just going to do on click, and here we are going to call the update status. So this is going to take current submission ID, which will be your submission.id, and you have to pass the approved. So for approved we are going to pass the admin status as approved. For rejected we are going to pass this one as rejected. So save this, and I think this is done. So now if we go here, right, so let's refresh this, go to inspect, and then what we're going to do, right, so let's click on reject, and you can see that we are getting 200. You can see admin status is now rejected, review is now rejected, missing info. Refresh this, you're going to get the same. Fantastic. Now let's do this one as approved, and you can see that this is approved. See how fast this is. You are noticing this one, crazy. Okay, this is so damn fast. Okay, so I think this is done, and let's do this one also, everyone. So one small change we need to do. So you can see that we need to change the spelling here. If this is approved, then we are going to do approve, or else this will be approve. Okay, so this is one change we need to do. Fine. So now let's log out, and then we are going to log in with this account, and we'll see that if it is working or not, right? So we'll go to open workspace, and you can see that all three, these two are approved and this is rejected. So that means this is working absolutely fine. So I hope that you'll learn a lot of things, because the most important part, that how we have created the workflow, how you can build scalable Golang backend, right? How you're going to implement the Google Auth, and also this complete pipeline, whatever you have implemented here. So with this, now that's all for this particular video. I will see you in my next video. Till then, good luck and peace.